Chapter 11, Part 2 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauriann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 2. March 12th. In the naval battle the other day we had 25 guns in all. The enemy had 54 in the Cumberland, 44 in the St. Lawrence, besides a fleet of gunboats filled with rifled cannon. Why not? They can have as many as they please. No pent-up Utica contracts their powers, the whole boundless world being theirs to recruit in. Ours is only this one little spot of ground, the blockade, or stockade, which hems us in with only the sky open to us, and for all that how tender-footed and cautious they are as they draw near. An anonymous letter purports to answer Colonel Chesnut's address to South Carolinians now in the Army of the Potomac. The man says, "All that bosh is no good." He knows lots of people whose fathers were notorious Tories in our war for independence and made fortunes by selling their country. Their sons have the best places, and they are cowards and traitors still. Names are given, of course. Floyd and Pillow are suspended from their commands because of Fort Donelson. The people of Tennessee demand a like fate for Albert Sidney Johnston. They say he is stupid. Can human folly go further than this Tennessee madness? Footnote: John D. Floyd, who had been Governor of Virginia from 1850 to 1853, became Secretary of War in 1857. He was first in command at Fort Donelson. Gideon J. Pillow had been a major general of volunteers in the Mexican War, and was second in command at Fort Donelson. He and Floyd escaped from the fort when it was invested by Grant, leaving General Buckner to make the surrender. End footnote. I did Mrs. a kindness. I told the women when her name came up that she was childless now, but that she had lost 3 children. I hated to leave her all alone. Women have such a contempt for a childless wife. Now they will be all sympathy and goodness. I took away her reproach among women. March 13th. Mr. Chesnut fretting and fuming. From the poor old blind bishop downward, everybody is besetting him to let off students, theological and other, from going into the army. One comfort is that the boys will go. Mr. Chesnut answers, "Wait until you have saved your country before you make preachers and scholars. When you have a country, there will be no lack of divines, students, scholars, to adorn and purify it." He says he is a one-idea man. That idea is to get every possible man into the ranks. Professor LeConte is an able auxiliary. He has undertaken to supervise and carry on the powder-making enterprise, the very first attempted in the Confederacy, and Mr. Chesnut is proud of it. It is a brilliant success, thanks to LeConte. Footnote: Joseph LeConte, who afterward arose to much distinction as a geologist and writer of textbooks on geology. He died in 1901 while he was connected with the University of California. His work at Columbia was to manufacture on a large scale medicines for the Confederate Army, his laboratory being the main source of supply. In Professor LeConte's autobiography, published in 1903, are several chapters devoted to his life in the South. End footnote. Mr. Chesnut receives anonymous letters urging him to arrest the Judge as seditious. They say he is a dangerous and disaffected person. His abuse of Jeff Davis and the Council is rabid. Mr. Chesnut laughs and throws the letters into the fire. "Disaffected to Jeff Davis," says he. "Disaffected to the Council, that don't count. He knows what he is about. He would not injure his country for the world." Read Uncle Tom's Cabin again. These negro women have a chance here that women have nowhere else. They can redeem themselves; the impropers can. They can marry decently, and nothing is remembered against these colored ladies. It is not a nice topic, but Mrs. Stowe revels in it. How delightfully Pharisaic a feeling it must be to rise superior and fancy we are so degraded as to defend and like to live with such degraded creatures around us, such men as Legree and his women. The best way to take negroes to your heart is to get as far away from them as possible. As far as I can see, Southern women do all that missionaries could do to prevent and alleviate evils. The social evil has not been suppressed in Old England or in New England. in London or in Boston. People in those places expect more virtue from a plantation African than they can insure in practice among themselves with all their own high moral surroundings, light, education, training, and support. Lady Mary Montagu says, "Only men and women at last." "Male and female created He them," says the Bible. There are cruel, graceful, beautiful mothers of angelic Evas, North as well as South, I dare say. The Northern men and women who came here were always hardest, for they expected an African to work and behave as a white man. We do not. I have often thought from observation truly that perfect beauty hardens the heart. And as to grace, what so graceful as a cat, a tigress, or a panther? Much love, admiration, worship hardens an idol's heart. It becomes utterly callous and selfish. It expects to receive all and to give nothing. It even likes the excitement of seeing people suffer. I speak now of what I have watched with horror and amazement. Topsies I have known, but none that were beaten or ill used. Evas are mostly in the heaven of Mrs. Stowe's imagination. People can't love things dirty, ugly, and repulsive, simply because they ought to do so, but they can be good to them at a distance. That's easy. You see, I cannot rise very high. I can only judge by what I see. March 14th. Thank God for a ship! It has run the blockade with arms and ammunition. There are no negro sexual relations half so shocking as Mormonism. And yet the United States government makes no bones of receiving Mormons into its Sacred Heart. Mr. Venable said England held her hand over "the malignant and the turbaned Turk" to save and protect him, slaves, seraglio, and all. But she rolls up the whites of her eyes at us when slavery, bad as it is stepping out into freedom every moment through Christian civilization. They do not grudge the Turk even his bag and Bosphorus privileges. To a recalcitrant wife it is, "Here yawns the sack, there rolls the sea," etc. And France, the bold, the brave, the ever free, she has not been so tender-footed in Algiers. But then, the "you are another" argument is a shabby one. "You see," says Mary Preston sagaciously, "we are white Christian descendants of Huguenots and Cavaliers, and they expect of us different conduct." Went in Mrs. Preston's landau to bring my boarding school girls here to dine. At my door met J. F., who wanted me then and there to promise to help him with his commission or put him in the way of one. At the carriage steps I was handed in by Gus Smith, who wants his brother made commissary. The beauty of it all is they think I have some influence, and I have not a particle. The subject of Mr. Chesnut's military affairs, promotions, etc., is never mentioned by me. March 15th. When we came home from Richmond, there stood Warren Nelson propped up against my door, lazily waiting for me, the handsome creature. He said he meant to be heard, so I walked back with him to the drawing room. They are wasting their time dancing attendance on me. I can not help them. Let them shoulder their musket and go to the wars like men. After tea came Mars Kit. He said for a talk, but that Mr. Preston would not let him have, for Mr. Preston had arrived some time before him. Mr. Preston said Mars Kit thought it bad form to laugh. After that you may be sure a laugh from Mars Kit was secured. Again and again he was forced to laugh with a will. I reversed Oliver Wendell Holmes's good resolution never to be as funny as he could. I did my very utmost. Mr. Venable interrupted the fun, which was fast and furious, with the very best of bad news. New Bern shelled and burned, cotton, turpentine, everything. There were 5,000 North Carolinians in the fray, 12,000 Yankees. Now there stands Goldsboro. One more step and we are cut in two. The railroad is our backbone, like the Blue Ridge and the Alleghanies, with which it runs parallel. So many discomforts, no wonder we are downhearted. Mr. Venable thinks as we do. Garnett is our most thorough scholar, Lamar the most original, and the cleverest of our men. L.Q.C. Lamar; time fails me to write all his name. Then there is R.M.T. Hunter. Muscoe Russell Garnett and his Northern wife, that match was made at my house in Washington when Garnett was a member of the United States Congress. March 17th. Back to the Congaree house to await my husband, who has made a rapid visit to the Wateree region. As we drove up, Mr. Chesnut said, "Did you see the stare of respectful admiration E.R. bestowed upon you, so curiously prolonged? I could hardly keep my countenance." "Yes, my dear child, I feel the honor of it, though my individual self goes for nothing in it. I am the wife of the man who has the appointing power just now, with so many commissions to be filled. I am nearly 40, and they do my understanding the credit to suppose I can be made to believe they admire my mature charms. They think they fool me into thinking that they believe me charming. There is hardly any farce in the world more laughable. Last night a house was set on fire. Last week 2 houses. The red cock crows in the barn. Our troubles thicken, indeed, when treachery comes from that dark quarter. When the President first offered Johnston Pettigrew a brigadier generalship, his answer was, "Not yet. Too many men are ahead of me who have earned their promotion in the field. I will come after them, not before. So far I have done nothing to merit reward," etc. He would not take rank when he could get it. I fancy he may cool his heels now waiting for it. He was too high and mighty. There was another conscientious man, Burnet of Kentucky. He gave up his regiment to his lieutenant colonel when he found the lieutenant colonel could command the regiment and Burnet could not maneuver it in the field. He went into the fight simply as an aide to Floyd. Modest merit just now is at a premium. William Gilmore Simms is here. Read us his last poetry. Have forgotten already what it was about. It was not tiresome, however, and that is a great thing when people will persist in reading their own rhymes. I did not hear what Mr. Preston was saying. "The last piece of Richmond news," Mr. Chesnut said as he went away, and he looked so fagged out I asked no questions. I knew it was bad. At daylight there was a loud knocking at my door. I hurried on a dressing gown and flew to open the door. "Mrs. Chesnut, Mrs. M. says please don't forget her son. Mr. Chesnut, she hears, has come back. Please get her son a commission. He must have an office." I shut the door in the servant's face. If I had the influence these foolish people attribute to me, why should I not help my own? I have a brother, 2 brothers in law, and no end of kin, all gentlemen privates, and privates they would stay to the end of time before they said a word to me about commissions. After a long talk we were finally disgusted, and the men went off to the bulletin board. Whatever else it shows, good or bad, there is always woe for some house in the killed and wounded. We have need of stout hearts. I feel a sinking of mine as we drive near the board. March 18th. My war archon is beset for commissions, and somebody says for every one given you make 1 ingrate and 1,000 enemies. As I entered Miss Mary Stark's, I whispered, "He has promised to vote for Lewis." What radiant faces! To my friend, Miss Mary said, "Your son in law, what is he doing for his country?" "He is a tax collector." Then spoke up the stout old girl, "Look at my cheek; it is red with blushing for you. A great, hale, hearty young man. Fie on him! Fie on him! For shame! Tell his wife, run him out of the house with a broomstick; send him down to the coast at least." Fancy my cheeks! I could not raise my eyes to the poor lady so mercilessly assaulted. My face was as hot with compassion as the outspoken Miss Mary pretended hers to be with vicarious mortification. Went to see sweet and saintly Mrs. Bartow. She read us a letter from Mississippi. Not so bad. More men there than the enemy suspected, and torpedoes to blow up the wretches when they came. Next to see Mrs. Izard. She had with her a relative just from the North. This lady had asked Seward for passports, and he told her to hold on a while; the road to South Carolina will soon be open to all, open and safe. To day Mrs. Arthur Hayne heard from her daughter that Richmond is to be given up. Mrs. Buell is her daughter. Met Mr. Chesnut, who said, "New Madrid has been given up." I do not know any more than the dead where New Madrid is. It is bad all the same, this giving up. I can't stand it. The hemming in process is nearly complete. The ring of fire is almost unbroken. New Madrid, Missouri, had been under siege since March 3, 1862. Mr. Chesnut's negroes offered to fight for him if he would arm them. He pretended to believe them. He says one man can not do it. The whole country must agree to it. He would trust such as he would select, and he would give so many acres of land and his freedom to each one as he enlisted. Mrs. Albert Rhett came for an office for her son John. I told her Mr. Chesnut would never propose a kinsman for an office, but if any one else would bring him forward he would vote for him certainly, as he is so eminently fit for position. Now he is a private. March 19th. He who runs may read. Conscription means that we are in a tight place. This war was a volunteer business. To morrow conscription begins, the dernier ressort. The President has remodeled his cabinet, leaving Bragg for North Carolina. His war minister is Randolph of Virginia. A Union man par excellence, Watts of Alabama, is Attorney General. And now, too late by 1 year, when all the mechanics are in the army, Mallory begins to telegraph Captain Ingraham to build ships at any expense. We are locked in and can not get the requisites for naval architecture, says a magniloquent person. Henry Frost says all hands wink at cotton going out. Why not send it out and buy ships? Every now and then there is a holocaust of cotton burning, says the magniloquent. Conscription has waked the Rip Van Winkles. The streets of Columbia were never so crowded with men. To fight and to be made to fight are different things. To my small wits, whenever people were persistent, united, and rose in their might, no general, however great, succeeded in subjugating them. Have we not swamps, forests, rivers, mountains, every natural barrier? The Carthaginians begged for peace because they were a luxurious people and could not endure the hardship of war, though the enemy suffered as sharply as they did. Factions among themselves is the rock on which we split. Now for the great soul who is to rise up and lead us. Why tarry his footsteps? March 20th. The Merrimac is now called the Virginia. I think these changes of names so confusing and so senseless. Like the French Royal Bengal Tiger, National Tiger, etc. Rue this, and next day rue that, the very days and months a symbol, and nothing signified. I was lying on the sofa in my room, and two men slowly walking up and down the corridor talked aloud as if necessarily all rooms were unoccupied at this midday hour. I asked Maum Mary who they were. Yeadon and Barnwell Rhett, Jr. They abused the council roundly, and my husband's name arrested my attention. Afterward, when Yeadon attacked Mr. Chesnut surprised him by knowing beforehand all he had to say. Naturally, I had repeated the loud interchange of views I had overheard in the corridor. First, Nathan Davis called. Then Gonzales, who presented a fine, soldierly appearance in his soldier clothes, and the likeness to Beauregard was greater than ever. Nathan, all the world knows, is by profession a handsome man. General Gonzales told us what in the bitterness of his soul he had written to Jeff Davis. He regretted that he had not been his classmate, then he might have been as well treated as Northrop. In any case, he would not have been refused a brigadiership, citing General Trapier and Tom Drayton. He had worked for it, had earned it; they had not. To his surprise, Mr. Davis answered him, and in a sharp note of 4 pages. Mr. Davis demanded from whom he quoted, not his classmate. General Gonzales responded, "From the public voice only." Now he will fight for us all the same, but go on demanding justice from Jeff Davis until he gets his dues. At least, until one of them gets his dues, for he means to go on hitting Jeff Davis over the head whenever he has a chance. "I am afraid," said I, "you will find it a hard head to crack." He replied in his flowery Spanish way, "Jeff Davis will be the sun radiating all light, heat, and patronage. He will not be a moon reflecting public opinion, for he has the soul of a despot; he delights to spite public opinion. See, people abused him for making Crittenden brigadier. Straightway he made him major general, and just after a blundering, besotted defeat, too." Also he told the President in that letter, Napoleon made his generals after great deeds on their part, and not for having been educated at St. Cyr or Brie or the Polytechnique, etc., etc. Nathan Davis sat as still as a Sioux warrior; not an eyelash moved. And yet he said afterward that he was amused while the Spaniard railed at his great namesake. Gonzales said, "Mrs. Slidell would proudly say that she was a Creole. They were such fools, they thought Creole meant—" Here Nathan interrupted pleasantly, "At the St. Charles, in New Orleans, on the bill of fare were Creole eggs. When they were brought to a man who had ordered them, with perfect simplicity, he held them up. Why, they are only hens' eggs, after all." What in heaven's name he expected them to be, who can say? smiled Nathan the elegant. One lady says, as I sit reading in the drawing room window while Maum Mary puts my room to rights, "I clothe my negroes well. I could not bear to see them in dirt and rags; it would be unpleasant to me." Another lady, "Yes, well, so do I, but not fine clothes, you know. I feel, now, it was one of our sins as a nation, the way we indulged them in sinful finery. We will be punished for it." Last night Mrs. Pickens met General Cooper. Madam knew General Cooper only as our Adjutant General and Mr. Mason's brother in law. In her slow, graceful, impressive way, her beautiful eyes eloquent with feeling, she inveighed against Mr. Davis's wickedness in always sending men born at the North to command at Charleston. General Cooper is on his way to make a tour of inspection there now. The dear General settled his head on his cravat with the aid of his forefinger; he tugged rather more nervously with the something that is always wrong inside of his collar, and looked straight up through his spectacles. Some one crossed the room, stood back of Mrs. Pickens, and murmured in her ear, "General Cooper was born in New York." Sudden silence. Dined with General Cooper at the Prestons'. General Hampton and Blanton Duncan were there also, the latter a thoroughly free and easy Western man, handsome and clever, more audacious than either, perhaps. He pointed to Buck, Sally Buchanan Campbell Preston. "What's that girl laughing at?" Poor child, how amazed she looked. He bade them not despair; all the nice young men would not be killed in the war; there would be a few left. For himself, he could give them no hope; Mrs. Duncan was uncommonly healthy. Mrs. Duncan is also lovely; we have seen her. Chapter 11, Part 3 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librovox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauriann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 3. March 24th. I was asked to the Tognos' tea, so refused to drive with Mary Preston. As I sat at my solitary casement waiting for the time to come for the Tognos, saw Mrs. Preston's landau pass and Mr. Venable making Mary laugh at some of his army stories, as only Mr. Venable can. Already I felt that I had paid too much for my whistle, that is, the Togno tea. The Gibbses, Trenholms, Edmund Rhett there. Edmund Rhett has very fine eyes and makes fearful play with them. He sits silent and motionless, with his hands on his knees, his head bent forward, and his eyes fixed upon you. I could think of nothing like it but a setter and a covey of partridges. As to President Davis, he sank to profounder deeps of abuse of him than even Gonzales. I quoted Yancey: "A crew may not like their captain, but if they are mad enough to mutiny while a storm is raging, all hands are bound to go to the bottom." After that I contented myself with a mild shake of the head when I disagreed with him, and at last I began to shake so persistently it amounted to incipient palsy. "Jeff Davis," he said, "is conceited, wrong-headed, wranglesome, obstinate, a traitor." "Now I have borne much in silence," said I at last, "but that is pernicious nonsense. Do not let us waste any more time listening to your quotations from the Mercury." He very good naturedly changed the subject, which was easy just then, for a delicious supper was on the table ready for us. But Doctor Gibbes began anew the fighting. He helped me to some pâté. "Not foie gras," said Madame Togno, "pâté perdreau." Doctor Gibbes, however, gave it a flavor of his own. "Eat it," said he. "It is good for you, rich and wholesome, healthy as cod liver oil." A queer thing happened. At the post office a man saw a small boy open with a key the box of the Governor and the Council, take the contents of the box, and run for his life. Of course this man called to the urchin to stop. The urchin did not heed, but seeing himself pursued began tearing up the letters and papers. He was caught and the fragments were picked up. Finding himself a prisoner, he pointed out the negro who gave him the key. The negro was arrested. Governor Pickens called to see me to day. We began with Fort Sumter. For an hour did we hammer at that fortress. We took it gun by gun. He was very pleasant and friendly in his manner. James Chesnut has been so nice this winter, so reasonable and considerate, that is, for a man. The night I came from Madame Togno's, instead of making a row about the lateness of the hour, he said he was so wide awake and so hungry. I put on my dressing gown and scrambled some eggs, etc., there on our own fire. And with our feet on the fender and the small supper table between us, we enjoyed the supper and glorious gossip. Rather a pleasant state of things when one's own husband is in good humor and cleverer than all the men outside. This afternoon, the entente cordiale still subsisting, Maum Mary beckoned me out mysteriously, but Mr. Chesnut said, "Speak out, old woman, nobody here but myself." "Mars Nathum Davis wants to speak to her," said she. So I hurried off to the drawing room, Maum Mary flapping her down at the heels shoes in my wake. "He's gwine because somebody done stole his boots. How could he stay bidout boots?" So Nathan said good by. Then we met General Gist, Maum Mary still hovering near, and I congratulated him on being promoted. He is now a brigadier. This he received with modest complaisance. "I knowed he was a general," said Maum Mary as he passed on. "He told me as soon as he got in his room before his boy put down his trunks." As Nathan, the unlucky, said good by, he informed me that a Mr. Reed from Montgomery was in the drawing room and wanted to see me. Mr. Reed had traveled with our foreign envoy, Yancey. I was keen for news from abroad. Mr. Reed settled that summarily. "Mr. Yancey says we need not have one jot of hope. He could bowstring Mallory for not buying arms in time. The very best citizens wanted to depose the State government and take things into their own hands, the powers that be being inefficient. Western men are hurrying to the front, bestirring themselves. In 2 more months we shall be ready." What could I do but laugh? I do hope the enemy will be considerate and charitable enough to wait for us. Mr. Reed's calm faith in the power of Mr. Yancey's eloquence was beautiful to see. He asked for Mr. Chesnut. I went back to our rooms, swelling with news like a pouter pigeon. Mr. Chesnut said, "Well, 4 hours! A call from Nathan Davis of 4 hours!" Men are too absurd. So I bear the honors of my 40 years gallantly. I can but laugh. "Mr. Nathan Davis went by the 5 o'clock train," I said. "It is now about 6 or 7, maybe 8. I have had so many visitors. Mr. Reed of Alabama is asking for you out there." He went without a word, but I doubt if he went to see Mr. Reed, my laughing had made him so angry. At last Lincoln threatens us with a proclamation abolishing slavery, here in the free Southern Confederacy. And they say McClellan is deposed. They want more fighting. I mean the government, whose skins are safe, they want more fighting, and trust to luck for the skill of the new generals. The Emancipation Proclamation was not actually issued until September 22, 1862, when it was a notice to the Confederates to return to the Union, emancipation being proclaimed as a result of their failure to do so. The real proclamation, freeing the slaves, was delayed until January 1, 1863, when it was put forth as a war measure. Mrs. Chesnut's reference is doubtless to President Lincoln's message to Congress, March 6, 1862, in which he made recommendations regarding the abolition of slavery. March 28th. I did leave with regret Maum Mary. She was such a good, well informed old thing. My Molly, though perfection otherwise, does not receive the confidential communications of new made generals at the earliest moment. She is of very limited military information. Maum Mary was the comfort of my life. She saved me from all trouble as far as she could. 70, if she is a day, she is as spry and active as a cat, of a curiosity that knows no bounds, black and clean. Also, she knows a joke at first sight, and she is honest. I fancy the negroes are ashamed to rob people as careless as James Chesnut and myself. One night, just before we left the Congaree house, Mr. Chesnut had forgotten to tell some all important thing to Governor Gist, who was to leave on a public mission next day. So at the dawn of day he put on his dressing gown and went to the Governor's room. He found the door unlocked and the Governor fast asleep. He shook him. Half asleep, the Governor sprang up and threw his arms around Mr. Chesnut's neck and said, "Honey, is it you?" The mistake was rapidly set right, and the bewildered plenipotentiary was given his instructions. Mr. Chesnut came into my room, threw himself on the sofa, and nearly laughed himself to extinction, imitating again and again the pathetic tone of the Governor's greeting. Mr. Chesnut calls Lawrence Adolphe, but says he is simply perfect as a servant. Mary Stevens said, "I thought Cousin James the laziest man alive until I knew his man Lawrence." Lawrence will not move an inch or lift a finger for any one but his master. Mrs. Middleton politely sent him on an errand. Lawrence, too, was very polite. Hours after, she saw him sitting on the fence of the front yard. "Didn't you go?" she asked. "No, ma'am, I am waiting for Mars Jeems." Mrs. Middleton calls him now Mr. Take it easy. My very last day's experience at the Congaree. I was waiting for Mars Jeems in the drawing room when a lady there declared herself to be the wife of an officer in Clingman's regiment. A gentleman who seemed quite friendly with her told her all Mr. Chesnut said, thought, intended to do, wrote, and felt. I asked, "Are you certain of all these things you say of Colonel Chesnut?" The man hardly deigned to notice this impertinent interruption from a stranger presuming to speak, but who had not been introduced. After he went out, the wife of Clingman's officer was seized with an intuitive curiosity. "Madam, will you tell me your name?" I gave it, adding, "I dare say I showed myself an intelligent listener when my husband's affairs were under discussion." At first I refused to give my name because it would have embarrassed her friend if she had told him who I was. The man was Mr. Chesnut's secretary, but I had never seen him before. A letter from Kate says she had been up all night preparing David's things. Little Serena sat up and helped her mother. They did not know that they would ever see him again. Upon reading it, I wept, and James Chesnut cursed the Yankees. Gave the girls a quantity of flannel for soldiers' shirts, also a string of pearls to be raffled for at the gunboat fair. Mary Witherspoon has sent a silver teapot. We do not spare our precious things now. Our silver and gold, what are they, when we give up to war our beloved? April 2d. Dr. Trezevant, attending Mr. Chesnut, who was ill, came and found his patient gone. He could not stand the news of that last battle. He got up and dressed, weak as he was, and went forth to hear what he could for himself. The doctor was angry with me for permitting this, and more angry with him for such folly. I made him listen to the distinction between feminine folly and virulent vagaries and nonsense. He said, "He will certainly be salivated after all that calomel out in this damp weather." To day the ladies in their landaus were bitterly attacked by the morning paper for lolling back in their silks and satins, with tall footmen in livery, driving up and down the streets, while the poor soldiers' wives were on the sidewalks. It is the old story of rich and poor. My little barouche is not here, nor has James Chesnut any of his horses here. But then I drive every day with Mrs. McCord and Mrs. Preston, either of whose turnouts fits the bill. The Governor's carriage, horses, servants, etc., are splendid, just what they should be. Why not? April 14th. Our fair is in full blast. We keep a restaurant. Our waitresses are Mary and Buck Preston, Isabella Martin, and Grace Elmore. April 15th. Trescott is too clever ever to be a bore. That was proved to day, for he stayed 2 hours. As usual, Mr. Chesnut said 4. Trescott was very surly, calls himself ex-Secretary of State of the United States. Now nothing in particular of South Carolina or the Confederate States. Then he yawned, "What a bore this war is. I wish it was ended one way or another." He speaks of going across the border and taking service in Mexico. "Rubbish! Not much Mexico for you," I answered. Another patriot came then and averred, "I will take my family back to town, that we may all surrender together. I gave it up early in the spring." Trescott made a face behind backs and said, "Losh." The enemy have flanked Beauregard at Nashville. There is grief enough for Albert Sidney Johnston now; we begin to see what we have lost. We were pushing them into the river when General Johnston was wounded. Beauregard was lying in his tent at the rear, in a green sickness melancholy, but no matter what the name of the malady. He was too slow to move and lost all the advantage gained by our dead hero. Without him there is no head to our Western army. Pulaski has fallen. What more is there to fall? Footnote: The battle of Shiloh, or Pittsburg Landing, in Tennessee, 88 miles east of Memphis, had been fought on April 6 and 7, 1862. The Federals were commanded by General Grant, who, on the second day, was reenforced by General Buell. The Confederates were commanded by Albert Sidney Johnston on the first day, when Johnston was killed, and on the second day by General Beauregard. April 15th. Mrs. Middleton. How did you settle Molly's little difficulty with Mrs. McMahon, that piece of her mind that Molly gave our landlady? Oh, paid our way out of it, of course, and I apologized for Molly. Gladden, the hero of the Palmettos, in Mexico, is killed. Shiloh has been a dreadful blow to us. Last winter Stephen, my brother, had it in his power to do such a nice thing for Colonel Gladden. In the dark he heard his name, also that he had to walk 25 miles in Alabama mud or go on an ammunition wagon. So he introduced himself as a South Carolinian to Colonel Gladden, whom he knew only by reputation as colonel of the Palmetto Regiment in the Mexican War. And they drove him in his carriage comfortably to where he wanted to go, a night drive of 50 miles for Stephen, for he had the return trip, too. I would rather live in Siberia, worse still in Sahara, than live in a country surrendered to Yankees. The Carolinian says the conscription bill passed by Congress is fatal to our liberties as a people. Let us be a people "certain and sure," as poor Tom B. said, and then talk of rebelling against our home government. Sat up all night. Read Eothen straight through, our old Wiley and Putnam edition that we bought in London in 1845. How could I sleep? The power they are bringing to bear against our country is tremendous. Its weight may be irresistible. Dare not think of that, however. April 21st. Have been ill. One day I dined at Mrs. Preston's, pâté de foie gras and partridge prepared for me as I liked them. I had been awfully depressed for days, and could not sleep at night for anxiety, but I did not know that I was bodily ill. Mrs. Preston came home with me. She said emphatically, "Molly, if your mistress is worse in the night, send for me instantly." I thought it very odd. I could not breathe if I attempted to lie down, and very soon I lost my voice. Molly raced out and sent Lawrence for Dr. Trezevant. She said I had the croup. The doctor said congestion of the lungs. So here I am, stranded, laid by the heels. Battle after battle has occurred, disaster after disaster. Every morning's paper is enough to kill a well woman and age a strong and hearty one. To day the waters of this stagnant pool were wildly stirred. The President telegraphed for my husband to come on to Richmond, and offered him a place on his staff. I was a joyful woman. It was a way opened by Providence from this slough of despond, this council whose counsel no one takes. I wrote to Mr. Davis, "With thanks, and begging your pardon, how I would like to go." Mrs. Preston agrees with me; Mr. Chesnut ought to go. Through Mr. Chesnut the President might hear many things to the advantage of our State, etc. Letter from Quinton Washington. That was the best tonic yet. He writes so cheerfully. We have 50,000 men on the Peninsula, and McClellan 80,000. We expect that much disparity of numbers. We can stand that. April 23d. On April 23, 1840, I was married, aged 17. Consequently, on the 31st of March, 1862, I was 39. I saw a wedding to day from my window, which opens on Trinity Church. Nana Shand married a Dr. Wilson. Then a beautiful bevy of girls rushed into my room. Such a flutter and a chatter. Well, thank heaven for a wedding. It is a charming relief from the dismal litany of our daily song. A letter to day from our octogenarian at Mulberry. His nephew, Jack Dees, had 2 horses shot under him. The old Colonel has his growl, "That's enough for glory, and no hurt after all." He ends, however, with his never failing refrain, "We can't fight all the world, 2 and 2 only make 4, it can't make 1,000, numbers will not lie." He says he has lost $500,000 already in railroad bonds, bank stock, Western notes of hand, not to speak of negroes to be freed and lands to be confiscated, for he takes the gloomiest views of all things. April 26th. Doleful dumps, alarm bells ringing. Telegrams say the mortar fleet has passed the forts at New Orleans. Down into the very depths of despair are we. April 27th. New Orleans gone, and with it the Confederacy. That Mississippi ruins us if lost. The Confederacy has been done to death by the politicians. What wonder we are lost. New Orleans had been seized by the Confederates at the outbreak of the war. Steps to capture it were soon taken by the Federals, and on April 18, 1862, the mortar flotilla, under Farragut, opened fire on its protecting forts. Making little impression on them, Farragut ran boldly past the forts and destroyed the Confederate fleet, comprising 13 gunboats and 2 ironclads. On April 27th he took formal possession of the city. The soldiers have done their duty. All honor to the army. Statesmen as busy as bees about their own places, or their personal honor, too busy to see the enemy at a distance. With a microscope they were examining their own interests, or their own wrongs, forgetting the interests of the people they represented. They were concocting newspaper paragraphs to injure the government. No matter how vital it may be, nothing can be kept from the enemy. They must publish themselves night and day what they are doing, or the omniscient Buncombe will forget them. The fall of New Orleans means utter ruin to the private fortunes of the Prestons. Mr. Preston came from New Orleans so satisfied with Mansfield Level and the tremendous steam ramps he saw there. While in New Orleans, Burnside offered Mr. Preston $500,000, a debt due to him from Burnside, and he refused to take it. He said the money was safer in Burnside's hands than his. And so it may prove, so ugly is the outlook now. Burnside is wide awake. He is not a man to be caught napping. Mary Preston was saying she had asked the Hamptons how they relished the idea of being paupers. If the country is saved, none of us will care for that sort of thing. Philosophical and patriotic, Mr. Chesnut came in, saying, "Conrad has been telegraphed from New Orleans that the great ironclad Louisiana went down at the first shot." Mr. Chesnut and Mary Preston walked off, first to the bulletin board, and then to the Prestons. Chapter 11, Part 3. Chapter 11, Part 4 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurianne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 4. April 29th. A grand smash, the news from New Orleans fatal to us. Met Mr. Weston. He wanted to know where he could find a place of safety for 200 negroes. I looked into his face to see if he were in earnest, then to see if he were sane. There was a certain set of 200 negroes that had grown to be a nuisance. Apparently all the white men of the family had felt bound to stay at home to take care of them. There are people who still believe negroes property, like Noah's neighbors who insisted that the deluge would only be a little shower after all. These negroes, however, were Plowden Weston's, a totally different part of speech. He gave field rifles to one company and $40,000 to another. He is away with our army at Corinth. So I said, "You may rely upon Mr. Chesnut, who will assist you to his uttermost in finding a home for these people. Nothing belonging to that patriotic gentleman shall come to grief if we have to take charge of them on our own place." Mr. Chesnut did get a place for them, as I said he would. Had to go to the Governor's, or they would think we had hoisted the black flag. Heard there we are going to be beaten as Cortez beat the Mexicans, by superior arms. Mexican bows and arrows made a poor showing in the face of Spanish accoutrements. Our enemies have such superior weapons of war, we hardly any but what we capture from them in the fray. The Saxons and the Normans were in the same plight. War seems a game of chess, but we have an unequal number of pawns to begin with. We have knights, kings, queens, bishops, and castles enough. But our skillful generals, whenever they can not arrange the board to suit them exactly, burn up everything and march away. We want them to save the country. They seem to think their whole duty is to destroy ships and save the army. Mr. Robert Barnwell wrote that he had to hang his head for South Carolina. We had not furnished our quota of the new levy, 5,000 men. To day Colonel Chesnut published his statement to show that we have sent 13,000 instead of the mere number required of us, so Mr. Barnwell can hold up his head again. April 30th. The last day of this month of calamities. Lovell left the women and children to be shelled and took the army to a safe place. I do not understand why we do not send the women and children to the safe place and let the army stay where the fighting is to be. Armies are to save, not to be saved. At least, to be saved is not their raison d'être exactly. If this goes on, the spirit of our people will be broken. One ray of comfort comes from Henry Marshall. Our Army of the Peninsula is fine, so good I do not think McClellan will venture to attack it. So mote it be. May 6th. Mine is a painful, self-imposed task, but why write when I have nothing to chronicle but disaster? Footnote: The siege of Yorktown was begun on April 5, 1862, the place being evacuated by the Confederates on May 4th. End footnote. So I read instead, first Consuelo, then Columba, two ends of the pole certainly, and then a translated edition of Elective Affinities. Food enough for thought in every one of this odd assortment of books. At the Prestons', where I am staying, because Mr. Chesnut has gone to see his crabbed old father, whom he loves, and who is reported ill, I met Christopher Hampton. He tells us Wigfall is out on a war path, wants them to strike for Maryland. The President's opinion of the move is not given. Also Mr. Hampton met the first lieutenant of the Kirkwoods, E. M. Boykin, says he is just the same man he was in the South Carolina College. In whatever company you may meet him, he is the pleasantest man there. A telegram reads, "We have repulsed the enemy at Williamsburg." Footnote: The battle of Williamsburg was fought on May 5, 1862, by a part of McClellan's army under General Hooker and others, the Confederates being commanded by General Johnston. End footnote. Oh, if we could drive them back to their ain country! Richmond was hard pressed this day. The Mercury of to day says, Jeff Davis now treats all men as if they were idiotic insects. Mary Preston said all sisters quarreled. No, we never quarrel, I and mine. We keep all our bitter words for our enemies. We are frank heathens; we hate our enemies and love our friends. Some people, our kind, can never make up after a quarrel; hard words once only, and all is over. To us, forgiveness is impossible. Forgiveness means calm indifference, philosophy while love lasts. Forgiveness of love's wrongs is impossible. Those dutiful wives who piously overlook, well, everything, do not care one fig for their husbands. I settled that in my own mind years ago. Some people think it magnanimous to praise their enemies and to show their impartiality in justice by acknowledging the faults of their friends. I am for the simple rule, the good old plan, I praise whom I love and abuse whom I hate. Mary Preston has been translating Schiller aloud. We are provided with Bulwer's translation, Mrs. Austin's, Coleridge's, and Carlyle's, and we show how each renders the passage Mary is to convert into English. In Wallenstein, at one point of the Max and Thekla scene, I like Carlyle better than Coleridge, though they say Coleridge's Wallenstein is the only translation in the world half so good as the original. Mrs. Barstow repeated some beautiful scraps by Uhland, which I had never heard before. She is to write them for us. Peace and a literary leisure for my old age, unbroken by care and anxiety. General Preston accused me of degenerating into a boarding house gossip, and is answered triumphantly by his daughters. But, papa, one you love to gossip with full well. Hampton Estate has 1,500 negroes on Lake Washington, Mississippi. Hampton girls talking in the language of James's novels. Neither Wade nor Preston, that splendid boy, would lay a lance in rest, or couch it, which is the right phrase for fighting, to preserve slavery. They hate it as we do. What are they fighting for? Southern rights, whatever that is. And they do not want to be understrappers forever to the Yankees. They talk well enough about it, but I forget what they say. Johnny Chesnut says, "No use to give a reason, a fellow could not stay away from the fight, not well." It takes 4 negroes to wait on Johnny satisfactorily. It is this giving up that kills me. Norfolk they talk of now, why not Charleston next? I read in a Western letter, not Beauregard, but the soldiers who stopped to drink the whiskey they had captured from the enemy, lost us Shiloh. Cock Robin is as dead as he ever will be now. What matters it who killed him? May 12th. Mr. Chesnut says he is very glad he went to town. Everything in Charleston is so much more satisfactory than it is reported. Troops are in good spirits. It will take a lot of ironclads to take that city. Isaac Haynes said at dinner yesterday that both Beauregard and the President had a great opinion of Mr. Chesnut's natural ability for strategy and military evolution. Honorable Mr. Barnwell concurred; that is, Mr. Barnwell had been told so by the President. Then why did not the President offer me something better than an aideship? I heard he offered to make you a general last year, and you said you could not go over other men's shoulders until you had earned promotion. You are too hard to please. No, not exactly that. I was only offered a colonelcy, and Mr. Barnwell persuaded me to stick to the Senate. Then he wanted my place, and between the 2 stools I fell to the ground. My Molly will forget Liege and her babies, too. I asked her who sent me that beautiful bouquet I found on my center table. "I give it to you. 'Twas give to me." And Molly was all wriggle, giggle, blush. May 18th. Norfolk has been burned, and the Merrimac sunk without striking a blow since her coup d'état in Hampton Roads. Read Milton. See the speech of Adam to Eve in a new light. Women will not stay at home, will go out to see and be seen, even if it be by the devil himself. Very encouraging letters from Honorable Mr. Memminger and from L.Q. Washington. They tell the same story in very different words. It amounts to this: not 1 foot of Virginia soil is to be given up without a bitter fight for it. We have 105,000 men in all, McClellan 190,000. We can stand that disparity. What things I have been said to have said! Mr. heard me make scoffing remarks about the Governor and the Council, or he thinks he heard me. James Chesnut wrote him a note that my name was to be kept out of it. Indeed, that he was never to mention my name again under any possible circumstances. It was all preposterous nonsense, but it annoyed my husband amazingly. He said it was a scheme to use my chatter to his injury. He was very kind about it. He knows my real style so well that he can always tell my real impudence from what is fabricated for me. There is said to be an order from Butler turning over the women of New Orleans to his soldiers. Thus is the measure of his iniquities filled. We thought that generals always restrained, by shot or sword if need be, the brutality of soldiers. This hideous, cross-eyed beast orders his men to treat the ladies of New Orleans as women of the town, to punish them, he says, for their insolence. General Benjamin F. Butler took command of New Orleans on May 2, 1862. The author's reference is to his famous Order No. 28, which reads, "As the officers and soldiers of the United States have been subject to repeated insults from the women, calling themselves ladies, of New Orleans, in return for the most scrupulous non interference and courtesy on our part, it is ordered that hereafter when any female shall, by word, gesture, or movement, insult or show contempt for any officer or soldier of the United States, she shall be regarded and held liable to be treated as a woman of the town plying her vocation." This and other acts of Butler in New Orleans led Jefferson Davis to issue a proclamation declaring Butler to be a felon and an outlaw, and if captured that he should be instantly hanged. In December Butler was superseded at New Orleans by General Banks. Footprints on the boundaries of another world once more. Willie Taylor, before he left home for the army, fancied one day remember that he saw Albert Rhett standing by his side. He recoiled from the ghostly presence. "You need not do that, Willie; you will soon be as I am." Willie rushed into the next room to tell them what had happened, and fainted. It had a very depressing effect upon him. And now the other day he died in Virginia. May 24th. The enemy are landing at Georgetown. With a little more audacity, where could they not land? But we have given them such a scare they are cautious. If it be true, I hope some cool headed white men will make the negroes save the rice for us. It is so much needed. They say it might have been done at Port Royal with a little more energy. South Carolinians have pluck enough, but they only work by fits and starts; there is no continuous effort; they can't be counted on for steady work. They will stop to play, or enjoy life in some shape. Without let or hindrance, Halleck is being reenforced. Beauregard, unmolested, was making some fine speeches, and issuing proclamations, while we were fatuously looking for him to make a tiger's spring on Huntsville. Why not? Hope springs eternal in the Southern breast. My Hebrew friend, Mem Cohen, has a son in the war. He is in John Chesnut's company. Cohen is a high name among the Jews; it means Aaron. She has long fits of silence, and is absent minded. If she is suddenly roused, she is apt to say, with overflowing eyes and clasped hands, "If it please God to spare his life." Her daughter is the sweetest little thing. The son is the mother's idol. Mrs. Cohen was Miriam de Leon. I have known her intimately all my life. Mrs. Bartow, the widow of Colonel Bartow, who was killed at Manassas, was Miss Berrien, daughter of Judge Berrien, of Georgia. She is now in one of the departments here cutting bonds, Confederate bonds, for 500 Confederate dollars a year, a penniless woman. Judge Carroll, her brother in law, has been urgent with her to come and live in his home. He has a large family, and she will not be an added burden to him. In spite of all he can say, she will not forego her resolution. She will be independent. She is a resolute little woman, with the softest, silkiest voice and ways, and clever to the last point. Columbia is the place for good living, pleasant people, pleasant dinners, pleasant drives. I feel that I have put the dinners in the wrong place. They are the climax of the good things here. This is the most hospitable place in the world, and the dinners are worthy of it. In Washington there was an endless succession of state dinners. I was kindly used. I do not remember ever being condemned to two dull neighbors; on one side or the other was a clever man; so I liked Washington dinners. In Montgomery there were a few dinners, Mrs. Pollard's, for instance, but the society was not smoothed down or in shape. Such as it was given over to balls and suppers. In Charleston, Mr. Chesnut went to gentlemen's dinners all the time, no ladies present. Flowers were sent to me, and I was taken to drive and asked to tea. There could not have been nicer suppers, more perfect of their kind than were to be found at the winding up of those festivities. In Richmond there were balls, which I did not attend, very few to which I was asked. The McFarlands and Lyons, all I can remember. James Chesnut dined out nearly every day. But then the breakfasts, the Virginia breakfasts, where were always pleasant people. Indeed, I have had a good time everywhere, always clever people, and people I liked, and everybody so good to me. Here in Columbia, family dinners are the specialty. You call, or they pick you up and drive home with you. "Oh, stay to dinner," and you stay gladly. They send for your husband, and he comes willingly. Then comes a perfect dinner. You do not see how it could be improved, and yet they have not had time to alter things or add because of the unexpected guests. They have everything of the best, silver, glass, china, table linen, and damask, etc. And then the planters live within themselves, as they call it. From the plantations come mutton, beef, poultry, cream, butter, eggs, fruits, and vegetables. It is easy to live here with a cook who has been sent for training to the best eating house in Charleston. Old Mrs. Chesnut's Romeo was apprenticed at Jones's. I do not know where Mrs. Preston's got his degree, but he deserves a medal. At the Prestons' James Chesnut induced Buck to declaim something about Joan of Arc, which she does in a manner to touch all hearts. While she was speaking, my husband turned to a young gentleman who was listening to the chatter of several girls, and said, "Écoutez." The youth stared at him a moment in bewilderment, then gravely rose and began turning down the gas. Isabella said, "Écoutez, then, means put out the lights." I recall a scene which took place during a ball given by Mrs. Preston while her husband was in Louisiana. Mrs. Preston was resplendent in diamonds, point lace, and velvet. There is a gentle dignity about her which is very attractive; her voice is low and sweet, and her will is iron. She is exceedingly well informed, but very quiet, retiring, and reserved. Indeed, her apparent gentleness almost amounts to timidity. She has chiseled regularity of features, a majestic figure, perfectly molded. Governor Manning said to me, "Look at Sister Caroline. Does she look as if she had the pluck of a heroine?" Then he related how a little while ago William, the butler, came to tell her that John, the footman, was drunk in the cellar, mad with drink; that he had a carving knife which he was brandishing in drunken fury, and he was keeping everybody from their business, threatening to kill any one who dared to go into the basement. They were like a flock of frightened sheep down there. She did not speak to one of us, but followed William down to the basement, holding up her skirts. She found the servants scurrying everywhere, screaming and shouting that John was crazy and going to kill them. John was bellowing like a bull of Bashan, knife in hand, chasing them at his pleasure. Mrs. Preston walked up to him. "Give me that knife," she demanded. He handed it to her. She laid it on the table. "Now come with me," she said, putting her hand on his collar. She led him away to the empty smoke house, and there she locked him in and put the key in her pocket. Then she returned to her guests, without a ripple on her placid face. "She told me of it smiling and serene as you see her now," the Governor concluded. Before the war shut him in, General Preston sent to the lakes for his salmon, to Mississippi for his venison, to the mountains for his mutton and grouse. It is good enough, the best dish at all these houses, what the Spanish call the hearty welcome. Thackeray says at every American table he was first served with grilled hostess. At the head of the table sat a person, fiery faced, anxious, nervous, inwardly murmuring, like Falstaff, "Would it were night, Hal, and all were well." At Mulberry the house is always filled to overflowing, and one day is curiously like another. People are coming and going, carriages driving up or driving off. It has the air of a watering place, where one does not pay, and where there are no strangers. At Christmas the china closet gives up its treasures. The glass, china, silver, fine linen reserved for grand occasions come forth. As for the dinner itself, it is only a matter of greater quantity, more turkey, more mutton, more partridges, more fish, etc., and more solemn stiffness. Usually a half dozen persons unexpectedly dropping in make no difference. The family let the housekeeper know, that is all. People are beginning to come here from Richmond. One swallow does not make a summer, but it shows how the wind blows, these straws do, Mrs. Constitution Brown and Mrs. Wise. The Gibsons are at Dr. Gibbes's. It does look squally. We are drifting on the breakers. End of Chapter 11, Part 4. Chapter 11, Part 5 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 5. May 29th. Betsy, recalcitrant maid of the W.'s, has been sold to a telegraph man. She is as handsome as a mulatto ever gets to be, and clever in every kind of work. My Molly thinks her mistress very lucky in getting rid of her. She was a dangerous inmate, but she will be a good cook, a good chambermaid, a good dairymaid, a beautiful clear starcher, and the most thoroughly good for nothing woman I know to her new owners, if she chooses. Molly evidently hates her, but thinks it her duty to stand by her color. Mrs. Gibson is a Philadelphia woman. She is true to her husband and children, but she does not believe in us, the Confederacy, I mean. She is despondent and hopeless, as wanting in faith of our ultimate success as is Sally Baxter Hampton. I make allowances for those people. If I had married North, they would have a heavy handful in me just now up there. Mrs. Chesnut, my mother in law, has been 60 years in the South, and she has not changed in feeling or in taste one iota. She can not like hominy for breakfast, or rice for dinner, without a relish to give it some flavor. She can not eat watermelons and sweet potatoes sans discretion, as we do. She will not eat hot corn bread à discretion, and hot buttered biscuit without any. Richmond is obliged to fall," sighed Mrs. Gibson. "You would say so, too, if you had seen our poor soldiers." "Poor soldiers?" said I. "Are you talking of Stonewall Jackson's men? Poor soldiers, indeed!" She said her mind was fixed on one point and had ever been, though she married and came South: she never would own slaves. "Who would that was not born to it?" I cried, more excited than ever. She is very handsome, very clever, and has very agreeable manners. "Dear madam," she says, with tears in her beautiful eyes, "they have 3 armies." "But Stonewall has routed one of them already, Heath another." She only answered by an unbelieving moan. Nothing seemed to suit her, I said, as we went away. "You did not, certainly," said some one to me. "You contradicted every word she said, with a sort of indignant protest." We met Mrs. Hampton Gibbes at the door, another Virginia woman as good as gold. They told us Mrs. Davis was delightfully situated at Raleigh; North Carolinians so loyal, so hospitable. She had not been allowed to eat a meal at the hotel. "How different from Columbia," said Doctor Gibbes, looking at Mrs. Gibson, who has, no doubt, been left to take all of her meals at his house. "Oh, no," cried Mary, "you do Columbia injustice." Mrs. Chesnut used to tell us that she was never once turned over to the tender mercies of the Congaree cuisine, and at McMahan's it is fruit, flowers, invitations to dinner every day. After we came away, "Why did you not back me up?" I was asked. "Why did you let them slander Columbia?" "It was awfully awkward," I said, "but you see it would have been worse to let Doctor Gibbes and Mrs. Gibson see how different it was with other people." Took a moonlight walk after tea at the Halcott Greens. All the company did honor to the beautiful night by walking home with me. Uncle Hamilton Boykin is here, staying at the de Saussures. He says, "Manassas was play to Williamsburg," and he was at both battles. He led a part of Stuart's cavalry at the charge at Williamsburg, riding 100 yards ahead of his company. Toombs is ready for another revolution, and curses freely everything Confederate from the President down to a horse boy. He thinks there is a conspiracy against him in the army. Why? Heavens and earth, why? June 2d. A battle is said to be raging round Richmond. I am at the Prestons'. James Chesnut has gone to Richmond suddenly on business of the military department. It is always his luck to arrive in the nick of time and be present at a great battle. The battle of Fair Oaks, or Seven Pines, took place a few miles east of Richmond, on May 31 and June 1, 1862, the Federals being commanded by McClellan and the Confederates by General Joseph E. Johnston. Wade Hampton shot in the foot and Johnston Pettigrew killed. A telegram says Lee and Davis were both on the field, the enemy being repulsed. Telegraph operator said, "Madam, our men are fighting." Of course they are; what else is there for them to do now but fight? But, madam, the news is encouraging. Each army is burying its dead; that looks like a drawn battle. We haunt the bulletin board. Back to McMahan's. Mem Cohen is ill. Her daughter, Isabel, warns me not to mention the battle raging around Richmond. Young Cohen is in it. Mrs. Preston anxious and unhappy about her sons. John is with General Huger at Richmond; Willie in the swamps on the coast with his company. Mem tells me her cousin, Edwin de Leon, is sent by Mr. Davis on a mission to England. Rev. Robert Barnwell has returned to the hospital. Oh, that we had given our $1,000 to the hospital and not to the gunboat! Stonewall Jackson's movements, the Herald says, do us no harm; it is bringing out volunteers in great numbers. And a Philadelphia paper abused us so fervently I felt all the blood in me rush to my head with rage. June 3d. Dr. John Cheves is making infernal machines in Charleston to blow the Yankees up. Pretty name they have, those machines. My horses, the overseer says, are too poor to send over. There was corn enough on the place for 2 years, they said, in January. Now, in June, they write that it will not last until the new crop comes in. Somebody is having a good time on the plantation, if it be not my poor horses. Molly will tell me all when she comes back, and more. Mr. Venable has been made an aide to General Robert E. Lee. He is at Vicksburg and writes, When the fight is over here, I shall be glad to go to Virginia. He is in capital spirits. I notice army men all are when they write. Apropos of calling Major Venable "Mr.," let it be noted that in social intercourse we are not prone to give handles to the names of those we know well and of our nearest and dearest. A general's wife thinks it bad form to call her husband anything but "Mr." When she gives him his title, she simply drops into it by accident. If I am mixed on titles in this Diary, let no one blame me. Telegrams come from Richmond ordering troops from Charleston. Can not be sent, for the Yankees are attacking Charleston, doubtless with the purpose to prevent Lee's receiving reenforcements from there. Sat down at my window in the beautiful moonlight and tried hard for pleasant thoughts. A man began to play on the flute with piano accompaniment. First, "Ever of thee I am fondly dreaming," and then, "The long, long, weary day." At first I found this but a compliment to the beautiful scene, and it was soothing to my wrought up nerves. But Von Weber's last waltz was too much; I broke down. Heavens, what a bitter cry came forth, with such floods of tears. The wonder is there was any of me left. I learned that Richmond women go in their carriages for the wounded, carry them home, and nurse them. One saw a man too weak to hold his musket. She took it from him, put it on her shoulder, and helped the poor fellow along. If ever there was a man who could control every expression of emotion, who could play stoic or an Indian chief, it is James Chesnut. But one day when he came in from the council he had to own to a breakdown. He was awfully ashamed of his weakness. There was a letter from Mrs. Gilliard asking him to help her, and he tried to read it to the council. She wanted a permit to go on to her son, who lies wounded in Virginia. Colonel Chesnut could not control his voice. There was not a dry eye there, when suddenly one man called out, "God bless the woman." Johnston Pettigrew's aide says he left his chief mortally wounded on the battle field. Just before Johnston Pettigrew went to Italy to take a hand in the war there for freedom, I met him one day at Mrs. Frank Hampton's. A number of people were present. Some one spoke of the engagement of the beautiful Miss to Hugh Rose. Some one else asked, "How do you know they are engaged?" Well, I never heard it, but I saw it. In London, a month or so ago, I entered Mrs. 's drawing room, and I saw these two young people seated on a sofa opposite the door. Well, that amounted to nothing. No, not in itself, but they looked so foolish and so happy. I have noticed newly engaged people always look that way. And so on. Johnston Pettigrew was white and red in quick succession during this turn of the conversation. He was in a rage of indignation and disgust. "I think this kind of talk is taking a liberty with the young lady's name," he exclaimed finally, "and that it is an impertinence in us." I fancy him left dying alone. I wonder what they feel, those who are left to die of their wounds, alone on the battle field. Free schools are not everything, as witness this spelling. Yankee epistles found in camp show how illiterate they can be, with all their boasted schools. Fredericksburg is spelled Fredrexbirg, medicine Metison, and we read "to my Sweat brother," etc. For the first time in my life, no books can interest me. Life is so real, so utterly earnest, that fiction is flat. Nothing but what is going on in this distracted world of ours can arrest my attention for 10 minutes at a time. June 4th. Battles occur near Richmond, with bombardment of Charleston. Beauregard is said to be fighting his way out or in. Mrs. Gibson is here, at Dr. Gibbes's. Tears are always in her eyes. Her eldest son is Willie Preston's lieutenant. They are down on the coast. She owns that she has no hope at all. She was a Miss Eyre of Philadelphia, and says, "We may look for Burnside now; our troops which held him down to his iron flotilla have been withdrawn. They are 3 to 1 against us now, and they have hardly begun to put out their strength in numbers, I mean. We have come to the end of our tether, except we wait for the yearly crop of boys as they grow up to the requisite age." She would make despondent the most sanguine person alive. "As a general rule," says Mrs. Gibson, "government people are sanguine, but the son of one high functionary whispered to Mary G., as he handed her into the car, Richmond is bound to go. The idea now is that we are to be starved out. If they shut us in, prolong the agony, it can then have but one end. Mrs. Preston and I speak in whispers, but Mrs. McCord scorns whispers and speaks out. She says: "There are our soldiers. Since the world began there never were better. But God does not deign to send us a general worthy of them. I do not mean drill sergeants or military old maids, who will not fight until everything is just so. The real ammunition of our war is faith in ourselves and enthusiasm in our cause. West Point sits down on enthusiasm, laughs it to scorn. It wants discipline. And now comes a new danger, these blockade runners. They are filling their pockets, and they jibe and sneer at the fools who fight. Don't you see this Stonewall, how he fires the soldiers' hearts? He will be our leader, maybe, after all. They say he does not care how many are killed. His business is to save the country, not the army. He fights to win, God bless him, and he wins. If they do not want to be killed, they can stay at home. They say he leaves the sick and wounded to be cared for by those whose business it is to do so. His business is war. They say he wants to hoist the black flag, have a short, sharp, decisive war, and end it. He is a Christian soldier." June 5th. Beauregard retreating and his rear guard cut off. If Beauregard's veterans will not stand, why should we expect our newly levied reserves to do it? The Yankee general who is besieging Savannah announces his orders are to take Savannah in 2 weeks' time, and then proceed to erase Charleston from the face of the earth. Albert Luryea was killed in the battle of June 1st. Last summer, when a bomb fell in the very thick of his company, he picked it up and threw it into the water. Think of that, those of ye who love life. The company sent the bomb to his father. Inscribed on it were the words, "Albert Luryea, bravest where all are brave." Isaac Hayne did the same thing at Fort Moultrie. This race has brains enough, but they are not active minded, like those old Revolutionary characters, the Middletons, Lowndeses, Rutledges, Marions, Sumters. They have come direct from active minded forefathers, or they would not have been here. But with 2 or 3 generations of gentlemen planters, how changed has the blood become. Of late, all the active minded men who have sprung to the front in our government were immediate descendants of Scotch or Scotch Irish, Calhoun, McDuffie, Cheves, and Pettigrew, who Huguenoted his name, but could not tie up his Irish. Our planters are nice fellows, but slow to move, impulsive, but hard to keep moving. They are wonderful for a spurt, but with all their strength, they like to rest. June 6th. Paul Hayne, the poet, has taken rooms here. My husband came and offered to buy me a pair of horses. He says I need more exercise in the open air. "Come now, are you providing me with the means of a rapid retreat?" said I. "I am pretty badly equipped for marching." Mrs. Rose Greenhow is in Richmond. One half of the ungrateful Confederates say Seward sent her. My husband says the Confederacy owes her a debt it can never pay. She warned them at Manassas, and so they got Joe Johnston and his paladins to appear upon the stage in the very nick of time. In Washington they said Lord Napier left her a legacy to the British legation, which accepted the gift, unlike the British nation, who would not accept Emma Hamilton and her daughter Horatia, though they were willed to the nation by Lord Nelson. Mem Cohen, fresh from the hospital where she went with a beautiful Jewish friend. Rachel, as we will call her, be it her name or no, was put to feed a very weak patient. Mem noticed what a handsome fellow he was and how quiet and clean. She fancied by those tokens that he was a gentleman. In performance of her duties, the lovely young nurse leaned kindly over him and held the cup to his lips. When that ceremony was over and she had wiped his mouth, to her horror she felt a pair of by no means weak arms around her neck and a kiss upon her lips which she thought strong indeed. She did not say a word; she made no complaint. She slipped away from the hospital, and hereafter in her hospital work will minister at long range, no matter how weak and weary, sick and sore the patient may be. "And," said Mem, "I thought he was a gentleman." Well, a gentleman is a man, after all, and she ought not to have put those red lips of hers so near. June 7th. Cheves McCord's battery on the coast has 3 guns and 100 men. If this battery should be captured, John's Island and James Island would be open to the enemy, and so Charleston exposed utterly. Wade Hampton writes to his wife that Chickahominy was not as decided a victory as he could have wished. Fort Pillow and Memphis have been given up. Next, and next. Footnote: Fort Pillow was on the Mississippi above Memphis. It had been erected by the Confederates, but was occupied by the Federals on June 5, 1862, the Confederates having evacuated and partially destroyed it the day before. On June 6, 1862, the Federal fleet defeated the Confederates near Memphis. The city soon afterward was occupied by the Federals. End of chapter 11, part 5. Chapter 11, Part 6 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauriann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 6. June 9th. When we read of the battles in India, in Italy, in the Crimea, what did we care? Only an interesting topic, like any other, to look for in the paper. Now you hear of a battle with a thrill and a shudder. It has come home to us. Half the people that we know in the world are under the enemy's guns. A telegram reaches you, and you leave it on your lap. You are pale with fright. You handle it, or you dread to touch it, as you would a rattlesnake. Worse, worse, a snake could only strike you. How many, many will this scrap of paper tell you have gone to their death? When you meet people, sad and sorrowful is the greeting. They press your hand. Tears stand in their eyes or roll down their cheeks as they happen to possess more or less self-control. They have brother, father, or sons, as the case may be, in battle. And now this thing seems never to stop. We have no breathing time given us. It cannot be so at the North, for the papers say gentlemen do not go into the ranks there, but are officers or clerks of departments. Then we see so many members of foreign regiments among our prisoners, Germans, Irish, Scotch. The proportion of trouble is awfully against us. Every company on the field, rank and file, is filled with our nearest and dearest, who are common soldiers. Mem Cohen's story to day. A woman she knew heard her son was killed, and had hardly taken in the horror of it, when they came to say it was all a mistake in the name. She fell on her knees with a shout of joy. "Praise the Lord, O my soul!" she cried in her wild delight. The household was totally upset; the swing back of the pendulum from the scene of weeping and wailing of a few moments before was very exciting. In the midst of this hubbub the hearse drove up with the poor boy in his metallic coffin. Does anybody wonder so many women die? Grief and constant anxiety kill nearly as many women at home as men are killed on the battlefield. Mem's friend is at the point of death with brain fever. The sudden changes from grief to joy and joy to grief were more than she could bear. A story from New Orleans. As some Yankees passed two boys playing in the street, one of the boys threw a handful of burned cotton at them, saying, "I keep this for you." The other, not to be outdone, spit at the Yankees and said, "I keep this for you." The Yankees marked the house. Afterward a corporal's guard came. Madam was affably conversing with a friend, and in vain the friend, who was a mere morning caller, protested he was not the master of the house. He was marched off to prison. Mr. Moyes got his money out of New Orleans. He went to a station with his two sons, who were quite small boys. When he got there the carriage that he expected was not to be seen. He had brought no money with him, knowing he might be searched. Some friend called out, "I will lend you my horse, but then you will be obliged to leave the children." This offer was accepted, and as he rode off, one of the boys called out, "Papa, here is your tobacco which you have forgotten." Mr. Moyes turned back, and the boy handed up a roll of tobacco, which he had held openly in his hand all the time. Mr. Moyes took it and galloped off, waving his hat to them. In that roll of tobacco was encased $25,000. Now the Mississippi is virtually open to the Yankees. Beauregard has evacuated Corinth. Corinth was besieged by the Federals under General Halleck in May, 1862, and was evacuated by the Confederates under Beauregard on May 29th. Henry Nott was killed at Shiloh, Mrs. Auzé wrote to tell us. She had no hope. To be conquered and ruined had always been her fate, strive as she might, and now she knew it would be through her country that she would be made to feel. She had had more than most women to endure, and the battle of life she had tried to fight with courage, patience, faith. Long years ago, when she was young, her lover died. Afterward she married another. Then her husband died, and next her only son. When New Orleans fell, her only daughter was there, and Mrs. Auzé went to her. Well may she say that she has bravely borne her burden till now. She lost her life in the Windsor Hotel fire in New York. Stonewall said, in his quaint way, "I like strong drink, so I never touch it." May Heaven, who sent him to help us, save him from all harm. My husband traced Stonewall's triumphal career on the map. He has defeated Frémont and taken all his cannon; now he is after Shields. The language of the telegram is vague. Stonewall has taken plenty of prisoners. Plenty, no doubt, and enough and to spare. We can't feed our own soldiers, and how are we to feed prisoners? They denounce Toombs in some Georgia paper, which I saw to day, for planting a full crop of cotton. They say he ought to plant provisions for soldiers. And now every man in Virginia, and the eastern part of South Carolina, is in revolt, because old men and boys are ordered out as a reserve corps, and worst of all, sacred property, that is, negroes, have been seized and sent out to work on the fortifications along the coast line. We are in a fine condition to fortify Columbia. June 10th. General Gregg writes that Chickahominy was a victory manqué, because Joe Johnston received a disabling wound and G. W. Smith was ill. The subordinates in command had not been made acquainted with the plan of battle. This must be a reference to the Battle of Seven Pines, or to the campaign of the Chickahominy, up to and inclusive of that battle. A letter from John Chesnut, who says it must be all a mistake about Wade Hampton's wound, for he saw him in the field to the very last, that is, until late that night. Hampton writes to Mary McDuffie that the ball was extracted from his foot on the field, and that he was in the saddle all day, but that when he tried to take his boot off at night his foot was so inflamed and swollen the boot had to be cut away, and the wound became more troublesome than he had expected. Mrs. Preston sent her carriage to take us to see Mrs. Herbemont, whom Mary Gibson calls her Mrs. Bergamot. Miss Bay came down, ever blooming, in a cap so formidable I could but laugh. It was covered with a bristling row of white satin spikes. She coyly refused to enter Mrs. Preston's carriage, "to put foot into it," to use her own words, but she allowed herself to be overpersuaded. I am so ill. Mrs. Ben Taylor said to Dr. Trezevant, "Surely she is too ill to be going about; she ought to be in bed." She is very feeble, very nervous as you say, but then she is living on nervous excitement; if you shut her up she would die at once. A queer weakness of the heart I have; sometimes it beats so feebly I am sure it is stopped altogether. Then they say I have fainted, but I never lose consciousness. Mrs. Preston and I were talking of negroes and cows. A negro, no matter how sensible he is on any other subject, can never be convinced that there is any necessity to feed a cow. Turn 'em out and let 'em grass; grass good enough for cow. Famous news comes from Richmond, but not so good from the coast. Mrs. Izard said, quoting I forget whom, "If West Point could give brains as well as training." Smith is under arrest for disobedience of orders Pemberton's orders. This is the third general whom Pemberton has displaced within a few weeks Ripley, Mercer, and now Smith. When I told my husband that Molly was full of airs since her late trip home, he made answer, "Tell her to go to the devil; she or anybody else on the plantation who is dissatisfied, let them go; it is bother enough to feed and clothe them now." When he went over to the plantation, he returned charmed with their loyalty to him, their affection, and their faithfulness. 16 more Yankee regiments have landed on James Island. Eason writes, "They have twice the energy and enterprise of our people." I answered, "Wait a while. Let them alone until climate and mosquitoes and sand flies and dealing with negroes takes it all out of them." Stonewall is a regular brick, going all the time, winning his way wherever he goes. Governor Pickens called to see me. His wife is in great trouble, anxiety, uncertainty. Her brother and her brother in law are either killed or taken prisoners. Tom Taylor says Wade Hampton did not leave the field on account of his wound. "What heroism!" said some one. No, what luck! He is the luckiest man alive. He'll never be killed. He was shot in the temple, but that did not kill him. His soldiers believe in his luck. General Scott, on Southern soldiers, says, "We have élan, courage, woodcraft, consummate horsemanship, endurance of pain equal to the Indians, but that we will not submit to discipline. We will not take care of things or husband our resources. Where we are there is waste and destruction. If it could all be done by one wild, desperate dash, we would do it. But he does not think we can stand the long, blank months between the acts, the waiting. We can bear pain without a murmur, but we will not submit to be bored," etc. Now for the other side. Men of the North can wait. They can bear discipline. They can endure forever. Losses in battle are nothing to them. Their resources in men and materials of war are inexhaustible, and if they see fit they will fight to the bitter end. Here is a nice prospect for us, as comfortable as the old man's croak at Mulberry, "Bad times, worse coming." Mrs. McCord says, "In the hospital the better born, that is, those born in the purple, the gentry, those who are accustomed to a life of luxury, are the better patients; they endure in silence. They are hardier, stronger, tougher, less liable to break down than the sons of the soil." "Why is that?" I asked, and she answered, "Something in man that is more than the body." I know how it feels to die. I have felt it again and again. For instance, some one calls out, "Albert Sidney Johnston is killed." My heart stands still. I feel no more. I am, for so many seconds, so many minutes, I know not how long, utterly without sensation of any kind, dead. And then there is that great throb, that keen agony of physical pain, and the works are wound up again. The ticking of the clock begins, and I take up the burden of life once more. Some day it will stop too long, or my feeble heart will be too worn out to make that awakening jar, and all will be over. I do not think when the end comes that there will be any difference except the miracle of the new wind up throb. And now good news is just as exciting as bad. "Hurrah, Stonewall has saved us!" The pleasure is almost pain because of my way of feeling it. Miriam's Luria and the coincidences of his life. He was born Moses, and is the hero of the bombshell. His mother was at a hotel in Charleston when kind hearted Anna de Leon Moses went for her sister in law and gave up her own chamber that the child might be born in the comfort and privacy of a home. Only our people are given to such excessive hospitality. So little Luria was born in Anna de Leon's chamber. After Chickahominy, when he, now a man, lay mortally wounded, Anna Moses, who was living in Richmond, found him, and she brought him home, though her house was crowded to the doorsteps. She gave up her chamber to him, and so, as he had been born in her room he died. June 12th. New England's Butler, best known to us as Beast Butler, is famous or infamous now. His amazing order to his soldiers at New Orleans and comments on it are in everybody's mouth. We hardly expected from Massachusetts behavior to shame a Comanche. One happy moment has come into Mrs. Preston's life. I watched her face to day as she read the morning papers. Willie's battery is lauded to the skies. Every paper gave him a paragraph of praise. South Carolina was at Beauregard's feet after Fort Sumter. Since Shiloh she has gotten up, and looks askance rather when his name is mentioned. And without Price or Beauregard, who takes charge of the Western forces? "Can we hold out if England and France hold off?" cries Mem. No, our time has come. For shame, faint heart! Our people are brave, our cause is just, our spirit and our patient endurance beyond reproach. Here came, in Mary Cantey's voice, "I may not have any logic, any sense. I give it up. My woman's instinct tells me, all the same, that slavery's time has come. If we don't end it, they will." After all this, tried to read Uncle Tom, but could not. Too sickening. Think of a man sending his little son to beat a human being tied to a tree. It is as bad as Squeers beating Smike. Flesh and blood revolt. You must skip that. It is too bad. Mr. Preston told a story of Joe Johnston as a boy. A party of boys at Abingdon were out on a spree, more boys than horses, so Joe Johnston rode behind John Preston, who is his cousin. While going over the mountains they tried to change horses and got behind a servant who was in charge of them all. The servant's horse kicked up, threw Joe Johnston, and broke his leg. A bone showed itself. "Hello, boys, come here and look. The confounded bone has come clear through," called out Joe, coolly. They had to carry him on their shoulders, relieving guard. As one party grew tired, another took him up. They knew he must suffer fearfully, but he never said so. He was as cool and quiet after his hurt as before. He was pretty roughly handled, but they could not help it. His father was in a towering rage because his son's leg was to be set by a country doctor, and it might be crooked in the process. At Chickahominy, brave but unlucky Joe had already 11 wounds. June 13th. Decca's wedding. It took place last year. We were all lying on the bed or sofas, taking it coolly as to undress. Mrs. Singleton had the floor. They were engaged before they went up to Charlottesville. Alexander was on Greg's staff, and Greg was not hard on him. Decca was the worst in love girl she ever saw. Letters came while we were at the hospital, from Alex, urging her to let him marry her at once. In war times, human events, life especially, are very uncertain. For several days consecutively she cried without ceasing, and then she consented. The rooms at the hospital were all crowded. Decca and I slept together in the same room. It was arranged by letter that the marriage should take place, a luncheon at her grandfather Minor's, and then she was to depart with Alex for a few days at Richmond. That was to be their brief slice of honeymoon. The day came. The wedding breakfast was ready. So was the bride in all her bridal array, but no Alex, no bridegroom. Alas, such is the uncertainty of a soldier's life. The bride said nothing, but she wept like a water nymph. At dinner she plucked up heart, and at my earnest request was about to join us. And then the cry, "The bridegroom cometh!" He brought his best man and other friends. We had a jolly dinner. Circumstances over which he had no control had kept him away. His father sat next to Decca and talked to her all the time as if she had been already married. It was a piece of absent-mindedness on his part, pure and simple, but it was very trying, and the girl had had much to stand that morning, you can well understand. Immediately after dinner the belated bridegroom proposed a walk, so they went for a brief stroll up the mountain. Decca, upon her return, said to me, "Send for Robert Barnwell. I mean to be married to day." "Impossible. No spare room in the house. No getting away from here; the train's all gone. Don't you know this hospital place is crammed to the ceiling?" "Alex says I promised to marry him to day. It is not his fault. He could not come before." I shook my head. "I don't care," said the positive little thing. "I promised Alex to marry him to day, and I will. Send for the Reverend Robert Barnwell." We found Robert after a world of trouble, and the bride, lovely in Swiss muslin, was married. Then I proposed they should take another walk, and I went to one of my sister nurses and begged her to take me in for the night, as I wished to resign my room to the young couple. At daylight next day they took the train for Richmond. Such is the small allowance of honeymoon permitted in war time. Beauregard's telegram: he can not leave the Army of the West; his health is bad. No doubt the sea breezes would restore him, but he can not come now. Such a lovely name, Gustave Tautant Beauregard. But Jackson and Johnston and Smith and Jones will do. And Lee, how short and sweet. "Every day," says Mem, "they come here in shoals, men to say we can not hold Richmond and we can not hold Charleston much longer. Wretches, beasts, why do you come here? Why don't you stay there and fight? Don't you see that you own yourselves cowards by coming away in the very face of a battle? If you are not liars as to the danger, you are cowards to run away from it." Thus roars the practical Mem, growing more furious at each word. These Jeremiahs laugh. They think she means others, not the present company. Tom Huger resigned his place in the United States Navy and came to us. The Iroquois was his ship in the old navy. They say, as he stood in the rigging, after he was shot in the leg, when his ship was leading the attack upon the Iroquois, the old crew in the Iroquois cheered him, and when his body was borne in, the Federals took off their caps in respect for his gallant conduct. When he was dying, Meta Huger said to him, "An officer wants to see you. He is one of the enemy." "Let him come in. I have no enemies now." But when he heard the man's name, "No, no, I do not want to see a Southern man who is now in Lincoln's navy." The officers of the United States Navy attended his funeral. End of Chapter 11, Part 6. Chapter 11, Part 7 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauriann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 7. June 14th. All things are against us. Memphis gone. Mississippi fleet annihilated, and we hear it all as stolidly apathetic as if it were a story of the English war against China which happened a year or so ago. The sons of Mrs. John Julius Pringle have come. They were left at school in the North. A young Huger is with them. They seem to have had adventures enough; walked, waded, rowed in boats, if boats they could find, swam rivers when boats there were none; brave lads are they. One can but admire their pluck and energy. Mrs. Fisher, of Philadelphia, née Middleton, gave them money to make the attempt to get home. Stuart's cavalry have rushed through McClellan's lines and burned 5 of his transports. Jackson has been reenforced by 16,000 men, and they hope the enemy will be drawn from around Richmond, and the valley be the seat of war. John Chesnut is in Whiting's brigade, which has been sent to Stonewall. Mem's son is with the Boykin Rangers, Company A, No. 1, we call it, and she has persistently wept ever since she heard the news. It is no child's play, she says, when you are with Stonewall. He doesn't play at soldiering. He doesn't take care of his men at all. He only goes to kill the Yankees. Wade Hampton is here, shot in the foot, but he knows no more about France than he does of the man in the moon. Wet blanket he is just now. Johnston badly wounded. Lee is king of spades. They are all once more digging for dear life. Unless we can reenforce Stonewall, the game is up. Our chiefs contrive to dampen and destroy the enthusiasm of all who go near them. So much entrenching and falling back destroys the morale of any army. This everlasting retreating, it kills the hearts of the men. Then we are scant of powder. James Chesnut is awfully proud of LeConte's powder manufactory here. LeConte knows how to do it. James Chesnut provides him the means to carry out his plans. Colonel Venable doesn't mince matters. If we do not deal a blow that will be felt, it will be soon all up with us; the Southwest will be lost to us. We can not afford to shilly-shally much longer. Thousands are enlisting on the other side in New Orleans. Butler holds out inducements. To be sure, they are principally foreigners who want to escape starvation. Tennessee we may count on as gone, since we abandoned her at Corinth, Fort Pillow, and Memphis. A man must be sent there, or it is all gone now. You call a spade by that name, it seems, and not an agricultural implement? They call Mars Robert Old Spade Lee. He keeps them digging so. General Lee is a noble Virginian. Respect something in this world. Caesar, call him Old Spade Caesar? As a soldier he was as much above suspicion as he required his wife to be, as Caesar's wife, you know. If I remember Caesar's commentaries, he owns up to a lot of entrenching. You let Mars Robert alone. He knows what he is about. Tell us of the womenfolk at New Orleans. How did they take the fall of the city? They are an excitable race, the man from that city said. As my informant was standing on the levee, a daintily dressed lady picked her way, parasol in hand, toward him. She accosted him with great politeness, and her face was as placid and unmoved as in antebellum days. Her first question was, "Will you be so kind as to tell me what is the last general order?" "No order that I know of, madam. General disorder prevails now." "Ah, I see. And why are those persons flying and yelling so noisily and racing in the streets in that unseemly way?" "They are looking for a shell to burst over their heads at any moment." "Ah." Then, with a courtesy of dignity and grace, she waved her parasol and departed, but stopped to arrange that parasol at a proper angle to protect her face from the sun. There was no vulgar haste in her movements. She tripped away as gracefully as she came. My informant had failed to discompose her by his fearful revelations. That was the one self-possessed soul then in New Orleans. Another woman drew near, so overheated and out of breath, she had barely time to say she had run miles of squares in her crazy terror and bewilderment, when a sudden shower came up. In a second she was cool and calm. She forgot all the questions she came to ask. "My bonnet! I must save it at any sacrifice," she said, and so turned her dress over her head and went off, forgetting her country's trouble and screaming for a cab. Went to see Mrs. Burroughs at the old de Saussure house. She has such a sweet face, such soft, kind, beautiful, dark gray eyes. Such eyes are a poem. No wonder she had a long love story. We sat in the piazza at 12 o'clock of a June day, the glorious Southern sun shining its very hottest. But we were in a dense shade, magnolias in full bloom, ivy, vines of I know not what, and roses in profusion closed us in. It was a living wall of everything beautiful and sweet. In all this flower garden of a Columbia, that is the most delicious corner I have been in yet. Got from the Prestons' French library Fanny, with a brilliant preface by Jules Janier. Now, then, I have come to the worst. There can be no worse book than Fanny. The lover is jealous of the husband; the woman is for the polyandry rule of life. She cheats both and refuses to break with either. But to criticize it one must be as shameless as the book itself. Of course, it is clever to the last degree, or it would be kicked into the gutter. It is not nastier or coarser than Mrs. Stowe, but then it is not written in the interests of philanthropy. We had an unexpected dinner party to day. First Wade Hampton came and his wife. Then Mr. and Mrs. Rose. I remember that the late Colonel Hampton once said to me a thing I thought odd at the time: "Mrs. James Rose, and I forget now who was the other, are the only two people on this side of the water who know how to give a state dinner." Mr. and Mrs. James Rose. If anybody wishes to describe old Carolina at its best, let them try their hands at painting these two people. Wade Hampton still limps a little, but he is rapidly recovering. Here is what he said, and he has fought so well that he is listened to. If we mean to play at war, as we play a game of chess, West Point tactics prevailing, we are sure to lose the game. They have every advantage. They can lose pawns ad infinitum, to the end of time, and never feel it. We will be throwing away all that we had hoped so much from Southern hot-headed dash, reckless gallantry, spirit of adventure, readiness to lead forlorn hopes. Mrs. Rose is Miss Sarah Parker's aunt. Somehow it came out when I was not in the room, but those girls tell me everything. It seems Miss Sarah said, "The reason I can not bear Mrs. Chesnut is that she laughs at everything and at everybody." If she saw me now, she would give me credit for some pretty hearty crying as well as laughing. It was a mortifying thing to hear about oneself, all the same. General Preston came in and announced that Mr. Chesnut was in town. He had just seen Mr. Alfred Huger, who came up on the Charleston train with him. Then Mrs. McCord came and offered to take me back to Mrs. McMahan's to look him up. I found my room locked up. Lawrence said his master had gone to look for me at the Prestons'. Mrs. McCord proposed we should further seek for my errant husband. At the door we met Governor Pickens, who showed us telegrams from the President of the most important nature. The Governor added, "And I have one from Jeems Chesnut, but I hear he has followed it so closely, coming on its heels, as it were, that I need not show you that one." "You don't look interested at the sound of your husband's name," said he. "Is that his name?" asked I. "I supposed it was James." "My advice to you is to find him, for Mrs. Pickens says he was last seen in the company of two very handsome women, and now you may call him any name you please." We soon met. The two beautiful dames Governor Pickens threw in my teeth were some ladies from Rafton Creek, almost neighbors, who live near Camden. By way of pleasant remark to Wade Hampton, "Oh, General, the next battle will give you a chance to be Major General." "I was very foolish to give up my Legion," he answered gloomily. "Promotion don't really annoy many people." Mary Gibson says her father writes to them that they may go back. He thinks now that the Confederates can hold Richmond. Gloria in excelsis. Another personal defeat. Little Kate said, "Oh, Cousin Mary, why don't you cultivate heart? They say at Kirkwood that you had better let your brains alone a while and cultivate heart." She had evidently caught up a phrase and repeated it again and again for my benefit. So that is the way they talk of me. The only good of loving anyone with your whole heart is to give that person the power to hurt you. June 24th. Mr. Chesnut, having missed the Secessionville fight by half a day, was determined to see the one around Richmond. The battle of Secessionville occurred on James Island, in the harbor of Charleston, June 16, 1862. He went off with General Cooper and Wade Hampton. Blanton Duncan sent them for a luncheon on board the cars, ice, wine, and every manner of good thing. In all this death and destruction the women are the same chatter, patter, clatter. "Oh, the Charleston refugees are so full of airs, there is no sympathy for them here." "Oh, indeed, that is queer; they are not half as exclusive as these Hamptons and Prestons. The airs these people do give themselves." "Airs, airs," laughed Mrs. Bartow, parodying Tennyson's charge of the Light Brigade. Airs to the right of them, airs to the left of them, some one had blundered. Volleyed and thundered rhymes, but is out of place. The worst of all airs came from a Democratic landlady who was asked by Mrs. President Davis to have a carpet shaken, and shook herself with rage as she answered, "You know, madam, you need not stay here if my carpet or anything else does not suit you." John Chesnut gives us a spirited account of their ride around McClellan. I sent the letter to his grandfather. The women ran out screaming with joyful welcome as soon as they caught sight of our soldiers' gray uniforms; ran to them bringing handfuls and armfuls of food. One gray headed man, after preparing a hasty meal for them, knelt and prayed as they snatched it, as you may say. They were in the saddle from Friday until Sunday. They were used up; so were their horses. Johnny writes for clothes and more horses. Miss S. C. says, "No need to send any more of his fine horses to be killed or captured by the Yankees; wait and see how the siege of Richmond ends." The horses will go all the same, as Johnny wants them. June 25th. I forgot to tell of Mrs. Pickens's reception for General Hampton. My Mem dear described it all. The governess Tut, Mem, that is not the right name for her; she is not a teacher. Never mind, it is easier to say than the Governor's wife. Madame la Gouvernante was suggested. Why, that is worse than the other. Met him at the door, took his crutch away, putting his hand upon her shoulder instead. "That is the way to greet heroes," she said. Her blue eyes were aflame, and in response poor Wade smiled until his face hardened into a fixed grin of embarrassment and annoyance. He is a simple mannered man, you know, and does not want to be made much of by women. The butler was not in plain clothes, but wore, as the other servants did, magnificent livery brought from the court of St. Petersburg, one mass of gold embroidery, etc. They had champagne and Russian tea, the latter from a samovar made in Russia. Little Moses was there. Now, for us they have never put their servants into Russian livery, nor paraded little Moses under our noses, but I must confess the Russian tea and champagne set before us left nothing to be desired. How did General Hampton bear his honors? Well, to the last he looked as if he wished they would let him alone. Met Mr. Ashmore fresh from Richmond. He says Stonewall is coming up behind McClellan. And here comes the tug of war. He thinks we have so many spies in Richmond they may have found out our strategic movements and so may circumvent them. Mrs. Bartow's story of a clever Miss Toombs. So many men were in love with her, and the courtship, while it lasted, of each one was as exciting and bewildering as a fox chase. She liked the fun of the run, but she wanted something more than to know a man was in mad pursuit of her. That he should love her, she agreed, but she must love him, too. How was she to tell? Yet she must be certain of it before she said yes. So as they sat by the lamp she would look at him and inwardly ask herself, "Would I be willing to spend the long winter evenings forever after sitting here darning your old stockings?" "Never," Echo answered. No, no, 1,000 times no. So each had to make way for another. June 27th. We went in a body, half a dozen ladies, with no man on escort duty, for they are all in the army, to a concert. Mrs. Pickens came in. She was joined soon by Secretary Moses and Mr. Follen. Dr. Berrien came to our relief. Nothing could be more execrable than the singing. Financially, the thing was a great success, for though the audience was altogether feminine, it was a very large one. Telegram from Mr. Chesnut. Safe in Richmond. That is, if Richmond be safe, with all the power of the United States of America battering at her gates. Strange not a word from Stonewall Jackson after all. Dr. Gibson telegraphs his wife, "Stay where you are. Terrible battle looked for here." Malvern Hill, the last of the 7 days' battles, was fought near Richmond on the James River, July 1, 1862. The Federals were commanded by McClellan and the Confederates by Lee. Decca is dead. That poor little darling. Immediately after her baby was born, she took it into her head that Alex was killed. He was wounded, but those around had not told her of it. She surprised them by asking, "Does any one know how the battle has gone since Alex was killed?" She could not read for a day or so before she died. Her head was bewildered, but she would not let any one else touch her letters. So she died with several unopened ones in her bosom. Mrs. Singleton, Decca's mother, fainted dead away, but she shed no tears. We went to the house and saw Alex's mother, a daughter of Langdon Cheves. Annie was with us. She said, "This is the saddest thing for Alex." "No," said his mother, "death is never the saddest thing. If he were not a good man, that would be a far worse thing." Annie, in utter amazement, whimpered, "But Alex is so good already." "Yes, 7 years ago the death of one of his sisters that he dearly loved made him a Christian. That death in our family was worth 1,000 lives." One needs a hard heart now. Even old Mr. Shand shed tears. Mary Barnwell sat as still as a statue, as white and stony. "Grief which can relieve itself by tears is a thing to pray for," said the Reverend Mr. Shand. Then came a telegram from Hampton, "All well; so far we are successful." Robert Barnwell had been telegraphed for. His answer came, "Can't leave here. Gregg is fighting across the Chickahominy." Said Alex's mother, "My son Alex may never hear this sad news," and her lips settled rigidly. "Go on; what else does Hampton say?" asked she. "Lee has one wing of the army, Stonewall the other." Annie Hampton came to tell us the latest news, that we have abandoned James Island and are fortifying Morris Island. "And now," she says, "if the enemy will be so kind as to wait, we will be ready for them in 2 months." Reverend Mr. Shand and that pious Christian woman, Alex's mother, who looks into your very soul with those large and lustrous blue eyes of hers, agreed that the Yankees, even if they took Charleston, would not destroy it. I think they will, sinner that I am. Mr. Shand remarked to her, "Madam, you have 2 sons in the army." Alex's mother replied, "I have had 6 sons in the army. I now have 5." There are people here too small to conceive of any larger business than quarreling in the newspapers. One laughs at squibs in the papers now, in such times as these, with the wolf at our doors. Men safe in their closets writing fiery articles, denouncing those who are at work, are beneath contempt. Only critics with muskets on their shoulders have the right to speak now, as Trenholm said the other night. In a pouring rain we went to that poor child's funeral, to Decca's. They buried her in the little white frock she wore when she engaged herself to Alex, and which she again put on for her bridal about a year ago. She lies now in the churchyard, in sight of my window. Is she to be pitied? She said she had had "months of perfect happiness." How many people can say that? So many of us live their long, dreary lives, and then happiness never comes to meet them at all. It seems so near, and yet it eludes them forever. End of chapter 11, part 7. Chapter 11, part 8 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurianne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11 Columbia, South Carolina, Part 8 June 28th. Victory! Victory heads every telegram now. One reads it on the bulletin board. Footnote: The first battle of the Chickahominy fought on June 27, 1862. It is better known as the Battle of Gaines' Mill, or Cold Harbor. It was participated in by a part of Lee's army and a part of McClellan's, and its scene was about 8 miles from Richmond. End footnote. It is the anniversary of the battle of Fort Moultrie. The enemy went off so quickly, I wonder if it was not a trap laid for us to lead us away from Richmond to some place where they can manage to do us more harm. And now comes the list of killed and wounded. Victory does not seem to soothe sore hearts. Mrs. Haskell has 5 sons before the enemy's illimitable cannon; Mrs. Preston 2. McClellan is routed, and we have 12,000 prisoners. Prisoners! My God, and what are we to do with them? We can't feed our own people. For the first time since Joe Johnston was wounded at Seven Pines, we may breathe freely. We were so afraid of another general, or a new one. Stonewall can not be everywhere, though he comes near it. Magruder did splendidly at Big Bethel. It was a wonderful thing how he played his 10,000 before McClellan like fireflies and utterly deluded him. It was partly due to the Manassas scare that we gave them. They will never be foolhardy again. Now we are throwing up our caps for R. E. Lee. We hope from the Lees what the first sprightly running at Manassas could not give. We do hope there will be no ifs. Ifs have ruined us. Shiloh was a victory if Albert Sidney Johnston had not been killed; Seven Pines if Joe Johnston had not been wounded. The ifs bristle like porcupines. That victory at Manassas did nothing but send us off in a fool's paradise of conceit, and it roused the manhood of the Northern people. For very shame they had to move up. A French man of war lies at the wharf at Charleston to take off French subjects when the bombardment begins. William Mazik writes that the enemy's gunboats are shelling and burning property up and down the Santee River. They raise the white flag, and the negroes rush down on them. Planters might as well have let these negroes be taken by the council to work on the fortifications. A letter from my husband. Richmond, June 29, 1862. My dear Mary: For the last 3 days I have been a witness of the most stirring events of modern times. On my arrival here I found the government so absorbed in the great battle pending that I found it useless to talk of the special business that brought me to this place. As soon as it is over, which will probably be to morrow, I think that I can easily accomplish all that I was sent for. I have no doubt that we can procure another general and more forces, etc. The President and General Lee are inclined to listen to me and to do all they can for us. General Lee is vindicating the high opinion I have ever expressed of him, and his plans and executions of the last great fight will place him high in the roll of really great commanders. The fight on Friday was the largest and fiercest of the whole war, some 60,000 or 70,000, with great preponderance on the side of the enemy. Ground, numbers, armament, etc., were all in favor of the enemy, but our men and generals were superior. The higher officers and men behaved with a resolution and dashing heroism that have never been surpassed in any country or in any age. Our line was 3 times repulsed by superior numbers and superior artillery impregnably posted. Then Lee, assembling all his generals to the front, told them that victory depended on carrying the batteries and defeating the army before them ere night should fall. Should night come without victory, all was lost, and the work must be done by the bayonet. Our men then made a rapid and irresistible charge, without powder, and carried everything. The enemy melted before them and ran with the utmost speed, though of the regulars of the Federal army. The fight between the artillery of the opposing forces was terrific and sublime. The field became one dense cloud of smoke so that nothing could be seen but the incessant flash of fire. They were within 1,600 yards of each other, and it rained storms of grape and canister. We took 23 pieces of their artillery, many small arms, and small ammunition. They burned most of their stores, wagons, etc. The victory of the second day was full and complete. Yesterday there was little or no fighting, but some splendid maneuvering, which has placed us completely around them. I think the end must be decisive in our favor. We have lost many men and many officers. I hear Alex Haskell and young McMahon are among them, as well as a son of Dr. Trezevant. Very sad indeed. We are fighting again to day. Will let you know the result as soon as possible. Will be at home sometime next week. No letter from you yet. With devotion, yours, James Chesnut. A telegram from my husband of June 29th from Richmond. Was on the field, saw it all. Things satisfying so far. Can hear nothing of John Chesnut. He is in Stuart's command. Saw Jack Preston, safe so far. No reason why we should not bag McClellan's army or cut it to pieces. From 4 to 6,000 prisoners already. Dr. Gibbes rushed in like a whirlwind to say we were driving McClellan into the river. June 30th. First came Dr. Trezevant, who announced Burnet Rhett's death. "No, no, I have just seen the bulletin board. It was Grimke Rhett's." When the doctor went out, it was added, "Howell Trezevant's death is there, too. The doctor will see it as soon as he goes down to the board." The girls went to see Lucy Trezevant. The doctor was lying still as death on a sofa with his face covered. July 1st. No more news. It is settled down into this: the general battle, the decisive battle, has to be fought yet. Edward Cheves, only son of John Cheves, killed. His sister kept crying, "Oh, mother, what shall we do? Edward is killed." But the mother sat dead still, white as a sheet, never uttering a word or shedding a tear. Are our women losing the capacity to weep? The father came to day, Mr. John Cheves. He has been making infernal machines in Charleston to blow up Yankee ships. While Mrs. McCord was telling me of this terrible trouble in her brother's family, some one said, "Decca's husband died of grief." Stuff and nonsense, silly sentiment, folly. If he is not wounded, he is alive. His brother, John, may die of that shattered arm in this hot weather. Alex will never die of a broken heart, take my word for it. July 3d. Mem says she feels like sitting down, as an Irish woman does at a wake, and howling night and day. Why did Huger let McClellan slip through his fingers? Arrived at Mrs. McMahan's at the wrong moment. Mrs. Bartow was reading to the stricken mother an account of the death of her son. The letter was written by a man who was standing by him when he was shot through the head. "My God!" he said. That was all, and he fell dead. James Taylor was color bearer. He was shot 3 times before he gave in. Then he said, as he handed the colors to the man next him, "You see I can't stand it any longer," and dropped stone dead. He was only 17 years old. If anything can reconcile me to the idea of a horrid failure after all efforts to make good our independence of Yankees, it is Lincoln's proclamation freeing the negroes. Especially yours, Messieurs, who write insults to your Governor and Council dated from Clarendon. 300 of Mr. Walter Blake's negroes have gone to the Yankees. Remember, that recalcitrant patriot's property on 2 legs may walk off without an order from the Council to work on fortifications. Have been reading the Potiphar Papers by Curtis. Can this be a picture of New York socially? If it were not for this horrid war, how nice it would be here. We might lead such a pleasant life. This is the most perfectly appointed establishment, such beautiful grounds, flowers, and fruits. Indeed, all that heart could wish, such delightful dinners, such pleasant drives, such jolly talks, such charming people, but this horrid war poisons everything. July 5th. Drove out with Mrs. Constitution Browne, who told us the story of Ben McCulloch's devotion to Lucy Gwynn. Poor Ben McCulloch, another dead hero. Called at the Tognos and saw no one. No wonder. They say a Seeley Togno was to have been married to Grimke Rhett in August, and he is dead on the battlefield. I had not heard of the engagement before I went there. July 8th. Gunboat captured on the Santee. So much the worse for us. We do not want any more prisoners, and next time they will send a fleet of boats if one will not do. The Governor sent me Mr. Chesnut's telegram, with a note saying, "I regret the telegram does not come up to what we had hoped might be as to the entire destruction of McClellan's army. I think, however, the strength of the war with its ferocity may now be considered as broken." Table talk to day. This war was undertaken by us to shake off the yoke of foreign invaders, so we consider our cause righteous. The Yankees, since the war has begun, have discovered it is to free the slaves that they are fighting, so their cause is noble. They also expect to make the war pay. Yankees do not undertake anything that does not pay. They think we belong to them. We have been good milk cows, milked by the tariff, or skimmed. We let them have all of our hard earnings. We bear the ban of slavery, they get the money. Cotton pays everybody who handles it, sells it, manufactures it, but rarely pays the man who grows it. Second hand, the Yankees received the wages of slavery. They grew rich, we grew poor. The receiver is as bad as the thief. That applies to us, too, for we received the savages they stole from Africa and brought to us in their slave ships. As with the Egyptians, so it shall be with us. If they let us go, it must be across a Red Sea, but one made red by blood. July 10th. My husband has come. He believes from what he heard in Richmond that we are to be recognized as a nation by the crowned heads across the water at last. Mr. Davis was very kind. He asked him to stay at his house, which he did, and went every day with General Lee and Mr. Davis to the battlefield as a sort of amateur aide to the President. Likewise they admitted him to the informal cabinet meetings at the President's house. He is so hopeful now that it is pleasant to hear him, and I had not the heart to stick the small pins of Yeadon and Pickens in him yet awhile. Public opinion is hot against Huger and Magruder for McClellan's escape. Dr. Gibbes gave me some letters picked up on the battlefield. One signed "Laura" tells her lover to fight in such a manner that no Southerner can ever taunt Yankees again with cowardice. She speaks of a man at home whom she knows, who is still talking of his intention to seek the bubble reputation at the cannon's mouth. "Miserable coward," she writes, "I will never speak to him again." It was a relief to find one silly young person filling 3 pages with a description of her new bonnet, and the bonnet still worn by her rival. Those fiery Joan of Arc damsels who goad on their sweethearts bode us no good. Rachel Lyons was in Richmond, hand in glove with Mrs. Greenhow. Why not? "So handsome, so clever, so angelically kind," says Rachel of the Greenhow, "and she offers to matronize me." Mrs. Phillips, another beautiful and clever Jewess, has been put into prison again by Beast Butler because she happened to be laughing as a Yankee funeral procession went by. Captain B. told of John Chesnut's pranks. Johnny was riding a powerful horse, captured from the Yankees. The horse dashed with him right into the Yankee ranks. A dozen Confederates galloped after him, shouting, "Stuart! Stuart!" The Yankees, mistaking this mad charge for Stuart's cavalry, broke ranks and fled. Daredevil Camden boys ride like Arabs. Mr. Chesnut says he was riding with the President when Colonel Brown, his aide, was along. The general commanding rode up and, bowing politely, said, "Mr. President, am I in command here?" "Yes." "Then I forbid you to stand here under the enemy's guns. Any exposure of a life like yours is wrong, and this is useless exposure. You must go back." Mr. Davis answered, "Certainly, I will set an example of obedience to orders. Discipline must be maintained." But he did not go back. Mr. Chesnut met the Haynes, who had gone on to nurse their wounded son, and found him dead. They were standing in the corridor of the Spotswood. Although Mr. Chesnut was staying at the President's, he retained his room at the hotel, so he gave his room to them. Next day, when he went back to his room, he found that Mrs. Hayne had thrown herself across the foot of the bed and never moved. No other part of the bed had been touched. She got up and went back to the cars, or was led back. He says these heartbroken mothers are hard to face. End of chapter 11, part 8. Chapter 11, Part 9 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 9. July 12th. At McMahan's our small colonel, Paul Haynes's son, came into my room. To amuse the child, I gave him a photograph album to look over. "You have Lincoln in your book," said he. "I am astonished at you. I hate him." And he placed the book on the floor and struck old Abe in the face with his fist. An Englishman told me Lincoln has said that had he known such a war would follow his election he never would have set foot in Washington, nor have been inaugurated. He had never dreamed of this awful fratricidal bloodshed. That does not seem like the true John Brown spirit. I was very glad to hear it, to hear something from the President of the United States which was not merely a vulgar joke, and usually a joke so vulgar that you were ashamed to laugh, funny though it was. They say Seward has gone to England, and his wily tongue will turn all hearts against us. Brown told us there was a son of the Duke of Somerset in Richmond. He laughed his fill at our ragged, dirty soldiers, but he stopped his laughing when he saw them under fire. Our men strip the Yankee dead of their shoes, but will not touch the shoes of a comrade. Poor fellows, they are nearly barefoot. Alex has come. I saw him ride up about dusk and go into the graveyard. I shut up my windows on that side. Poor fellow. July 13th. Halcott Green came to see us. Bragg is a stern disciplinarian, according to Halcott. He did not in the least understand citizen soldiers. In the retreat from Shiloh he ordered that not a gun should be fired. A soldier shot a chicken, and then the soldier was shot. "For a chicken," said Halcott. "A Confederate soldier for a chicken." Mrs. McCord says a nurse who is also a beauty had better leave her beauty with her cloak and hat at the door. One lovely lady nurse said to a rough old soldier, whose wound could not have been dangerous, "Well, my good soul, what can I do for you?" "Kiss me," said he. Mrs. McCord's fury was at the woman's telling it, for it brought her hospital into disrepute, and very properly. She knew there were women who would boast of an insult if it ministered to their vanity. She wanted nurses to come dressed as nurses, as Sisters of Charity, and not as fine ladies; then there would be no trouble. When she saw them coming in angel sleeves, displaying all their white arms, and in their muslin, showing all their beautiful white shoulders and throats, she felt disposed to order them off the premises. That was no proper costume for a nurse. Mrs. Bartow goes in her widow's weeds, which is after Mrs. McCord's own heart. But Mrs. Bartow has her stories, too. A surgeon said to her, "I give you no detailed instructions. A mother necessarily is a nurse." She then passed on quietly, "As smilingly acquiescent, my dear, as if I had ever been a mother." Mrs. Greenhow has enlightened Rachel Lyons as to Mr. Chesnut's character in Washington. He was "one of the very few men of whom there was not a word of scandal spoken. I do not believe, my dear, that he ever spoke to a woman there." He did know Mrs. John R. Thompson, however. Walked up and down the college campus with Mrs. McCord. The buildings all lit up with gas, the soldiers seated under the elms in every direction, and in every stage of convalescence. Through the open windows could see the nurses flitting about. It was a strange, weird scene. Walked home with Mrs. Bartow. We stopped at Judge Carroll's. Mrs. Carroll gave us a cup of tea. When we got home, found the Prestons had called for me to dine at their house to meet General Magruder. Last night the Edgefield band serenaded Governor Pickens. Mrs. Harris stepped on the porch and sang the Marseillaise for them. It had been more than 20 years since I first heard her voice. It was a very fine one then, but there is nothing which the tooth of time lacerates more cruelly than the singing voice of women. There is an incongruous metaphor for you. The negroes on the coast received the Rutledges' mounted rifles apparently with great rejoicings. The troops were gratified to find the negroes in such a friendly state of mind. One servant whispered to his master, "Don't you mind 'em, don't trust 'em," meaning the negroes. The master then dressed himself as a Federal officer and went down to the negro quarter. The very first greeting was, "Ki, massa, you come for ketch rebels? We can show you way you can catch 30 to night." They took him to the Confederate camp, or pointed it out, and then added for his edification, "We can catch officer for you whenever you want 'em." Bad news. Gunboats have passed Vicksburg. The Yankees are spreading themselves over our fair Southern land like red ants. July 21st. Jackson has gone into the enemy's country. Joe Johnston and Wade Hampton are to follow. Think of Rice, Mr. Senator Rice, who sent us the buffalo robes. Henry M. Rice, United States Senator from Minnesota, who had emigrated to that State from Vermont in 1835. I see from his place in the Senate that he speaks of us as savages who put powder and whiskey into soldiers' canteens to make them mad with ferocity in the fight. No, never. We admire coolness here because we lack it. We do not need to be fired by drink to be brave. My classical lore is small indeed, but I faintly remember something of the Spartans who marched to the music of lutes. No drum and fife were needed to revive their fainting spirits. In that one thing we are Spartans. The Wayside Hospital is duly established at the Columbia Station where all the railroads meet. Of ameliorations in modern warfare, Dr. John T. Darby said in addressing the South Carolina Medical Association, Charleston, in 1873: "On the route from the army to the general hospital, wounds are dressed and soldiers refreshed at wayside homes, and here be it said with justice and pride that the credit of originating this system is due to the women of South Carolina. In a small room in the capital of this State, the first wayside home was founded, and during the war some 75,000 soldiers were relieved by having their wounds dressed, their ailments attended, and very frequently by being clothed through the patriotic services and good offices of a few untiring ladies in Columbia. From this little nucleus spread that grand system of wayside hospitals which was established during our own and the late European wars." All honor to Mrs. Fisher and the other women who worked there so faithfully. The young girls of Columbia started this hospital. In the first winter of the war, moneyless soldiers, sick and wounded, suffered greatly when they had to lie over here because of faulty connections between trains. Rev. Mr. Martin, whose habit it was to meet trains and offer his aid to these unfortunates, suggested to the Young Ladies' Hospital Association their opportunity. Straightway the blessed maidens provided a room where our poor fellows might have their wounds bound up and be refreshed. And now the Soldiers' Rest has grown into the Wayside Hospital, and older heads and hands relieve younger ones of the grimmer work and graver responsibilities. I am ready to help in every way, by subscription and otherwise, but too feeble in health to go there much. Mrs. Brown heard a man say at the Congaree House, "We are breaking our heads against a stone wall. We are bound to be conquered. We can not keep it up much longer against so powerful a nation as the United States. Crowds of Irish, Dutch, and Scotch are pouring in to swell their armies. They are promised our lands, and they believe they will get them. Even if we are successful, we can not live without Yankees." "Now," says Mrs. Brown, "I call that man a Yankee spy." To which I reply, "If he were a spy, he would not dare show his hand so plainly." "To think," says Mrs. Brown, "that he is not taken up. Seward's little bell would tinkle, a guard would come, and the Grand Inquisition of America would order that man put under arrest in the twinkling of an eye if he had ventured to speak against Yankees in Yankeeland." General Preston said he had the right to take up any one who was not in his right place and sent him where he belonged. "Then do take up my husband instantly. He is sadly out of his right place in this little Governor's council." The General stared at me and slowly uttered in his most tragic tones, "If I could put him where I think he ought to be." This I immediately hailed as a high compliment, and was duly ready with my thanks. Upon reflection it is borne in upon me that he might have been more explicit; he left too much to the imagination. Then Mrs. Brown described the Prince of Wales, whose manners, it seems, differ from those of Mrs. , who arraigned us from morn to dewy eve and upbraided us with our ill bred manners and customs. The Prince, when he was here, conformed at once to whatever he saw was the way of those who entertained him. He closely imitated President Buchanan's way of doing things. He took off his gloves at once when he saw that the President wore none. He began by bowing to the people who were presented to him, but when he saw Mr. Buchanan shaking hands, he shook hands, too. When smoking affably with Brown on the White House piazza, he expressed his content with the fine cigars Brown had given him. The President said, "I was keeping some excellent ones for you, but Brown has got ahead of me." Long after Mr. Buchanan had gone to bed, the Prince ran into his room in a jolly, boyish way and said, "Mr. Buchanan, I have come for the fine cigars you have for me." As I walked up to the Prestons, along a beautiful shaded back street, a carriage passed with Governor Means in it. As soon as he saw me, he threw himself half out, and kissed both hands to me again and again. It was a whole souled greeting, as the saying is, and I returned it with my whole heart, too. "Good by!" he cried, and I responded, Good-bye!" I may never see him again. I am not sure that I did not shed a few tears. General Preston and Mr. Chesnut were seated on the piazza of the Hampton house as I walked in. I opened my batteries upon them in this scornful style: "You cold, formal, solemn, overly polite creatures, weighed down by your own dignity. You will never know the rapture of just such a sad farewell as John Means and I have just interchanged. He was in a hack," I proceeded to relate, "and I was on the sidewalk. He was on his way to the war, poor fellow. The hackman drove steadily along in the middle of the street. But for our gray hairs, I do not know what he might have thought of us. John Means did not suppress his feelings at an unexpected meeting with an old friend, and a good cry did me good. It is a life of terror and foreboding we lead. My heart is in my mouth half the time. But you two, under no possible circumstances could you forget your manners." Read Russell's India all day. Saintly folks, those English, when their blood is up. Sepoys and blacks we do not expect anything better from, but what an example of Christian patience and humanity the white angels from the West set them. The beautiful Jewess, Rachel Lyons, was here to day. She flattered Paul Hayne audaciously, and he threw back the ball. To day I saw the Rowena to this Rebecca, when Mrs. Edward Barnwell called. She is the purest type of Anglo Saxon, exquisitely beautiful, cold, quiet, calm, ladylike, fair as a lily, with the blackest and longest eyelashes, and her eyes so light in color some one said they were the hue of cologne and water. At any rate, she has a patent right to them; there are no more like them to be had. The effect is startling, but lovely beyond words. Blanton Duncan told us a story of Morgan in Kentucky. Morgan walked into a court where they were trying some secessionists. The judge was about to pronounce sentence, but Morgan rose and begged that he might be allowed to call some witnesses. The judge asked who were his witnesses. "My name is John Morgan, and my witnesses are 1,400 Confederate soldiers." Mrs. Izard witnessed two instances of patriotism in the cast called Sandhill Tackies. One forlorn, chill, and fever-freckled creature, yellow, dirty, and dry as a nut, was selling peaches at 10 cents a dozen. Soldiers collected around her cart. She took the cover off and cried, "Eat away! Eat your fill! I never charge our soldiers anything." They tried to make her take pay, but when she steadily refused it, they cheered her madly and said, "Sleep in peace. Now we will fight for you and keep off the Yankees." Another poor Sandhill man refused to sell his cows, and gave them to the hospital. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauriann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 12, Flat Rock, North Carolina, August 1, 1862, to August 8, 1862. Flat Rock, North Carolina, August 1, 1862. Being ill, I left Mrs. McMahan's for Flat Rock. Flat Rock was the summer resort of many cultured families from the low countries of the South before the war. Many attractive houses had been built there. It lies in the region which has since become famous as the Asheville region, and in which stands Biltmore. It was very hot and disagreeable for an invalid in a boarding house in that climate. The Labords and the McCord girls came part of the way with me. The cars were crowded, and a lame soldier had to stand, leaning on his crutches in the thoroughfare that runs between the seats. One of us gave him our seat. You may depend upon it, there was no trouble in finding a seat for our party after that. Dr. Laborde quoted a classic anecdote. In some Greek assembly an old man was left standing. A Spartan gave him his seat. The Athenians cheered madly, though they had kept their seats. The comment was, "Lacedaemonians practice virtue; Athenians know how to admire it." Nathan Davis happened accidentally to be at the station at Greenville. He took immediate charge of Molly and myself, for my party had dwindled to us two. He went with us to the hotel, sent for the landlord, told him who I was, secured good rooms for us, and saw that we were made comfortable in every way. At dinner I entered that immense dining room alone, but I saw friends and acquaintances on every side. My first exploit was to repeat to Mrs. Ives Mrs. Pickens's blunder in taking a suspicious attitude toward men born at the North, and calling upon General Cooper to agree with her. Martha Levy explained the grave faces of my auditors by saying that Colonel Ives was a New Yorker. My distress was dire. Louisa Hamilton was there. She told me that Captain George Cuthbert, with his arm in a sling from a wound by no means healed, was going to risk the shaking of a stage coach. He was on his way to his cousin, William Cuthbert's, at Flat Rock. Now George Cuthbert is a type of the finest kind of Southern soldier. We can not make them any better than he is. Before the war I knew him. He traveled in Europe with my sister, Kate, and Mary Withers. At once I offered him a seat in the comfortable hack Nathan Davis had engaged for me. Molly sat opposite to me, and often when I was tired held my feet in her lap. Captain Cuthbert's man sat with the driver. We had ample room. We were a dilapidated company. I was so ill I could barely sit up, and Captain Cuthbert could not use his right hand or arm at all. I had to draw his match, light his cigar, etc. He was very quiet, grateful, gentle, and I was going to say docile. He is a fiery soldier, one of those whose whole face becomes transfigured in battle, so one of his men told me, describing his way with his company. He does not blow his own trumpet, but I made him tell me the story of his duel with the Mercury's reporter. He seemed awfully ashamed of wasting time in such a scrape. That night we stopped at a country house halfway toward our journey's end. There we met Mr. Charles Lowndes. Rawlins Lowndes, his son, is with Wade Hampton. First we drove, by mistake, into Judge King's yard, our hackman mistaking the place for the hotel. Then we made Farmer's Hotel, as the seafaring men say. Burnet Rhett, with his steed, was at the door. Horse and man were caparisoned with as much red and gold artillery uniform as they could bear. He held his horse. The stirrups were Mexican, I believe; they looked like little side saddles. Seeing his friend and crony, George Cuthbert, alight and leave a veiled lady in the carriage, this handsome and undismayed young artillerist walked round and round the carriage, talked with the driver, looked in at the doors and at the front. Suddenly I bethought me to raise my veil and satisfy his curiosity. Our eyes met, and I smiled. It was impossible to resist the comic disappointment on his face when a woman old enough to be George Cuthbert's mother, with the ravages of a year of gastric fever, almost fainting with fatigue, greeted his vision. He instantly mounted his gallant steed and pranced away to his fiancée. He is to marry the greatest heiress in the State, Miss Aiken. Then Captain Cuthbert told me his name. At Kate's I found Sally Rutledge, and then for weeks life was a blank. I remember nothing. The illness which had been creeping on for so long a time took me by the throat. At Greenville I had met many friends. I witnessed the wooing of Barney Heyward, once the husband of the lovely Lucy Izard, now a widower and a bon parti. He was there nursing Joe, his brother. So was the beautiful Henrietta Magruder Heyward, now a widow, for poor Joe died. There is something magnetic in Teddy Clinch's large and lustrous black eyes. No man has ever resisted their influence. She says her virgin heart has never beat one throb the faster for any mortal here below, until now, when it surrenders to Barney. Well, as I said, Joseph Heyward died, and rapidly did the bereaved beauty shake the dust of this poor Confederacy from her feet and plume her wings for flight across the water. Let me insert here now, much later, all I know of that brave spirit, George Cuthbert. While I was living in the winter of 1863 at the corner of Clay and Twelfth Streets in Richmond, he came to see me. Never did man enjoy life more. The Preston girls were staying at my house then, and it was very gay for the young soldiers who ran down from the army for a day or so. We had heard of him, as usual, gallantly facing odds at Sharpsburg. The battle of Sharpsburg, or Antietam, one of the bloodiest of the war, was fought in western Maryland, a few miles north of Harper's Ferry, on September 16 and 17, 1862, the Federals being under McClellan and the Confederates under Lee. And he asked if he should chance to be wounded, would I have him brought to Clay Street. He was shot at Chancellorsville, leading his men. Footnote: The Battle of Chancellorsville, where the losses on each side were more than 10,000 men, was fought about 50 miles northwest of Richmond on May 2, 3, and 4, 1863. The Confederates were under Lee and the Federals under Hooker. In this battle Stonewall Jackson was killed. End footnote. The surgeon did not think him mortally wounded. He sent me a message that he was coming at once to our house. He knew he would soon get well there. Also that I need not be alarmed; those Yankees could not kill me. He asked one of his friends to write a letter to his mother. Afterward he said he had another letter to write, but that he wished to sleep first, he felt so exhausted. At his request, they then turned his face away from the light and left him. When they came again to look at him, they found him dead. He had been dead for a long time. It was bitter cold; wounded men lost much blood and were weakened in that way; they lacked warm blankets and all comforts. Many died who might have been saved by one good hot drink or a few mouthfuls of nourishing food. One of the generals said to me, "Fire and reckless courage like Captain Cuthbert's are contagious. Such men in an army are invaluable. Losses like this weakened us indeed." But I must not linger longer around the memory of the bravest of the brave, a true exemplar of our old regime, gallant, gay, unfortunate. M.B.C. August 8th. Mr. Daniel Blake drove down to my sister's in his heavy, substantial English phaeton, with stout and strong horses to match. I went back with him and spent 2 delightful days at his hospitable mansion. I met there, as a sort of chaplain, the Rev. Mr. . He dealt unfairly by me. We had a long argument, and when we knelt down for evening prayers, he introduced an extemporaneous prayer and prayed for me most palpably. There was I, down on my knees, red hot with rage and fury. David W. said it was a clear case of hitting a fellow when he was down. Afterward the fun of it all struck me, and I found it difficult to keep from shaking with laughter. It was not an edifying religious exercise, to say the least, as far as I was concerned. Before Chancellorsville was fatal Sharpsburg. Footnote: During the summer of 1862, after the battle of Malvern Hill and before Sharpsburg, or Antietam, the following important battles had taken place: Harrison's Landing, July 3d and 4th; Harrison's Landing again, July 31st; Cedar Mountain, August 9th; Bull Run, second battle, August 29th and 30th; and South Mountain, September 14th. End footnote. My friend Colonel Means killed on the battlefield; his only son, Stark, wounded and a prisoner. His wife had not recovered from the death of her other child, Emma, who had died of consumption early in the war. She was lying on a bed when they told her of her husband's death, and then they tried to keep Stark's condition from her. They think now that she misunderstood and believed him dead, too. She threw something over her face. She did not utter one word. She remained quiet so long some one removed the light shawl which she had thrown over her head, and found she was dead. Miss Mary Stark, her sister, said afterward, "No wonder. How was she to face life without her husband and children? That was all she had ever lived for." These are sad, unfortunate memories. Let us run away from them. What has not my husband been doing this year, 1862, when all our South Carolina troops are in Virginia? Here we were without soldiers or arms. He raised an army, so to speak, and imported arms through the Trenholm firm. He had arms to sell to the Confederacy. He laid the foundation of a niter bed, and the Confederacy sent to Columbia to learn of Professor Leconte how to begin theirs. He bought up all the old arms and had them altered and repaired. He built ships. He imported clothes and shoes for our soldiers, for which things they had long stood sorely in need. He imported cotton cards and set all idle hands carding and weaving. All the world was set to spinning cotton. He tried to stop the sale of whiskey, and alas, he called for reserves, that is, men over age, and he committed the unforgivable offense of sending the sacred negro property to work on fortifications away from their owners' plantations. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauriann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 13. Portland, Alabama, July 8, 1863 to July 30, 1863. Portland, Alabama, July 8, 1863. My mother ill at her home on the plantation near here, where I have come to see her. But to go back first to my trip home from Flat Rock to Camden. At the station I saw men sitting on a row of coffins, smoking, talking, and laughing, with their feet drawn up tailor fashion to keep them out of the wet. Thus does war harden people's hearts. Met James Chesnut at Wilmington. He only crossed the river with me, and then went back to Richmond. He was violently opposed to sending our troops into Pennsylvania; wanted all we could spare sent West to make an end there of our enemies. He kept dark about Vallandigham. I am sure we could not trust him to do us any good, or to do the Yankees any harm. The Coriolanus business is played out. Clement Baird Vallandigham was an Ohio Democrat who represented the extreme wing of Northern sympathizers with the South. He was arrested by United States troops in May, 1863, court-martialed, and banished to the Confederacy. Not being well received in the South, he went to Canada, but after the war returned to Ohio. As we came to Camden, Molly sat by me in the cars. She touched me, and, with her nose in the air, said, "Look, Missis." There was the inevitable bride and groom at least, so I thought and the irrepressible kissing and lolling against each other, which I had seen so often before. I was rather astonished at Molly's prudery, but there was a touch in this scene which was new. The man required for his peace of mind that the girl should brush his cheek with those beautiful long eyelashes of hers. Molly became so outraged in her blue black modesty that she kept her head out of the window not to see. When we were detained at a little wayside station, this woman made an awful row about her room. She seemed to know me and appealed to me, said her brother in law was adjutant to Colonel K, etc. Molly observed, "You had better go yonder, ma'am, where your husband is calling you." The woman drew herself up proudly, and with a toss exclaimed, "Husband, indeed! I'm a widow. That is my cousin. I loved my dear husband too well to marry again ever, ever." Absolutely tears came into her eyes. Molly, loaded as she was with shawls and bundles, stood motionless, and said, "After all that gwine on in the cyars. Oh, Lord, I should 'a' let it go 'twas my husband and me, nigger as I am." Here I was at home, on a soft bed, with every physical comfort, but life is one long catechism there, due to the curiosity of stay at home people in a narrow world. In Richmond, Molly and Lawrence quarreled. He declared he could not put up with her tantrums. Unfortunately, I asked him, in the interests of peace and a quiet house, to bear with her temper. "I did," said I, "but she was so good and useful." He was shabby enough to tell her what I had said at their next quarrel. The awful reproaches she overwhelmed me with then. She said she "was mortified that I had humbled her before Lawrence." But the day of her revenge came. At negro balls in Richmond guests were required to carry passes, and in changing his coat Lawrence forgot his pass. Next day Lawrence was missing, and Molly came to me laughing to tears. "Come and look," said she. "Here is the fine gentleman tied between two black niggers and marched off to jail." She laughed and jeered so she could not stand without holding on to the window. Lawrence disregarded her and called to me at the top of his voice, "Please, ma'am, ask Mars Jeems to come take me out of this. I ain't done nothin'." As soon as Mr. Chesnut came home, I told him of Lawrence's sad fall, and he went at once to his rescue. There had been a fight and a disturbance at the ball. The police had been called in, and when every negro was required to show his pass, Lawrence had been taken up as having none. He was terribly chopfallen when he came home walking behind Mr. Chesnut. He is always so respectable and well behaved, and stands on his dignity. I went over to Mrs. Preston's at Columbia. Camden had become simply intolerable to me. There the telegram found me saying I must go to my mother, who was ill at her home here in Alabama. Colonel Goodwin, his wife, and two daughters were going, and so I joined the party. I telegraphed Mr. Chesnut for Lawrence, and he replied, forbidding me to go at all; it was so hot, the cars so disagreeable, fever would be the inevitable result. Miss Kate Hampton, in her soft voice, said: "The only trouble in life is when one can't decide in which way duty leads. Once know your duty, then all is easy." I do not know whether she thought it my duty to obey my husband, but I thought it my duty to go to my mother, as I risked nothing but myself. We had 2 days of an exciting drama under our very noses, before our eyes. A party had come to Columbia who said they had run the blockade, had come in by flag of truce, etc. Colonel Goodwin asked me to look around and see if I could pick out the suspected crew. It was easily done. We were all in a sadly molting condition. We had come to the end of our good clothes in 3 years, and now our only resource was to turn them upside down, or inside out, and in mending, darning, patching, etc. Near me on the train to Alabama sat a young woman in a traveling dress of bright yellow; she wore a profusion of curls, had pink cheeks, was delightfully airy and easy in her manner, and was absorbed in a flirtation with a Confederate major, who, in spite of his nice, new gray uniform and 2 stars, had a very Yankee face, fresh, clean cut, sharp, utterly unsunburned, florid, wholesome, handsome. What more in compliment can one say of one's enemies? 2 other women faced this man and woman, and we knew them to be newcomers by their good clothes. One of these women was a German. She it was who had betrayed them. I found that out afterward. The handsomest of the 3 women had a hard Northern face, but all were in splendid array as to feathers, flowers, lace, and jewelry. If they were spies, why were they so foolish as to brag of New York and compare us unfavorably with the other side all the time, and in loud, shrill accents? Surely that was not the way to pass unnoticed in the Confederacy. A man came in, stood up, and read from a paper, "The surrender of Vicksburg." Vicksburg surrendered on July 4, 1863. Since the close of 1862 it had again and again been assaulted by Grant and Sherman. It was commanded by Johnston and Pemberton, Pemberton being in command at the time of the surrender. John C. Pemberton was a native of Philadelphia, a graduate of West Point, and had served in the Mexican War. I felt as if I had been struck a hard blow on the top of my head, and my heart took one of its queer turns. I was utterly unconscious; not long, I dare say. The first thing I heard was exclamations of joy and exultation from the overdressed party. My rage and humiliation were great. A man within earshot of this party had slept through everything. He had a greyhound face, eager and inquisitive when awake, but now he was as one of the 7 sleepers. Colonel Goodwin wrote on a blank page of my book one of De Quincey's, the note is there now that the sleeper was a Richmond detective. Finally, hot and tired out, we arrived at West Point on the Chattahoochee River. The dusty cars were quite still, except for the giggling flirtation of the yellow gown and her major. 2 Confederate officers walked in. I felt mischief in the air. One touched the smart major, who was whispering to Yellow Gown. The major turned quickly. Instantly every drop of blood left his face, a spasm seized his throat. It was a piteous sight. And at once I was awfully sorry for him. He was marched out of the car. Poor Yellow Gown's color was fast, but the whites of her eyes were lurid. Of the 3 women spies we never heard again. They never do anything worse to women, the high minded Confederates, than send them out of the country. But when we read soon afterward of the execution of a male spy, we thought of the major. At Montgomery the boat waited for us, and in my haste I tumbled out of the omnibus, with Dr. Robert Johnson's assistance, but nearly broke my neck. The thermometer was high up in the 90s, and they gave me a stateroom over the boiler. I paid out my Confederate rags of money freely to the maid in order to get out of that oven. Surely, go where we may hereafter, an Alabama steamer in August lying under the bluff with the sun looking down will give one a foretaste, almost an adequate idea, of what's to come as far as heat goes. The planks of the floor burned one's feet under the bluff at Selma, where we stayed nearly all day. I do not know why. Met James Boykin, who had lost 1,200 bales of cotton at Vicksburg, and charged it all to Jeff Davis in his wrath, which did not seem exactly reasonable to me. At Portland there was a horse for James Boykin, and he rode away, promising to have a carriage sent for me at once. But he had to go 7 miles on horseback before he reached my sister Sally's, and then Sally was to send back. On that lonely riverside Molly and I remained with dismal swamps on every side, and immense plantations, the white people few or none. In my heart I knew my husband was right when he forbade me to undertake this journey. There was one living thing at this little riverside inn, a white man who had a store opposite, and oh, how drunk he was! Hot as it was, Molly kept up a fire of pine knots. There was neither lamp nor candle in that deserted house. The drunken man reeled over, now and then, lantern in hand; he would stand with his idiotic drunken glare, or go solemnly staggering round us, but always bowing in his politeness. He nearly fell over us, but I sprang out of his way as he asked, "Well, madam, what can I do for you?" Shall I ever forget the headache of that night and the fright? My temples throbbed with dumb misery. I sat upon a chair, Molly on the floor, with her head resting against my chair. She was as near as she could get to me, and I kept my hand on her. "Missis," said she, "now I do believe you are scared, scared of that poor drunken thing. If he was sober, I could whip him in a fair fight, and drunk as he is, I can throw him over the banister if he so much as touches you. I don't value him a button." Taking heart from such brave words, I laughed. It seemed an eternity, but the carriage came by 10 o'clock, and then with the coachman as our sole protector, we poor women drove 8 miles or more over a carriage road, through long lanes, swamps of pitchy darkness, with plantations on every side. The house, as we drew near, looked like a graveyard in a nightmare, so vague and phantomlike were its outlines. I found my mother ill in bed, feeble still, but better than I hoped to see her. "I knew you would come," was her greeting, with outstretched hands. Then I went to bed in that silent house, a house of the dead, it seemed. I supposed I was not to see my sister until the next day, but she came in some time after I had gone to bed. She kissed me quietly, without a tear. She was thin and pale, but her voice was calm and kind. As she lifted the candle over her head to show me something on the wall, I saw that her pretty brown hair was white. It was awfully hard not to burst out into violent weeping. She looked so sweet, and yet so utterly broken-hearted. But as she was without emotion, apparently, it would not become me to upset her by my tears. Next day, at noon, Hetty, mother's old maid, brought my breakfast to my bedside. Such a breakfast it was; Delmonico could do no better. "It is ever so late, I know." To which Hetty replied, "Yes, we would not let Molly wake you." "What a splendid cook you have here." "My daughter, Tina, is Miss Sally's cook. She's well enough as times go, but when our Miss Mary comes to see us I does it myself," and she curtsied down to the floor. "Bless your old soul," I cried, and she rushed over and gave me a good hug. She is my mother's factotum, has been her maid since she was 6 years old, when she was bought from a Virginia speculator along with her own mother and all her brothers and sisters. She has been pampered until she is a rare old tyrant at times. She can do everything better than any one else, and my mother leans on her heavily. Hetty is Dick's wife. Dick is the butler. They have over a dozen children, and take life very easily. Sally came in before I was out of bed, and began at once in the same stony way, pale and cold as ice, to tell me of the death of her children. It had happened not 2 weeks before. Her eyes were utterly without life, no expression whatever, and in a composed and sad sort of manner she told the tale as if it were something she had read and wanted me to hear. My eldest daughter, Mary, had grown up to be a lovely girl. She was between 13 and 14, you know. Baby Kate had my sister's gray eyes. She was evidently to be the beauty of the family. Strange it is that here was one of my children who has lived and has gone, and you have never seen her at all. She died first, and I would not go to the funeral. I thought it would kill me to see her put under the ground. I was lying down, stupid with grief, when Aunt Charlotte came to me after the funeral with this news: "Mary has that awful disease, too." There was nothing to say. I got up and dressed instantly and went to Mary. I did not leave her side again in that long struggle between life and death. I did everything for her with my own hands. I even prepared my darling for the grave. I went to her funeral, and I came home and walked straight to my mother, and I begged her to be comforted. I would bear it all without one word if God would only spare me the one child left me now. Sally has never shed a tear, but has grown 20 years older, cold, hard, careworn. With the same rigidity of manner, she began to go over all the details of Mary's illness. I had not given up hope; no, not at all. As I sat by her side, she said, "Mama, put your hand on my knees; they are so cold." I put my hand on her knee; the cold struck to my heart. I knew it was the coldness of death. Sally put out her hand on me, and it seemed to recall the feeling. She fell forward in an agony of weeping that lasted for hours. The doctor said this reaction was a blessing. Without it she must have died or gone mad. While the mother was so bitterly weeping, the little girl, the last of them, a bright child of 3 or 4, crawled into my bed. "Now, Auntie," she whispered, "I want to tell you all about Mamie and Katie, but they watch me so. They say I must never talk about them. Katie died because she ate blackberries; I know that. And then Aunt Charlotte read Mamie a letter, and that made her die, too. Maum Hetty says they have gone to God, but I know the people saved a place between them in the ground for me." Uncle William was in despair at the low ebb of patriotism out here. "West of the Savannah River," said he, "it is property first, life next, honor last." He gave me an excellent pair of shoes. What a gift! For more than a year I have had none but some dreadful things Armstead makes for me, and they hurt my feet so. These do not fit, but that is nothing. They are large enough and do not pinch anywhere. I have absolutely a respectable pair of shoes. Uncle William says the men who went into the war to save their negroes are abjectly wretched. Neither side now cares a fig for these beloved negroes, and would send them all to heaven in a hand basket, as Custis Lee says, to win in the fight. General Lee and Mr. Davis want the negroes put into the army. Mr. Chesnut and Major Venable discussed the subject one night, but would they fight on our side or desert to the enemy? They don't go to the enemy, because they are comfortable as they are, and expect to be free anyway. When we were children, our nurses used to give us tea out in the open air on little pine tables scrubbed as clean as milk pails. Sometimes, as Dick would pass us, with his slow and consequential step, we would call out, "Do, Dick, come and wait on us." "No, little missies, I never wait on pine tables. Wait till you get big enough to put your legs under your pa's mahogany." I taught him to read as soon as I could read myself, perched on his knife board. He won't look at me now, but looks over my head, scenting freedom in the air. He was always very ambitious. I do not think he ever troubled himself much about books. But then, as my father said, Dick, standing in front of his sideboard, has heard all subjects in earth or heaven discussed, and by the best heads in our world. He is proud, too, in his way. Hetty, his wife, complained that the other men servants looked finer in their livery. "Nonsense, old woman, a butler never demeans himself to wear livery; he is always in plain clothes." Somewhere he had picked that up. He is the first negro in whom I have felt a change. Others go about in their black masks, not a ripple or an emotion showing, and yet on all other subjects except the war they are the most excitable of all races. Now Dick might make a very respectable Egyptian sphinx, so inscrutably silent is he. He did deign to inquire about General Richard Anderson. "He was my young master once," said he. "I will always like him better than anybody else." When Dick married Hetty, the Anderson house was next door. The two families agreed to sell either Dick or Hetty, whichever consented to be sold. Hetty refused outright, and the Andersons sold Dick that he might be with his wife. This was magnanimous on the Andersons' part, for Hetty was only a lady's maid, and Dick was a trained butler, on whom Mrs. Anderson had spent no end of pains in his dining room education, and of course if they had refused to sell Dick, Hetty would have had to go to them. Mrs. Anderson was very much disgusted with Dick's ingratitude when she found he was willing to leave them. As a butler he is a treasure; he is overwhelmed with dignity, but that does not interfere with his work at all. My father had a body servant, Simon, who could imitate his master's voice perfectly. He would sometimes call out from the yard, after my father had mounted his horse, "Dick, bring me my overcoat. I see you there, sir; hurry up." When Dick hastened out, overcoat in hand, and only Simon was visible, after several obsequious "Yes, master, just as master pleases," my mother had always to step out and prevent a fight. Dick never forgave her laughing. Once in Sumter, when my father was very busy preparing a law case, the mob in the street annoyed him, and he grumbled about it as Simon was making up his fire. Suddenly he heard, as it were, himself speaking, "The Honorable S.D. Miller, Lawyer Miller," as the colored gentleman announced himself in the dark, appealed to the gentleman outside to go away and leave a lawyer in peace to prepare his case for the next day. My father said he could have sworn the sound was that of his own voice. The crowd dispersed, but some noisy negroes came along, and upon them Simon rushed with the sulky whip, slashing around in the dark, calling himself Lawyer Miller, who was determined to have peace. Simon returned complaining that "them niggers run so he never got in 100 yards of one of 'em." At Portland we met a man who said, "Is it not strange that in this poor, devoted land of ours there are some men who are making money by blockade running, cheating our embarrassed government, and skulking the fight?" Montgomery, July 30th. Coming on here from Portland, there was no stateroom for me. My mother alone had one. My aunt and I sat nodding in armchairs, for the floors and sofas were covered with sleepers, too. On the floor that night, so hot that even a little covering of clothes could not be borne, lay a motley crew. Black, white, and yellow disported themselves in promiscuous array. Children and their nurses, bared to the view, were wrapped in the profoundest slumber. No caste prejudices were here. Neither Garrison, John Brown, nor Gerrit Smith ever dreamed of equality more untrammeled. A crow black, enormously fat negro man waddled in every now and then to look after the lamps. The atmosphere of that cabin was stifling, and the sight of those figures on the floor did not make it more tolerable. So we soon escaped and sat out near the guards. The next day was the very hottest I have ever known. One supreme consolation was the watermelons, the very finest, and the ice. A very handsome woman, whom I did not know, rehearsed all our disasters in the field. And then, as if she held me responsible, she faced me furiously. "And where are our big men?" "Whom do you mean?" "I mean our leaders, the men we have a right to look to save us. They got us into this scrape; let them get us out of it. Where are our big men?" I sympathized with her and understood her, but I answered lightly, "I do not know the exact size you want them." Here in Montgomery we have been so hospitably received. Ye gods, how those women talked, and all at the same time! They put me under the care of General Dick Taylor's brother in law, a Mr. Gordon, who married one of the Berangys. A very pleasant arrangement it was for me. He was kind and attentive and vastly agreeable with his New Orleans anecdotes. On the 1st of last January all his servants left him but 4. To these faithful few he gave free papers at once, that they might lose naught by loyalty should the Confederates come into authority once more. He paid high wages, and things worked smoothly for some weeks. One day his wife saw some Yankee officers' cards on a table, and said to her maid, I did not know any of these people had called. "Oh, Missis," the maid replied, "they come to see me, and I have been waiting to tell you. It is too hard. I can not do it. I can not dance with those nice gentlemen at night at our Union balls, and then come here and be your servant the next day. I can't." "So," said Mr. Gordon, "freedom must be followed by fraternity and equality." One by one the faithful few slipped away, and the family were left to their own devices. Why not? When General Dick Taylor's place was sacked his negroes moved down to Algiers, a village near New Orleans. An old woman came to Mr. Gordon to say that these negroes wanted him to get word to Mars Dick that they were dying of disease and starvation; 30 had died that day. Dick Taylor's help being out of the question, Mr. Gordon applied to a Federal officer. He found this one not a philanthropist, but a cynic, who said: "All right, it is working out as I expected. Improve negroes and Indians off the continent. They're strong men we put in the army; the rest will disappear." Joe Johnston can sulk. As he is sent West, he says, "They may give Lee the army Joe Johnston trained." Lee is reaping where he sowed, he thinks, but then he was backing straight through Richmond when they stopped his retreating. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 14. Richmond, Virginia, August 10, 1863 to September 7, 1863. Richmond, Virginia, August 10, 1863. To day I had a letter from my sister, who wrote to inquire about her old playmate, friend, and lover, Boykin Macaw. It is nearly 20 years since each was married; each now has children nearly grown. "To tell the truth," she writes, "in these last dreadful years, with David in Florida, where I can not often hear from him, and everything dismal, anxious, and disquieting, I had almost forgotten Boykin's existence; but he came here last night. He stood by my bedside and spoke to me kindly and affectionately, as if we had just parted. I said, holding out my hand, 'Boykin, you are very pale.' He answered, 'I have come to tell you good by,' and then seized both my hands. His own hands were as cold and hard as ice; they froze the marrow of my bones. I screamed again and again, until my whole household came rushing in, and then came the negroes from the yard, all wakened by my piercing shrieks. This may have been a dream, but it haunts me. Some one sent me an old paper with an account of his wounds and his recovery, but I know he is dead." "Stop," said my husband at this point, and then he read from that day's Examiner these words: "Captain Burwell Boykin Macaw found dead upon the battlefield leading a cavalry charge at the head of his company. He was shot through the head." The famous Colonel of the Fourth Texas, by name John Bell Hood, is here. Him we call Sam, because his classmates at West Point did so; for what cause is not known. Hood was a native of Kentucky and a graduate of West Point. John Darby asked if he might bring his hero to us, bragged of him extensively, said he had won his 3 stars, etc., under Stonewall's eye, and that he was promoted by Stonewall's request. When Hood came, with his sad Quixote face, the face of an old Crusader, who believed in his cause, his cross, and his crown, we were not prepared for such a man as a beau ideal of the wild Texans. He is tall, thin, and shy, has blue eyes and light hair, a tawny beard, and a vast amount of it, covering the lower part of his face, the whole appearance that of awkward strength. Some one said that his great reserve of manner he carried only into the society of ladies. Major Venable added that he had often heard of the light of battle shining in a man's eyes; he had seen it once, when he carried to Hood orders from Lee, and found in the hottest of the fight that the man was transfigured. The fierce light of Hood's eyes I can never forget. Hood came to ask us to a picnic next day at Drury's Bluff. Drury's Bluff lies 8 miles south of Richmond on the James River. Here, on May 16, 1864, the Confederates under Beauregard repulsed the Federals under Butler. The naval heroes were to receive us, and then we were to drive out to the Texan camp. We accused John Darby of having instigated this unlooked for festivity. We were to have bands of music and dances, with turkeys, chickens, and buffalo tongues to eat. Next morning, just as my foot was on the carriage step, the girls standing behind ready to follow me with Johnny and the infant Samuel (Captain Shannon by proper name), up rode John Darby in red hot haste, threw his bridle to one of the men who was holding the horses, and came toward us rapidly, clanking his cavalry spurs with a despairing sound as he cried: "Stop! It's all up. We are ordered back to the Rappahannock. The brigade is marching through Richmond now." So we unpacked and unloaded, dismissed the hacks, and sat down with a sigh. "Suppose we go and see them pass the turnpike," some one said. The suggestion was hailed with delight, and off we marched. Johnny and the infant were in citizen's clothes, and the straggler (as Hood calls John Darby, since the Prestons have been in Richmond) was all plaided and plumed in his surgeon's array. He never bated an inch of bullion or a feather. He was courting, and he stalked ahead with Mary Preston, Buck, and Johnny. The infant and myself, both stout and scant of breath, lagged last. They called back to us, as the infant came toddling along, "Hurry up, or we will leave you." At the turnpike we stood on the sidewalk and saw 10,000 men march by. We had seen nothing like this before. Hitherto we had seen only regiments marching spick and span in their fresh, smart clothes, just from home and on their way to the army. Such rags and tags as we saw now! Nothing was like anything else. Most garments and arms were such as had been taken from the enemy. Such shoes as they had on! "Oh, our brave boys!" moaned Buck. Such tin pans and pots as were tied to their waists, with bread or bacon stuck on the ends of their bayonets. Anything that could be spiked was bayoneted and held aloft. They did not seem to mind their shabby condition; they laughed, shouted, and cheered as they marched by. Not a disrespectful or light word was spoken, but they went for the men who were huddled behind us and who seemed to be trying to make themselves as small as possible in order to escape observation. Hood and his staff finally came galloping up, dismounted, and joined us. Mary Preston gave him a bouquet. Thereupon he unwrapped a Bible which he carried in his pocket. He said his mother had given it to him. He pressed a flower in it. Mary Preston suggested that he had not worn or used it at all, being fresh, new, and beautifully kept. Every word of this the Texans heard as they marched by, almost touching us. They laughed and joked and made their own rough comments. September 7th. Major Edward Johnston did not get into the Confederacy until after the first battle of Manassas. For some cause, before he could evade that potentate, Seward rang his little bell and sent him to a prison in the harbor of New York. I forget whether he was exchanged or escaped of his own motion. The next thing I heard of my antebellum friend, he had defeated Milroy in Western Virginia. There were so many Johnstons that for this victory they named him Allegheny Johnston. He had an odd habit of falling into a state of incessant winking as soon as he became the least startled or agitated. In such times he seemed persistently to be winking one eye at you. He meant nothing by it, and in point of fact did not know himself that he was doing it. In Mexico he had been wounded in the eye, and the nerve vibrates independently of his will. During the winter of 1862 and 1863 he was on crutches. After a while he hobbled down Franklin Street with us, we proud to accommodate our pace to that of the wounded general. His ankle continued stiff, so when he sat down another chair had to be put before him. On this he stretched out his stiff leg, straight as a ramrod. At that time he was our only wounded knight, and the girls waited on him and made life pleasant for him. One night I listened to two love tales at once, in a distracted state of mind between the two. William Porcher Miles, in a perfectly modulated voice, in cadenced accents and low tones, was narrating the happy end of his affair. He had been engaged to sweet little Bettie Bierne, and I gave him my congratulations with all my heart. It was a capital match, suitable in every way, good for her and good for him. I was deeply interested in Mr. Miles's story, but there was din and discord on the other hand. Old Edward, our pet general, sat diagonally across the room with one leg straight out like a poker, wrapped in red carpet leggings, as red as a turkey cock in the face. His head is strangely shaped, like a cone or an old fashioned beehive, or, as Buck said, there are 3 tiers of it; it is like a Pope's tiara. There he sat, with a loud voice and 1,000 winks, making love to Mary P. I make no excuse for listening. It was impossible not to hear him. I tried not to lose a word of Mr. Miles's idol as the despair of the veteran was thundered into my other ear. I lent an ear to each conversationalist. Mary can not altogether control her voice, and her shrill screams of negation, "No! No! Never!" etc., utterly failed to suppress her wounded lover's obstreperous asseverations of his undying affection for her. Buck said afterward, "We heard every word of it on our side of the room, even when Mamie shrieked to him that he was talking too loud. Now, Mamie," said we afterward, "do you think it was kind to tell him he was 40 if he was a day?" Strange to say, the pet general, Edward, rehabilitated his love in a day; at least 2 days after he was heard to say that he was "paying attentions now to his cousin, John Preston's second daughter, her name Sally, but they called her Buck, Sally Buchanan Campbell Preston, a lovely girl." And with her he now drove, rode, and hobbled on his crutches, sent her his photograph, and in due time cannonaded her, from the same spot where he had courted Mary, with proposals to marry him. Buck was never so decided in her no's as Mary. "Not so loud, at least," thus in amendment says Buck, who always reads what I have written and makes comments of assent or dissent. So again he began to thunder in a woman's ears his tender passion. As they rode down Franklin Street, Buck says she knows the people on the sidewalk heard snatches of the conversation, though she rode as rapidly as she could, and she begged him not to talk so loud. Finally they dashed up to our door as if they had been running a race. Unfortunate in love, but fortunate in war, our general is now winning new laurels with Ewell in the valley, or with the Army of the Potomac. I think I have told how Miles, still "so gently o'er me leaning," told of his successful love while General Edward Johnston roared unto anguish and disappointment over his failures. Mr. Miles spoke of sweet little Bettie Bierne as if she had been a French girl, just from a convent, kept far from the haunts of men wholly for him. One would think to hear him that Bettie had never cast those innocent blue eyes of hers on a man until he came along. Now, since I first knew Miss Bierne in 1857, when Pat Calhoun was to the fore, she has been followed by a tail of men as long as a Highland chief's. Every summer at the Springs their father appeared in the ballroom a little before 12 and chased the 3 beautiful Biernes home before him in spite of all entreaties, and he was said to frown away their too numerous admirers at all hours of the day. This new engagement was confided to me as a profound secret. Of course I did not mention it, even to my own household. Next day little Alston, Morgan's adjutant, and George Deas called. As Colonel Deas removed his gloves, he said, "Oh, the Miles and Bierne sensation, have you heard of it?" "No, what is the row about?" "They are engaged to be married, that's all." "Who told you?" "Miles himself, as we walked down Franklin Street this afternoon." "And did he not beg you not to mention it, as Bettie did not wish it spoken of?" "God bless my soul, so he did, and I forgot that part entirely." Colonel Alston begged the stout Carolinian not to take his inadvertent breach of faith too much to heart. Miss Bettie's engagement had caused him a dreadful night. A young man, who was his intimate friend, came to his room in the depths of despair and handed him a letter from Miss Bierne, which was the cause of all his woe. Not knowing that she was already betrothed to Miles, he had proposed to her in an eloquent letter. In her reply she positively stated that she was engaged to Mr. Miles, and instead of thanking her for putting him at once out of his misery, he considered the reason she gave as trebly aggravating the agony of the love letter and the refusal. "Too late!" he yelled. "By jingo!" So much for a secret. Miss Bierne and I became fast friends. Our friendship was based on a mutual admiration for the honorable member from South Carolina. Colonel and Mrs. Myers and Colonel and Mrs. Chesnut were the only friends of Mr. Miles who were invited to the wedding. At the church door the sexton demanded our credentials. No one but those whose names he held in his hand were allowed to enter. Not 20 people were present, a mere handful grouped about the altar in that large church. We were among the first to arrive. Then came a faint flutter, and Mrs. Parkman, the bride's sister, swathed in weeds for her young husband, who had been killed within a year of her marriage, came rapidly up the aisle alone. She dropped upon her knees in the front pew, and there remained, motionless, during the whole ceremony, a mass of black crape and a dead weight on my heart. She has had experience of war. A cannonade around Richmond interrupted her marriage service, a sinister omen, and in a year thereafter her bridegroom was stiff and stark, dead upon the field of battle. While the wedding march turned our thoughts from her and thrilled us with sympathy, the bride advanced in white satin and point d'Alençon. Mrs. Myers whispered that it was Mrs. Parkman's wedding dress that the bride had on. She remembered the exquisite lace, and she shuddered with superstitious forebodings. All had been going on delightfully indoors, but a sharp shower cleared the church porch of the curious, and as the water splashed, we wondered how we were to assemble ourselves at Mrs. McFarland's. All the horses in Richmond had been impressed for some sudden cavalry necessity a few days before. I ran between Mr. McFarland and Senator Semmes with my pretty Paris rose colored silk turned over my head to save it, and when we arrived at the hospitable mansion of the McFarlands, Mr. McFarland took me straight into the drawing room, manlike, forgetting that my ruffled plumes needed a good smoothing and preening. Mrs. Lee sent for me. She was staying at Mrs. Caskey's. I was taken directly to her room, where she was lying on the bed. She said, before I had taken my seat, "You know there is a fight going on now at Brandy Station?" The Battle of Brandy Station, Virginia, occurred June 9, 1863. "Yes, we are anxious. John Chesnut's company is there, too." She spoke sadly, but quietly. "My son, Roony, is wounded. His brother has gone for him. They will soon be here, and we shall know all about it unless Roony's wife takes him to her grandfather. Poor lame mother, I am useless to my children." Mrs. Caskey said, "You need not be alarmed. The General said in his telegram that it was not a severe wound. You know even Yankees believe General Lee." That day Mrs. Lee gave me a likeness of the General in a photograph taken soon after the Mexican War. She likes it so much better than the later ones. He certainly was a handsome man then, handsomer even than now. I shall prize it for Mrs. Lee's sake, too. She said old Mrs. Chesnut and her aunt, Nellie Custis, Mrs. Lewis, were very intimate during Washington's administration in Philadelphia. I told her Mrs. Chesnut, Sr., was the historical member of our family. She had so much to tell of Revolutionary times. She was one of the white-robed choir of little maidens who scattered flowers before Washington at Trenton Bridge, which everybody who writes a life of Washington asks her to give an account of. Mrs. Ould and Mrs. Davis came home with me. Lawrence had a basket of delicious cherries. "If there were only some ice," said I. Respectfully Lawrence answered, and also firmly, "Give me money and you shall have ice." By the underground telegraph he had heard of an ice house over the river, though its fame was suppressed by certain Sybarites, as they wanted it all. In a wonderfully short time we had mint juleps and sherry cobblers. Altogether it has been a pleasant day, and as I sat alone I was laughing lightly now and then at the memory of some funny story. Suddenly a violent ring, and a regular sheaf of telegrams were handed me. I could not have drawn away in more consternation if the sheets had been a nest of rattlesnakes. First, Frank Hampton was killed at Brandy Station. Wade Hampton telegraphed Mr. Chesnut to see Robert Barnwell and make the necessary arrangements to recover the body. Mr. Chesnut is still at Wilmington. I sent for Preston Johnston, and my neighbor, Colonel Patton, offered to see that everything proper was done. That afternoon I walked out alone. Willie Mountford had shown me where the body, all that was left of Frank Hampton, was to be laid in the Capitol. Mrs. Petticola joined me after a while, and then Mrs. Singleton. Preston Hampton and Peter Trezevant, with myself and Mrs. Singleton, formed the sad procession which followed the coffin. There was a company of soldiers drawn up in front of the State House porch. Mrs. Singleton said we had better go in and look at him before the coffin was finally closed. How I wish I had not looked! I remember him so well in all the pride of his magnificent manhood. He died of a saber cut across the face and head, and was utterly disfigured. Mrs. Singleton seemed convulsed with grief. In all my life I have never seen such bitter weeping. She had her own troubles, but I did not know of them. We sat for a long time on the great steps of the State House. Everybody had gone, and we were alone. We talked of it all, how we had gone to Charleston to see Rachel and Adrienne Lecouvreur, and how, as I stood waiting in the passage near the drawing room, I had met Frank Hampton bringing his beautiful bride from the steamer. They had just landed. Afterward, at Mrs. Singleton's place in the country, we had all spent a delightful week together. And now, only a few years have passed, but nearly all that pleasant company are dead, and our world, the only world we cared for, literally kicked to pieces. And she cried, "We are two lone women stranded here." Rev. Robert Barnwell was in a desperate condition, and Mary Barnwell, her daughter, was expecting her confinement every day. Here now, later, let me add that it was not until I got back to Carolina that I heard of Robert Barnwell's death, with scarcely a day's interval between it and that of Mary and her new born baby. Husband, wife, and child were buried at the same time in the same grave in Columbia. And now Mrs. Singleton has 3 orphan grandchildren. What a woeful year it has been to her. Robert Barnwell had insisted upon being sent to the hospital at Staunton. On account of his wife's situation, the doctor also had advised it. He was carried off on a mattress. His brave wife tried to prevent it, and said, "It is only fever," and she nursed him to the last. She tried to say good bye cheerfully, and called after him, "As soon as my trouble is over, I will come to you at Staunton." At the hospital they said it was typhoid fever. He died the second day after he got there. Poor Mary fainted when she heard the ambulance drive away with him. Then she crept into a low trundle bed kept for the children in her mother's room. She never left that bed again. When the message came from Staunton that fever was the matter with Robert and nothing more, Mrs. Singleton says she will never forget the expression in Mary's eyes as she turned and looked at her. "Robert will get well," she said. "It is all right." Her face was radiant, blazing with light. That night the baby was born, and Mrs. Singleton got a telegram that Robert was dead. She did not tell Mary, standing as she did at the window while she read it. She was at the same time looking for Robert's body, which might come any moment. As for Mary's life being in danger, she had never thought of such a thing. She was thinking only of Robert. Then a servant touched her and said, "Look at Mrs. Barnwell." She ran to the bedside, and the doctor, who had come in, said, "It is all over; she is dead." Not in anger, not in wrath, came the angel of death that day. He came to set Mary free from a world grown too hard to bear. During Stoneman's raid I burned some personal papers. George S. Stoneman, a graduate of West Point, was now a major general and chief of artillery in the Army of the Potomac. His raid toward Richmond in 1863 was a memorable incident of the war. After the war he became Governor of California. Molly constantly said to me, "Missis, listen to de guns. Burn up everything. Mrs. Lyon says they are sure to come, and they'll put in their newspapers whatever you write here every day." The guns did sound very near, and when Mrs. Davis rode up and told me that if Mr. Davis left Richmond I must go with her, I confess I lost my head. So I burned a part of my journal, but rewrote it afterward from memory, my implacable enemy that lets me forget none of the things I would. I am weak with dates. I do not always worry to look at the calendar and write them down. Besides, I have not always a calendar at hand. Chapter 15 Chapter 15 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauriann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 15. Camden, South Carolina, September 10, 1863 to November 5, 1863. Camden, South Carolina, September 10, 1863. It is a comfort to turn from small political jealousies to our grand battles, to Lee and Kirby Smith after council and convention squabbles. Lee has proved to be all that my husband prophesied of him when he was so unpopular and when Joe Johnston was the great god of war. The very sound of the word convention or council is wearisome. Not that I am quite ready for Richmond yet. We must look after home and plantation affairs, which we have sadly neglected. Heaven help my husband through the deep waters. The wedding of Miss Aiken, daughter of Governor Aiken, the largest slave owner in South Carolina, Julia Rutledge, one of the bridesmaids, the place Flat Rock. We could not for a while imagine what Julia would do for a dress. My sister Kate remembered some muslin she had in the house for curtains, bought before the war, and laid aside as not needed now. The stuff was white and thin, a little coarse, but then we covered it with no end of beautiful lace. It made a charming dress, and how altogether lovely Julia looked in it. The night of the wedding it stormed as if the world were coming to an end wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in an unlimited supply around the mountain cottage. The bride had a duchesse dressing table, muslin and lace, not one of the shifts of honest, war-driven poverty, but a millionaire's attempt at appearing economical, in the idea that that style was in better taste as placing the family more on the same plane with their less comfortable compatriots. A candle was left too near this light drapery, and it took fire. Outside was lightning enough to fire the world; inside, the bridal chamber was ablaze, and there was wind enough to blow the house down the mountainside. The English maid behaved heroically, and with the aid of Mrs. Aiken's and Mrs. Matt Singleton's servants, put the fire out without disturbing the marriage ceremony then being performed below. Everything in the bridal chamber was burned up except the bed, and that was a mass of cinders, soot, and flakes of charred and blackened wood. At Kingsville I caught a glimpse of our army. Longstreet's corps was going west. God bless the gallant fellows! Not one man was intoxicated, not one rude word did I hear. It was a strange sight, one part of it. There were miles, apparently, of platform cars, soldiers rolled in their blankets, lying in rows, heads all covered, fast asleep. In their gray blankets, packed in regular order, they looked like swathed mummies. One man near where I sat was writing on his knee. He used his cap for a desk, and he was seated on a rail. I watched him, wondering to whom that letter was to go home, no doubt. Sore hearts for him there. A feeling of awful depression laid hold of me. All these fine fellows were going to kill or be killed. Why? And a phrase got to beating about my head like an old song, "The unreturning brave." When a knot of boyish, laughing young creatures passed me, a queer thrill of sympathy shook me. Ah, I know how your home folks feel, poor children. Once last winter persons came to us in Camden with such strange stories of Captain Morgan's man; stories of his father, too; turf tales and murder, or at least how he killed people. He had been a tremendous favorite with my husband, who brought him in once, leading him by the hand. Afterward he said to me, "With these girls in the house, we must be more cautious." I agreed to be coldly polite to . "After all," I said, "I barely know him." When he called afterward in Richmond I was very glad to see him, utterly forgetting that he was under a ban. We had a long, confidential talk. He told me of his wife and children, of his army career, and told Morgan stories. He grew more and more cordial, and so did I. He thanked me for the kind reception given him in that house, told me I was a true friend of his, and related to me a scrape he was in which, if divulged, would ruin him, although he was innocent, but time would clear all things. He begged me not to repeat anything he had told me of his affairs, not even to Colonel Chesnut, which I promised promptly, and then he went away. I sat poking the fire, thinking what a curiously interesting creature he was, this famous Captain Blank, when the folding doors slowly opened and Colonel Chesnut appeared. He had come home 2 hours ago from the War Office with a headache, and had been lying on the sofa behind that folding door listening for mortal hours. "So this is your style of being coldly polite," he said. Fancy my feelings. Indeed, I had forgotten all about what they had said of him. The lies they told of him never once crossed my mind. He is a great deal cleverer, and I dare say just as good as those who malign him. Mattie Reedy I knew her as a handsome girl in Washington several years ago got tired of hearing Federals abusing John Morgan. One day they were worse than ever in their abuse, and she grew restive. By way of putting a mark against the name of so rude a girl, the Yankee officer said, "What is your name?" "Write Mattie Reedy now, but by the grace of God one day I hope to call myself the wife of John Morgan." She did not know Morgan, but Morgan eventually heard the story. A good joke it was said to be. But he made it a point to find her out, and as she was as pretty as she was patriotic, by the grace of God she is now Mrs. Morgan. These timid Southern women under the guns can be brave enough. Aunt Charlotte has told a story of my dear mother. They were up at Shelby, Alabama, a white man's country, where negroes are not wanted. The ladies had with them several negroes belonging to my uncle, at whose house they were staying in the owner's absence. One negro man who had married and dwelt in a cabin was for some cause particularly obnoxious to the neighborhood. My aunt and my mother, old fashioned ladies, shrinking from everything outside their own door, knew nothing of all this. They occupied rooms on opposite sides of an open passageway. Underneath, the house was open and unfinished. Suddenly, one night, my aunt heard a terrible noise, apparently as of a man running for his life, pursued by men and dogs, shouting, hallooing, barking. She had only time to lock herself in. Utterly cut off from her sister, she sat down, dumb with terror, when there began loud knocking at the door, with men swearing, dogs tearing round, sniffing, racing in and out of the passage, and barking underneath the house like mad. Aunt Charlotte was sure she heard the panting of a negro as he ran into the house a few minutes before. What could have become of him? Where could he have hidden? The men shook the doors and windows, loudly threatening vengeance. My aunt pitied her feeble sister cut off in the room across the passage. This fright might kill her. The cursing and shouting continued unabated. A man's voice, in harshest accents, made itself heard above all. "Leave my house, you rascals!" said the voice. "If you are not gone in 2 seconds, I'll shoot." There was a dead silence, except for the noise of the dogs. Quickly the men slipped away. Once out of gunshot, they began to call their dogs. After it was all over, my aunt crept across the passage. "Sister, what man was it scared them away?" My mother laughed aloud in her triumph. "I am the man," she said. "But where is John?" Out crept John from a corner of the room where my mother had thrown some rubbish over him. "Lawd bless you, Miss Mary opened de door for me, and dey was right behind running me." Aunt says mother was awfully proud of her prowess, and she showed some moral courage, too. At the President's in Richmond once, General Lee was there, and Constance and Hetty Cary came in, also Miss Sanders and others. Constance Cary was telling some war anecdotes, among them one of an attempt to get up a supper the night before at some high and mighty F.F.V.'s house, and of how several gentlefolks went into the kitchen to prepare something to eat by the light of one forlorn candle. One of the men in the party, not being of a useful temperament, turned up a tub and sat down upon it. Custis Lee, wishing also to rest, found nothing upon which to sit but a gridiron. Miss Constance Cary afterward married Burton Harrison and settled in New York, where she became prominent socially and achieved reputation as a novelist. One remembrance I kept of the evening at the President's, General Lee bowing over the beautiful Miss Cary's hands in the passage outside. Miss rose to have her part in the picture and asked Mr. Davis to walk with her into the adjoining drawing room. He seemed surprised, but rose stiffly, and with a scowling brow was led off. As they passed where Mrs. Davis sat, Miss with all sail set, looked back and said, "Don't be jealous, Mrs. Davis. I have an important communication to make to the President." Mrs. Davis's amusement resulted in a significant, "Now, did you ever?" During Stoneman's raid on a Sunday I was in Mrs. Randolph's pew. The battle of Chancellorsville was also raging. The rattling of ammunition wagons, the tramp of soldiers, the everlasting slamming of those iron gates of the Capitol Square just opposite the church, made it hard to attend to the service. Then began a scene calculated to make the stoutest heart quail. The sexton would walk quietly up the aisle to deliver messages to worshipers whose relatives had been brought in wounded, dying, or dead. Pale faced people would then follow him out. Finally, the Reverend Mr. Minnegerode bent across the chancel rail to the sexton for a few minutes, whispered with the sexton, and then disappeared. The assistant clergyman resumed the communion which Mr. Minnegerode had been administering. At the church door stood Mrs. Minnegerode, as tragically wretched and as wild looking as ever Mrs. Siddons was. She managed to say to her husband, "Your son is at the station, dead." When these agonized parents reached the station, however, it proved to be some one else's son who was dead, but a son all the same. Pale and wan came Mr. Minnegerode back to his place within the altar rails. After the sacred communion was over, some one asked him what it all meant, and he said, "Oh, it was not my son who was killed, but it came so near it aches me yet." At home I found L. Q. Washington, who stayed to dinner. I saw that he and my husband were intently preoccupied by some event which they did not see fit to communicate to me. Immediately after dinner my husband lent Mr. Washington one of his horses, and they rode off together. I betook myself to my kind neighbors, the Pattons, for information. There I found Colonel Patton had gone, too. Mrs. Patton, however, knew all about the trouble. She said there was a raiding party within 40 miles of us, and no troops were in Richmond. They asked me to stay to tea, those kind ladies, and in some way we might learn what was going on. After tea we went out to the Capitol Square, Lawrence and 3 men servants going along to protect us. They seemed to be mustering in citizens by the thousands. Company after company was being formed, then battalions, and then regiments. It was a wonderful sight to us, peering through the iron railing, watching them fall into ranks. Then we went to the President's, finding the family at supper. We sat on the white marble steps, and General Elzey told me exactly how things stood and of our immediate danger. Pickets were coming in. Men were spurring to and from the door as fast as they could ride, bringing and carrying messages and orders. Calmly General Elzey discoursed upon our present weakness and our chances for aid. After a while Mrs. Davis came out and embraced me silently. "It is dreadful," I said. "The enemy is within 40 miles of us, only 40." "Who told you that tale?" said she. "They are within 3 miles of Richmond." I went down on my knees like a stone. "You had better be quiet," she said. "The President is ill. Women and children must not add to the trouble." She asked me to stay all night, which I was thankful to do. We sat up. Officers were coming and going, and we gave them what refreshment we could from a side table, kept constantly replenished. Finally, in the excitement, the constant state of activity and change of persons, we forgot the danger. Officers told us jolly stories and seemed in fine spirits, so we gradually took heart. There was not a moment's rest for any one. Mrs. Davis said something more amusing than ever. "We look like frightened women and children, don't we?" Early next morning the President came down. He was still feeble and pale from illness. Custis Lee and my husband loaded their pistols, and the President drove off in Dr. Garnett's carriage, my husband and Custis Lee on horseback alongside him. By 8 o'clock the troops from Petersburg came in, and the danger was over. The authorities will never strip Richmond of troops again. We had a narrow squeeze for it, but we escaped. It was a terrible night, although we made the best of it. I was walking on Franklin Street when I met my husband. "Come with me to the War Office for a few minutes," said he, "and then I will go home with you." What could I do but go? He took me up a dark stairway, and then down a long, dark corridor, and he left me sitting in a window, saying he "would not be gone a second." He was obliged to go into the Secretary of War's room. There I sat mortal hours. Men came to light the gas. From the first I put down my veil so that nobody might know me. Numbers of persons passed that I knew, but I scarcely felt respectable seated up there in that odd way, so I said not a word, but looked out of the window. Judge Campbell slowly walked up and down with his hands behind his back, the saddest face I ever saw. He had jumped down in his patriotism from Judge of the Supreme Court, U.S.A., to be Under Secretary of something or other, I do not know what, C.S.A. No wonder he was out of spirits that night. Finally Judge Ould came. Him I called, and he joined me at once, in no little amazement to find me there, and stayed with me until James Chesnut appeared. In point of fact, I sent him to look up that stray member of my family. When my husband came, he said, "Oh, Mr. Seddon and I got into an argument, and time slipped away. The truth is, I utterly forgot you were here." When we were once more out in the street, he began, "Now, don't scold me, for there is bad news. Pemberton has been fighting the Yankees by brigades, and he has been beaten every time, and now Vicksburg must go." I suppose that was his side of the argument with Seddon. Once again I visited the War Office. I went with Mrs. Ould to see her husband at his office. We wanted to arrange a party on the river on the flag of truce boat, and to visit those beautiful places, Claremont and Brandon. My husband got into one of his "too careful" fits, said there was risk in it, and so he upset all our plans. Then I was to go up to John Rutherford's by the canal boat. That, too, he vetoed "too risky," as if anybody was going to trouble us. October 24th. James Chesnut is at home on his way back to Richmond; had been sent by the President to make the rounds of the Western armies; says Polk is a splendid old fellow. They accuse him of having been asleep in his tent at 7 o'clock, when he was ordered to attack at daylight, but he has too good a conscience to sleep so soundly. The battle did not begin until 11 at Chickamauga, when Bragg had ordered the advance at daylight. The battle of Chickamauga was fought on the river of the same name, near Chattanooga, September 19 and 20, 1863. The Confederates were commanded by Bragg and the Federals by Rosecrans. It was one of the bloodiest battles of the war; the loss on each side, including killed, wounded, and prisoners, was over 15,000. Bragg and his generals do not agree. I think a general worthless whose subalterns quarrel with him. Something is wrong about the man. Good generals are adored by their soldiers. See Napoleon, Caesar, Stonewall, Lee. Old Sam, Hood, received his orders to hold a certain bridge against the enemy, and he had already driven the enemy several miles beyond it, when the slow generals were still asleep. Hood has won a victory, though he has only one leg to stand on. Mr. Chesnut was with the President when he reviewed our army under the enemy's guns before Chattanooga. He told Mr. Davis that every honest man he saw out West thought well of Joe Johnston. He knows that the President detests Joe Johnston for all the trouble he has given him, and General Joe returns the compliment with compound interest. His hatred of Jeff Davis amounts to a religion. With him it colors all things. Joe Johnston advancing, or retreating, I may say with more truth, is magnetic. He does draw the good will of those by whom he is surrounded. Being such a good hater, it is a pity he had not elected to hate somebody else than the President of our country. He hates not wisely, but too well. Our friend Breckinridge received Mr. Chesnut with open arms. John C. Breckinridge had been Vice President of the United States under Buchanan, and was the candidate of the Southern Democrats for President in 1860. He joined the Confederate Army in 1861. There is nothing narrow, nothing self seeking, about Breckinridge. He has not mounted a pair of green spectacles made of prejudices, so that he sees no good except in his own red hot partisans. October 27th. Young Wade Hampton has been here for a few days, a guest of our nearest neighbor and cousin, Phil Stockton. Wade, without being the beauty or the athlete that his brother Preston is such a nice boy. We lent him horses, and ended by giving him a small party. What was lacking in company was made up for by the excellence of old Colonel Chesnut's ancient Madeira and champagne. If everything in the Confederacy were only as truly good as the old Colonel's wine cellars! Then we had a salad and a jelly cake. General Joe Johnston is so careful of his aides that Wade has never yet seen a battle. Says he has always happened to be sent afar off when the fighting came. He does not seem too grateful for this, and means to be transferred to his father's command. He says, "No man exposes himself more recklessly to danger than General Johnston, and no one strives harder to keep others out of it." But the business of this war is to save the country, and a commander must risk his men's lives to do it. There is a French saying that you can't make an omelet unless you are willing to break eggs. November 5th. For a week we have had such a tranquil, happy time here. Both my husband and Johnny are here still. James Chesnut spent his time sauntering around with his father, or stretched on the rug before my fire reading Vanity Fair and Pendennis. By good luck he had not read them before. We have kept Esmond for the last. He owns that he is having a good time. Johnny is happy, too. He does not care for books. He will read a novel now and then, if the girls continue to talk of it before him. Nothing else whatever in the way of literature does he touch. He comes pulling his long blond mustache irresolutely, as if he hoped to be advised not to read it. "Aunt Mary, shall I like this thing?" I do not think he has an idea what we are fighting about, and he does not want to know. He says, "My company, my men," with a pride, a faith, and an affection which are sublime. He came into his inheritance at 21, just as the war began, and it was a goodly one, fine old houses, and an estate to match. Yesterday Johnny went to his plantation for the first time since the war began. John Witherspoon went with him, and reports in this way: "How do you do, Marster? How do you come on?" Thus from every side rang the noisiest welcome from the darkies. Johnny was silently shaking black hands right and left as he rode into the crowd. As the noise subsided, to the overseer he said, "Send down more corn and fodder for my horses." And to the driver, "Have you any peas?" "Plenty, sir." "Send a wagon load down for the cows at Bloomsbury while I stay there. They have not milk and butter enough there for me. Any eggs? Send down all you can collect. How about my turkeys and ducks? Send them down 2 at a time. How about the mutton? Fat? That's good; send down 2 a week." As they rode home, John Witherspoon remarked, "I was surprised that you did not go into the fields to see your crops." "What was the use?" "And the negroes, you had so little talk with them." "No use to talk to them before the overseer. They are coming down to Bloomsbury, day and night, by platoons, and they talk me dead. Besides, William and Parrish go up there every night, and God knows they tell me enough plantation scandal overseer feathering his nest, negroes ditto, at my expense. Between the 2 fires I mean to get something to eat while I am here." For him we got up a charming picnic at Mulberry. Everything was propitious, the most perfect of days, and the old place in great beauty. Those large rooms were delightful for dancing. We had as good a dinner as mortal appetite could crave, the best fish, fowl, and game, wine from a cellar that can not be excelled. In spite of blockade, Mulberry does the honors nobly yet. Mrs. Edward Stockton drove down with me. She helped me with her taste and tact in arranging things. We had no trouble, however. All of the old servants who have not been moved to Bloomsbury scented the prey from afar, and they literally flocked in and made themselves useful. Chapter 16, Part 1 of A Diary from Dixie. This Librovox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurianne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 16, Richmond, Virginia. November 28, 1863, to April 11, 1864. Part 1 Richmond, Virginia, November 28, 1863. Our pleasant home sojourn was soon broken up. Johnny had to go back to Company A, and my husband was ordered by the President to make a second visit to Bragg's army. Braxton Bragg was a native of North Carolina and had won distinction in the war with Mexico. So we came on here where the Prestons had taken apartments for me. Molly was with me. Adam Team, the overseer, with Isaac McLaughlin's help, came with us to take charge of the 8 huge boxes of provisions I brought from home. Isaac, Molly's husband, is a servant of ours, the only one my husband ever bought in his life. Isaac's wife belonged to Rev. Thomas Davis, and Isaac to somebody else. The owner of Isaac was about to go West, and Isaac was distracted. They asked $1,000 for him. He is a huge creature, really a magnificent specimen of a colored gentleman. His occupation had been that of a stage driver. Now he is a carpenter, or will be some day. He is awfully grateful to us for buying him, is really devoted to his wife and children, though he has a strange way of showing it, for he has a mistress, en titre, as the French say, which fact Molly never failed to grumble about as soon as his back was turned. Great big good for nothing thing come a whimpering to master to buy him for his wife's sake, and all the time he and "Oh, Molly, stop that," said I. Mr. Davis visited Charleston and had an enthusiastic reception. He described it all to General Preston. Governor Aiken's perfect old Carolina style of living delighted him. Those old gray haired darkies in their noiseless automatic service, the result of finished training, one does miss that sort of thing when away from home, where your own servants think for you; they know your ways and your wants; they save you all responsibility even in matters of your own ease and well doing. The butler at Mulberry would be miserable and feel himself a ridiculous failure were I ever forced to ask him for anything. November 30th. I must describe an adventure I had in Kingsville. Of course, I know nothing of children; in point of fact, am awfully afraid of them. Mrs. Edward Barnwell came with us from Camden. She had a magnificent boy 2 years old. Now, don't expect me to reduce that adjective, for this little creature is a wonder of childlike beauty, health, and strength. Why not? If like produces like, and with such a handsome pair to claim as father and mother. The boy's eyes alone would make any girl's fortune. At first he made himself very agreeable, repeating nursery rhymes and singing. Then something went wrong. Suddenly he changed to a little fiend, fought and kicked and scratched like a tiger. He did everything that was naughty, and he did it with a will as if he liked it, while his lovely mamma, with flushed cheeks and streaming eyes, was imploring him to be a good boy. When we stopped at Kingsville, I got out first, then Mrs. Barnwell's nurse, who put the little man down by me. "Look after him a moment, please, ma'am," she said. "I must help Mrs. Barnwell with the bundles," etc. She stepped hastily back, and the cars moved off. They ran down a half mile to turn. I trembled in my shoes. This child! No man could ever frighten me so. If he should choose to be bad again! It seemed an eternity while I waited for that train to turn and come back again. My little charge took things quietly. For me he had a perfect contempt, no fear whatever. And I was his abject slave for the nonce. He stretched himself out lazily at full length. Then he pointed downward. "Those are great legs," said he solemnly, looking at his own. I immediately joined him in admiring them enthusiastically. Near him he spied a bundle. Pussy cat tied up in that bundle. He was up in a second and pounced upon it. If we were to be taken up as thieves, no matter, I dared not meddle with that child. I had seen what he could do. There were several cooked sweet potatoes tied up in an old handkerchief, belonging to some negro probably. He squared himself off comfortably, broke one in half, and began to eat. Evidently he had found what he was fond of. In this posture Mrs. Barnwell discovered us. She came with comic dismay in every feature, not knowing what our relations might be, and whether or not we had undertaken to fight it out alone as best we might. The old nurse cried, Lawsy me! With both hands uplifted. Without a word I fled. In another moment the Wilmington train would have left me. She was going to Columbia. We broke down only once between Kingsville and Wilmington, but between Wilmington and Weldon we contrived to do the thing so effectually as to have to remain 12 hours at that forlorn station. The one room that I saw was crowded with soldiers. Adam Team succeeded in securing 2 chairs for me, upon one of which I sat and put my feet on the other. Molly sat flat on the floor, resting her head against my chair. I woke cold and cramped. An officer, who did not give his name, but said he was from Louisiana, came up and urged me to go near the fire. He gave me his seat by the fire, where I found an old lady and 2 young ones, with 2 men in the uniform of common soldiers. We talked as easily to each other all night as if we had known one another all our lives. We discussed the war, the army, the news of the day. No questions were asked, no names given, no personal discourse whatever. And yet, if these men and women were not gentry and of the best sort, I do not know ladies and gentlemen when I see them. Being a little surprised at the want of interest Mr. Team and Isaac showed in my well doing, I walked out to see, and I found them working like beavers. They had been at it all night. In the breakdown my boxes were smashed. They had first gathered up the contents and were trying to hammer up the boxes so as to make them once more available. At Petersburg a smartly dressed woman came in, looked around in the crowd, and then asked for the seat by me. Now, Molly's seat was paid for the same as mine, but she got up at once, gave the lady her seat, and stood behind me. I am sure Molly believes herself my bodyguard as well as my servant. The lady, then having arranged herself comfortably in Molly's seat, began in plaintive accents to tell her melancholy tale. She was a widow. She lost her husband in the battles around Richmond. Soon some one went out, and a man offered her the vacant seat. Straight as an arrow she went in for a flirtation with the polite gentleman. Another person, a perfect stranger, said to me, "Well, look yonder. As soon as she began whining about her dead beau, I knew she was after another one." "Beau, indeed!" cried another listener. "She said it was her husband." "Husband or lover, all the same. She won't lose any time. It won't be her fault if she doesn't have another one soon." But the grand scene was the night before, the cars crowded with soldiers, of course; not a human being that I knew. An Irish woman, so announced by her brogue, came in. She marched up and down the car, loudly lamenting the want of gallantry in the men who would not make way for her. 2 men got up and gave her their seats, saying it did not matter, they were going to get out at the next stopping place. She was gifted with the most pronounced brogue I ever heard, and she gave us a taste of it. She continued to say that the men ought all to get out of that car was "shootable only for ladies." She placed on the vacant seat next to her a large looking glass. She continued to harangue until she fell asleep. A tired soldier coming in, seeing what he supposed to be an empty seat, quietly slipped into it. Crash went the glass. The soldier groaned, the Irish woman shrieked. The man was badly cut by the broken glass. She was simply a mad woman. She shook her fist in his face, said she was a lone woman and he had got into that seat for no good purpose. How did he dare to, etc. I do not think the man uttered a word. The conductor took him into another car to have the pieces of glass picked out of his clothes, and she continued to rave. Mr. Team shouted aloud and laughed as if he were in the Hermitage Swamp. The woman's unreasonable wrath and absurd accusations were comic, no doubt. Soon the car was silent, and I fell into a comfortable doze. I felt Molly give me a gentle shake. "Listen, Missis, how loud Mars Adam Team is talking, and all about old Marster and our business, and to strangers. It's a shame." "Is he saying any harm of us?" "No, ma'am, not that. He is bragging for dear life 'bout how old Marster is, and how rich he is, and all that. I gwine tell him to stop." Up started Molly. "Mars Adam, Missis say please don't talk so loud. When people travel they don't do that a way." Mr. Preston's man, Hal, was waiting at the depot with a carriage to take me to my Richmond house. Mary Preston had rented these apartments for me. I found my dear girls there with a nice fire. Everything looked so pleasant and inviting to the weary traveler. Mrs. Grundy, who occupies the lower floor, sent me such a real Virginia tea, hot cakes, and rolls. Think of living in the house with Mrs. Grundy and having no fear of what Mrs. Grundy will say. My husband has come. He likes the house, Grundy's, and everything. Already he has bought Grundy's horses for 1,600 Confederate dollars cash. He is nearer to being contented and happy than I ever saw him. He has not established a grievance yet, but I am on the lookout daily. He will soon find out whatever there is wrong about Cary Street. I gave a party. Mrs. Davis very witty, Preston girls very handsome, Isabella's fun, fast and furious. No party could have gone off more successfully, but my husband decides we are to have no more festivities. This is not the time or the place for such gaieties. Maria Freeland is perfectly delightful on the subject of her wedding. She is ready to the last piece of lace, but her hard-hearted father says no. She adores John Lewis. That goes without saying. She does not pretend, however, to be as much in love as Mary Preston. In point of fact, she never saw any one before who was. But she is as much in love as she can be with a man who, though he is not very handsome, is as eligible a match as a girl could make. He is all that heart could wish, and he comes of such a handsome family. His mother, Esther Maria Cox, was the beauty of a century, and his father was a nephew of General Washington. For all that, he is far better looking than John Darby or Mr. Miles. She always intended to marry better than Mary Preston or Betty Bierne. Lucy Haxall is positively engaged to Captain Coffee, an Englishman. She is convinced that she will marry him. He is her first fancy. Mr. Venable, of Lee's staff, was at our party, so out of spirits. He knows everything that is going on. His depression bodes us no good. To day General Hampton sent James Chesnut a fine saddle that he had captured from the Yankees in battle array. Mrs. Scotch Allan, Edgar Allan Poe's patron's wife, sent me ice cream and Lady Cheek apples from her farm. John R. Thompson, the sole literary fellow I know in Richmond, sent me Leisure Hours in Town by a country parson. John R. Thompson was a native of Richmond, and in 1847 became editor of the Southern Literary Messenger. Under his direction that periodical acquired commanding influence. Mr. Thompson's health failed afterward. During the war he spent a part of his time in Richmond and a part in Europe. He afterward settled in New York and became literary editor of the Evening Post. My husband says he hopes I will be contented because he came here this winter to please me. If I could have been satisfied at home, he would have resigned his aide de campship and gone into some service in South Carolina. I am a good excuse, if good for nothing else. Old, tempestuous Keitt breakfasted with us yesterday. I wish I could remember half the brilliant things he said. My husband has now gone with him to the War Office. Colonel Keitt thinks it is time he was promoted. He wants to be a brigadier. Now Charleston is bombarded night and day. It fairly makes me dizzy to think of that everlasting racket they are beating about people's ears down there. Bragg defeated and separated from Longstreet. It is a long street that knows no turning, and Rosecrans is not taken after all. November 30th. Anxiety pervades. Lee is fighting Meade. Misery is everywhere. Bragg is falling back before Grant. The siege of Chattanooga, which had been begun on September 21st, closed late in November, 1863, the final engagements beginning on November 23d and ending on November 25th. Lookout Mountain and Missionary Ridge were the closing incidents of the siege. Grant, Sherman, and Hooker were conspicuous on the Federal side, and Bragg and Longstreet on the Confederate. Longstreet, the soldiers call him Peter the Slow, is settling down before Knoxville. General Lee requires us to answer every letter, said Mr. Venable, and to do our best to console the poor creatures whose husbands and sons are fighting the battles of the country. December 2d. Bragg begs to be relieved of his command. The army will be relieved to get rid of him. He has a winning way of earning everybody's detestation. Heavens, how they hate him! The rapid flight of his army terminated at Ringgold. Hardee declines even a temporary command of the Western army. Preston Johnston has been sent out post haste at a moment's warning. He was not even allowed time to go home and tell his wife good bye, or, as Brown, the Englishman, said, to put a clean shirt into his traveling bag. Lee and Meade are facing each other gallantly. Following the battle of Gettysburg on July 1st, 2d, and 3d of this year, there had occurred in Virginia between Lee and Meade engagements at Bristoe Station, Kelly's Ford, and Rappahannock Station, the latter engagement taking place on November 7th. The author doubtless refers here to the positions of Lee and Meade at Mine Run, December 1st. December 2d, Meade abandoned his, because, as he is reported to have said, it would have cost him 30,000 men to carry Lee's breastworks, and he shrank from ordering such slaughter. The 1st of December we went with a party of Mrs. Ould's getting up to see a French frigate which lay at anchor down the river. The French officers came on board our boat. The Lees were aboard. The French officers were not in the least attractive, either in manners or appearance, but our ladies were most attentive, and some showered bad French upon them with a lavish hand, always accompanied by queer grimaces to eke out the scanty supply of French words, the sentences ending usually in a nervous shriek. "Are they deaf?" asked Mrs. Randolph. The French frigate was a dirty little thing. Dr. Garnett was so buoyed up with hope that the French were coming to our rescue that he would not let me say, "An English man of war is the cleanest thing known in the world." Captain said to Mary Lee, with a foreign contortion of countenance that went for a smile, "I's bashler." Judge Ould said, as we went to dinner on our own steamer, "They will not drink our President's health. They do not acknowledge us to be a nation. Mind, none of you say Emperor, not once." Dr. Garnett interpreted the laws of politeness otherwise, and stepped forward, his mouth fairly distended with so much French, and said, "Vive l'Empereur!" Young Gibson seconded him quietly, "À la santé de l'Empereur." But silence prevailed. Preston Hampton was the handsomest man on board. "The figure of Hercules, the face of Apollo!" cried an enthusiastic girl. Preston was as lazy and as sleepy as ever. He said of the Frenchmen, "They can't help not being good looking, but with all the world open to them, to wear such shabby clothes!" The lieutenant's name was Rousseau. On the French frigate, lying on one of the tables was a volume of Jean Jacques Rousseau's works side by side, strange to say, with a map of South Carolina. This lieutenant was courteously asked by Mary Lee to select some lady to whom she might introduce him. He answered, "I choose you," with a bow that was a benediction and a prayer. And now I am in a fine condition for Hetty Cary's starvation party, where they will give $30 for the music and not a cent for a morsel to eat. Preston said contentedly, "I hate dancing and I hate cold water, so I will eschew the festivity to night." Found John R. Thompson at our house when I got home so tired to night. He brought me the last number of the Cornhill. He knew how much I was interested in Trollope's story, Framley Parsonage. December 4th. My husband bought yesterday at the Commissary's 1 barrel of flour, 1 bushel of potatoes, 1 peck of rice, 5 pounds of salt beef, and 1 peck of salt, all for $60. In the street a barrel of flour sells for $115. December 5th. Wigfall was here last night. He began by wanting to hang Jeff Davis. My husband managed him beautifully. He soon ceased to talk virulent nonsense and calmed down to his usual strong common sense. I knew it was quite late, but I had no idea of the hour. My husband beckoned me out. "It is all your fault," said he. "What?" "Why will you persist in looking so interested in all Wigfall is saying? Don't let him catch your eye. Look into the fire. Did you not hear it strike 2?" This attack was so sudden, so violent, so unlooked for, I could only laugh hysterically. However, as an obedient wife, I went back, gravely took my seat, and looked into the fire. I did not even dare raise my eyes to see what my husband was doing, if he, too, looked into the fire. Wigfall soon tired of so tame an audience, and took his departure. General Lawton was here. He was one of Stonewall's generals, so I listened with all my ears when he said, "Stonewall could not sleep, so every 2 or 3 nights you are waked up by orders to have your brigade in marching order before daylight and report in person to the commander. Then you are marched a few miles out and then a few miles in again. All this was to make us ready, ever on the alert. And the end of it was this: Jackson's men would go half a day's march before Peter Longstreet waked and breakfasted. I think there is a popular delusion about the amount of praying he did. He certainly preferred a fight on Sunday to a sermon. Failing to manage a fight, he loved best a long Presbyterian sermon, Calvinistic to the core. He had shown small sympathy with human infirmity. He was a one-idea'd man. He looked upon broken down men and stragglers as the same thing. He classed all who were weak and weary, who fainted by the wayside, as men wanting in patriotism. If a man's face was as white as cotton and his pulse so low you scarce could feel it, he looked upon him merely as an inefficient soldier and rode off impatiently. He was the true type of all great soldiers. Like the successful warriors of the world, he did not value human life where he had an object to accomplish. He could order men to their death as a matter of course. His soldiers obeyed him to the death. Faith they had in him, stronger than death. Their respect he commanded. I doubt if he had so much of their love as is talked about while he was alive. Now that they see a few more years of Stonewall would have freed them from the Yankees, they deify him. Any man is proud to have been one of the famous Stonewall Brigade. But be sure it was bitter hard work to keep up with him, as all know who ever served under him. He gave his orders rapidly and distinctly, and rode away, never allowing answer or remonstrance. It was, "Look there! See that place! Take it!" When you failed, you were apt to be put under arrest. When you reported the place taken, he only said, "Good." Spent $75 to day for a little tea and sugar, and have 500 left. My husband's pay never has paid for the rent of our lodgings. He came in with dreadful news just now. I have wept so often for things that never happen, I will withhold my tears now for a certainty. To day a poor woman threw herself on her dead husband's coffin and kissed it. She was weeping bitterly. So did I in sympathy. My husband, as I told him to day, could see me and everything that he loved hanged, drawn, and quartered without moving a muscle if a crowd were looking on. He could have the same gentle operation performed on himself and make no sign. To all of which violent insinuation he answered in unmoved tones, "So would any civilized man. Savages, however, Indians at least, are more dignified in that particular than we are. Noisy, fidgety grief never moves me at all. It annoys me. Self control is what we all need. You are a miracle of sensibility. Self control is what you need." "So you are civilized," I said. "Some day I mean to be." December 9th. "Come here, Mrs. Chesnut," said Mary Preston to day. "They are lifting General Hood out of his carriage, here at your door." Mrs. Grundy promptly had him borne into her drawing room, which was on the first floor. Mary Preston and I ran down and greeted him as cheerfully and as cordially as if nothing had happened since we saw him standing before us a year ago. How he was waited upon! Some cut up oranges were brought him. "How kind people are," said he. "Not once since I was wounded have I ever been left without fruit, hard as it is to get now." "The money value of friendship is easily counted now," said some one. "Oranges are $5 apiece." December 10th. Mrs. Davis and Mrs. Lyons came. We had luncheon brought in for them, and then a lucid explanation of the chronique scandaleuse of which Beck J. is the heroine. We walked home with Mrs. Davis and met the President riding alone. Surely that is wrong. It must be unsafe for him when there are so many traitors, not to speak of bribed negroes. Burton Harrison says Mr. Davis prefers to go alone, and there is none to gainsay him. Burton Harrison, then secretary to Jefferson Davis, who married Miss Constance Cary and became well known as a New York lawyer. He died in Washington in 1904. My husband laid the law down last night. I felt it to be the last drop in my full cup. "No more feasting in this house," said he. "This is no time for junketing and merrymaking." "And you said you brought me here to enjoy the winter before you took me home and turned my face to a dead wall." He is the master of the house. To hear is to obey. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lauriann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 16, Richmond, Virginia, Part 2. December 14th. Drove out with Mrs. Davis. She had a watch in her hand which some poor dead soldier wanted to have sent to his family. First we went to her mantua maker, then we drove to the fair grounds where the band was playing. Suddenly she missed the watch. She remembered having it when we came out of the mantua maker's. We drove back instantly, and there the watch was lying near the steps of the little porch in front of the house. No one had passed in, apparently; in any case, no one had seen it. Preston Hampton went with me to see Conny Cary. The talk was frantically literary, which Preston thought hard on him. I had just brought the Saint Denis number of Les Miserables. Sunday, Christopher Hampton walked to church with me. Coming out, General Lee was seen slowly making his way down the aisle, bowing royally to right and left. I pointed him out to Christopher Hampton when General Lee happened to look our way. He bowed low, giving me a charming smile of recognition. I was ashamed of being so pleased. I blushed like a schoolgirl. We went to the White House. They gave us tea. The President said he had been on the way to our house, coming with all the Davis family, to see me, but the children became so troublesome they turned back. Just then little Joe rushed in and insisted on saying his prayers at his father's knee, then and there. He was in his night clothes. December 19th. A box has come from home for me. Taking advantage of this good fortune and a full larder, have asked Mrs. Davis to dine with me. Wade Hampton sent me a basket of game. We had Mrs. Davis and Mr. and Mrs. Preston. After dinner we walked to the church to see the Freeland Lewis wedding. Mr. Preston had Mrs. Davis on his arm. My husband and Mrs. Preston and Burton Harrison and myself brought up the rear. Willie Allen joined us, and we had the pleasure of waiting one good hour. Then the beautiful Maria, loveliest of brides, sailed in on her father's arm, and Major John Cox Lewis followed with Mrs. Freeland. After the ceremony, such a kissing was there up and down the aisle. The happy bridegroom kissed wildly, and several girls complained, but he said, "How am I to know Maria's kin whom I was to kiss? It is better to show too much affection for one's new relations than too little." December 21st. Joe Johnston has been made Commander in Chief of the Army of the West. General Lee had this done, 'tis said. Miss Agnes Lee and "Little Robert," as they fondly call General Lee's youngest son in this hero worshiping community, called. They told us the President, General Lee, and General Elzey had gone out to look at the fortifications around Richmond. My husband came home saying he had been with them and lent General Lee his gray horse. Mrs. Howell, Mrs. Davis's mother, says a year ago on the cars a man said, "We want a dictator." She replied, "Jeff Davis will never consent to be a dictator." The man turned sharply toward her. "And, pray, who asks him? Joe Johnston will be made dictator by the Army of the West." Imperator was suggested. Of late the Army of the West has not been in a condition to dictate to friend or foe. Certainly Jeff Davis did hate to put Joe Johnston at the head of what is left of it. Detached from General Lee, what a horrible failure is Longstreet. Oh, for a day of Albert Sidney Johnston out West. And Stonewall, could he come back to us here? General Hood, the wounded knight, came for me to drive. I felt that I would soon find myself chaperoning some girls, but I asked no questions. He improved the time between Franklin and Cary Streets by saying, "I do like your husband so much." "So do I replied simply. Buck was ill in bed, so William said at the door, but she recovered her health and came down for the drive in black velvet and ermine, looking queenly. And then, with the top of the landau thrown back, wrapped in furs and rugs, we had a long drive that bitter cold day. One day as we were hieing us home from the fair grounds, Sam, the wounded knight, asked Brewster what are the symptoms of a man's being in love. Sam Hood is called Sam entirely, but why I do not know said for his part he did not know; at 17 he had fancied himself in love, but that was a long time ago. Brewster spoke on the symptoms of love. "When you see her, your breath is apt to come short. If it amounts to mild strangulation, you have got it bad. You are stupidly jealous, glowering with jealousy, and have a gloomy, fixed conviction that she likes every fool you meet better than she does you, especially people that you know she has a thorough contempt for; that is, you knew it before you lost your head I mean before you fell in love. The last stages of unmitigated spooniness I will spare you," said Brewster, with a giggle and a wave of the hand. "Well," said Sam, drawing a breath of relief, "I have felt none of these things so far, and yet they say I am engaged to 4 young ladies a liberal allowance, you will admit, for a man who can not walk without help." Another day, the Sabbath, we called on our way from church to see Mrs. Wigfall. She was ill, but Mr. Wigfall insisted upon taking me into the drawing room to rest awhile. He said Luly was there. So she was, and so was Sam Hood, the wounded knight, stretched at full length on a sofa and a rug thrown over him. Louis Wigfall said to me, "Do you know General Hood?" "Yes," said I, and the General laughed with his eyes as I looked at him, but he did not say a word. I felt it a curious commentary upon the reports he had spoken of the day before. Luly Wigfall is a very handsome girl. December 24th. As we walked, Brewster reported a row he had had with General Hood. Brewster had told those 6 young ladies at the Prestons' that old Sam was in the habit of saying he would not marry if he could any silly, sentimental girl who would throw herself away upon a maimed creature such as he was. When Brewster went home he took pleasure in telling Sam how the ladies had complimented his good sense, whereupon the General rose in his wrath and threatened to break his crutch over Brewster's head. To think he could be such a fool, to go about repeating to everybody his whimperings. I was taking my seat at the head of the table when the door opened and Brewster walked in unannounced. He took his stand in front of the open door, with his hands in his pockets and his small hat pushed back as far as it could get from his forehead. "What?" said he. "You are not ready yet? The generals are below. Did you get my note?" I begged my husband to excuse me, and rushed off to put on my bonnet and furs. I met the girls coming up with a strange man. The flurry of 2 major generals had been too much for me, and I forgot to ask the new one's name. They went up to dine in my place with my husband, who sat eating his dinner, with Lawrence's undivided attention given to him, amid this whirling and eddying in and out of the world militant. Mary Preston and I then went to drive with the generals. The new one proved to be Buckner, who is also a Kentuckian. Simon B. Buckner was a graduate of West Point and had served in the Mexican War. In 1887 he was elected Governor of Kentucky, and at the funeral of General Grant acted as one of the pallbearers. The 2 men told us they had slept together the night before Chickamauga. It is useless to try; legs can't any longer be kept out of conversation. So General Buckner said, "Once before I slept with a man and he lost his leg next day." He had made a vow never to do so again. When Sam and I parted that morning, we said, "You or I may be killed, but the cause will be safe all the same." After the drive everybody came in to tea, my husband in famous good humor; we had an unusually gay evening. It was very nice of my husband to take no notice of my conduct at dinner, which had been open to criticism. All the comfort of my life depends upon his being in good humor. Christmas Day, 1863. Yesterday dined with the Prestons. Wore one of my handsomest Paris dresses, from Paris before the war. 3 magnificent Kentucky generals were present, with Senator Orr from South Carolina and Mr. Miles. General Buckner repeated a speech of Hood's to show him how friendly they were. "I prefer a ride with you to the company of any woman in the world," Buckner had answered. "I prefer your company to that of any man, certainly," was Hood's reply. This became the standing joke of the dinner. It flashed up in every form. Poor Sam got out of it so badly, if he got out of it at all. General Buckner said patronizingly, "Lame excuses all. Hood never gets out of any scrape, that is, unless he can fight out." Others dropped in after dinner, some without arms, some without legs. Von Borcke, who can not speak because of a wound in his throat. Isabella said, "We have all kinds now but a blind one." Poor fellows, they laugh at wounds, and they yet can show many a scar. We had for dinner oyster soup, besides roast mutton, ham, boned turkey, wild duck, partridge, plum pudding, sauterne, burgundy, sherry, and Madeira. There is life in the old land yet. At my house to day after dinner, and while Alex Haskell and my husband sat over the wine, Hood gave me an account of his discomfiture last night. He said he could not sleep after it; it was the hardest battle he had ever fought in his life. And I was routed, as it were. She told me there was no hope. That ends it. You know at Petersburg on my way to the Western army she half promised me to think of it. She would not say yes, but she did not say no; that is, not exactly. At any rate, I went off saying, "I am engaged to you," and she said, "I am not engaged to you." After I was so fearfully wounded I gave it up. But then, since I came, etc. "Do you mean to say," said I, "that you had proposed to her before that conversation in the carriage, when you asked Brewster the symptoms of love? I like your audacity." Oh, she understood, but it is all up now, for she says no. My husband says I am extravagant. "No, my friend, not that," said I. "I had $1,500, and I have spent every cent of it in my housekeeping. Not 1 cent for myself, not 1 cent for dress nor any personal want whatever." He calls me hospitality run mad. January 1, 1864. General Hood's an awful flatterer. I mean an awkward flatterer. I told him to praise my husband to some one else, not to me. He ought to praise me to somebody who would tell my husband, and then praise my husband to another person who would tell me. Man and wife are too much one person; to wave a compliment straight in the face of one about the other is not graceful. One more year of Stonewall would have saved us. Chickamauga is the only battle we have gained since Stonewall died, and no results follow as usual. Stonewall was not so much as killed by a Yankee; he was shot by his own men. That is hard. General Lee can do no more than keep back Meade. "One of Meade's armies, you mean," said I, "for they have only to double on him when Lee whips one of them." General Edward Johnston says he got Grant a place esprit de corps, you know. He could not bear to see an old army man driving a wagon. That was when he found him out West, put out of the army for habitual drunkenness. He is their right man, a bull headed suwarrow. He don't care a snap if men fall like the leaves fall; he fights to win, that chap does. He is not distracted by 1,000 side issues; he does not see them. He is narrow and sure, sees only in a straight line. Like Louis Napoleon, from a battle in the gutter he goes straight up. Yes, as with Lincoln, they have ceased to carp at him as a rough clown, no gentleman, etc. You never hear now of Lincoln's nasty fun, only of his wisdom. Doesn't take much soap and water to wash the hands that the rod of empire sway. They talked of Lincoln's drunkenness, too. Now, since Vicksburg, they have not a word to say against Grant's habits. He has the disagreeable habit of not retreating before irresistible veterans. General Lee and Albert Sidney Johnston show blood and breeding. They are of the Bayard and Philip Sidney order of soldiers. Listen, if General Lee had had Grant's resources, he would have bagged the last Yankee, or have had them all safe back in Massachusetts." "You mean, if he had not the weight of the negro question upon him?" "No, I mean if he had had Grant's unlimited allowance of the powers of war men, money, ammunition, arms." Mrs. Ould says Mrs. Lincoln found the gardener of the White House so nice she would make him a major general. Lincoln remarked to the secretary, "Well, the little woman must have her way sometimes." A word of the last night of the old year. Gloria Mundi sent me a cup of strong, good coffee. I drank 2 cups, and so I did not sleep a wink. Like a fool, I passed my whole life in review, and bitter memories maddened me quite. Then came a happy thought. I mapped out a story of the war. The plot came to hand, for it was true. Johnny is the hero, a light dragoon and heavy swell. I will call it F.F's, for it is the F.F's both of South Carolina and Virginia. It is to be a war story, and the filling out of the skeleton was the best way to put myself to sleep. January 4th. Mrs. Ives wants us to translate a French play. A genuine French captain came in from his ship on the James River and gave us good advice as to how to make the selection. General Hampton sent another basket of partridges, and all goes merry as a marriage bell. My husband came in and nearly killed us. He brought this piece of news: North Carolina wants to offer terms of peace. We needed only a break of that kind to finish us. I really shivered nervously, as one does when the first handful of earth comes rattling down on the coffin in the grave of one we cared for more than all who are left. January 5th. At Mrs. Preston's met the Light Brigade in battle array, ready to sally forth, conquering and to conquer. They would stand no nonsense from me about staying at home to translate a French play. Indeed, the plays that have been sent us are so indecent I scarcely know where a play is to be found that would do it all. While at dinner the President's carriage drove up with only General Hood. He sent up to ask in Maggie Howell's name would I go with them. I tied up 2 partridges between plates with a serviette, for Buck, who is ill, and then went down. We picked up Mary Preston. It was Maggie's drive. As the soldiers say, I was only on escort duty. At the Prestons', Major Venable met us at the door and took in the partridges to Buck. As we drove off, Maggie said, "Major Venable is a Carolinian, I see." "No, Virginian to the core." "But, then, he was a professor in the South Carolina College before the war." Mary Preston said, "She is taking a fling at your weakness for all South Carolina." Came home and found my husband in a bitter mood. It has all gone wrong with our world. The loss of our private fortune the smallest part. He intimates, with so much human misery filling the air, we might stay at home and think. "And go mad?" said I. "Catch me at it. A yawning grave with piles of red earth thrown on one side, that is the only future I ever see. You remember Emma Stockton? She and I were as blithe as birds that day at Mulberry. I came here the next day, and when I arrived a telegram said, 'Emma Stockton found dead in her bed.' It is awfully near, that thought. No, no, I will not stop and think of death always." January 8th. Snow of the deepest. Nobody can come to day, I thought. But they did. My girls first, then Constance Cary tripped in, the clever Conny. Hetty is the beauty, so called, though she is clever enough, too. But Constance is actually clever and has a classically perfect outline. Next came the 4 Kentuckians and Preston Hampton. He is as tall as the Kentuckians and ever so much better looking. Then we had eggnog. I was to take Miss Cary to the Semmes's. My husband inquired the price of a carriage. It was $25 an hour. He cursed by all his gods at such extravagance. The play was not worth the candle, or carriage in this instance. In Confederate money it sounds so much worse than it is. I did not dream of asking him to go with me after that lively overture. "I did intend to go with you," he said, "but you do not ask me." "And I have been asking you for 20 years to go with me in vain. Think of that," I said, tragically. We could not wait for him to dress, so I sent the $25 an hour carriage back for him. We were behind time as it was. When he came, the beautiful Hetty Cary and her friend, Captain Tucker, were with him. Major von Borcke and Preston Hampton were at the Carys, in the drawing room when we called for Constance, who was dressing. I challenge the world to produce finer specimens of humanity than these three: the Prussian, von Borcke, Preston Hampton, and Hetty Cary. We spoke to the Prussian about the vote of thanks passed by Congress yesterday, thanks of the country to Major von Borcke. The poor man was as modest as a girl, in spite of his huge proportions. "That is a compliment, indeed," said Hetty. "Yes, I saw it, and the happiest, the proudest day of my life as I read it. It was at the hotel breakfast table. I try to hide my face with the newspaper, I feel it grow so red. But my friend, he has his newspaper, too, and he sees the same thing. So he looks my way, he says, pointing to me, 'Why does he grow so red? He has got something there.' And he laughs. Then I try to read aloud the so kind compliments of the Congress, but I can not." He puts his hand to his throat. His broken English and the difficulty of his enunciation with that wound in his windpipe makes it all very touching and very hard to understand. The Simms charade party was a perfect success. The play was charming. Sweet little Mrs. Lawson Clay had a seat for me banked up among women. The female part of the congregation, strictly segregated from the male, were placed all together in rows. They formed a gay parterre, edged by the men in their black coats and gray uniforms. Toward the back part of the room the mass of black and gray was solid. Captain Tucker bewailed his fate. He was stranded out there with those forlorn men, but could see us laughing, and fancied what we were saying was worth 1,000 charades. He preferred talking to a clever woman to any known way of passing a pleasant hour. "So do I," somebody said. On a sofa of state in front of all sat the President and Mrs. Davis. Little Maggie Davis was one of the child actresses. Her parents had a right to be proud of her; with her flashing black eyes she was a marked figure on the stage. She is a handsome creature, and she acted her part admirably. The shrine was beautiful beyond words. The Simms and Ives families are Roman Catholic, and understand getting up that sort of thing. First came the Palmers Gray, then Mrs. Ives, a solitary figure, the loveliest of penitent women. The Eastern pilgrims were delightfully costumed. We could not understand how so much Christian piety could come clothed in such odalisque robes. Mrs. Ould, as a queen, was as handsome and regal as heart could wish for. She was accompanied by a very satisfactory king, whose name, if I ever knew, I have forgotten. There was a resplendent knight of St. John, and then an American Indian. After their orisons they all knelt and laid something on the altar as a votive gift. Burton Harrison, the President's handsome young secretary, was gotten up as a big brave in a dress presented to Mr. Davis by Indians for some kindness he showed them years ago. It was a complete warrior's outfit, scant as that is. The feathers stuck in the back of Mr. Harrison's head had a charmingly comic effect. He had to shave himself as clean as a baby, or he could not act the beardless chief, Spotted Tail, Billy Bowlegs, Big Thunder, or whatever his character was. So he folded up his loved and lost mustache, the Christianized Red Indian, and laid it on the altar, the most sacred treasure of his life, the witness of his most heroic sacrifice, on the shrine. Senator Hill, of Georgia, took me in to supper, where were ices, chicken salad, oysters, and champagne. The President came in alone, I suppose, for while we were talking after supper and your humble servant was standing between Mrs. Randolph and Mrs. Stanard, he approached, offered me his arm, and we walked off, oblivious of Mr. Senator Hill. Remember this, ladies, and forgive me for recording it, but Mrs. Stanard and Mrs. Randolph are the handsomest women in Richmond. I am no older than they are, or younger either, sad to say. Now the President walked with me slowly up and down that long room, and our conversation was of the saddest. Nobody knows so well as he the difficulties which beset this hard-driven Confederacy. He has a voice which is perfectly modulated, a comfort in this loud and rough soldier world. I think there is a melancholy cadence in his voice at times, of which he is unconscious when he talks of things as they are now. My husband was so intensely charmed with Hetty Cary that he declined at the first call to accompany his wife home in the $25 an hour carriage. He ordered it to return. When it came, his wife a good manager packed the Carys and him in with herself, leaving the other two men who came with the party, when it was divided into trips, to make their way home in the cold. At our door, near daylight of that bitter cold morning, I had the pleasure to see my husband, like a man, stand and pay for that carriage. To day he is pleased with himself, with me, and with all the world; says if there was no such word as fascinating, you would have to invent one to describe Hetty Cary. End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter 16, part 3 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 16, Richmond, Virginia, Part 3. January 9th. Met Mrs. Wigfall. She wants me to take Halsey to Mrs. Randolph's theatricals. I am to get him up as Sir Walter Raleigh. Now General Breckinridge has come. I like him better than any of them. Morgan also is here. John H. Morgan, a native of Alabama, entered the Confederate Army in 1861 as a captain, and in 1862 was made a major general. He was captured by the Federals in 1863 and confined in an Ohio penitentiary, but he escaped and once more joined the Confederate Army. In September, 1864, he was killed in battle near Greenville, Tennessee. These huge Kentuckians fill the town. Isabella says, "They hold Morgan accountable for the loss of Chattanooga." The follies of the wise, the weaknesses of the great. She shakes her head significantly when I begin to tell why I like him so well. Last night General Buckner came for her to go with him and rehearse at the Carys for Mrs. Randolph's charades. The President's man, Jim, that he believed in as we all believe in our own servants, our own people, as we call them, and Betsy, Mrs. Davis's maid, decamped last night. It is miraculous that they had the fortitude to resist the temptation so long. At Mrs. Davis's the hired servants all have been birds of passage. First they were seen with gold galore, and then they would fly to the Yankees, and I am sure they had nothing to tell. It is Yankee money wasted. I do not think it had ever crossed Mrs. Davis's brain that these two could leave her. She knew, however, that Betsy had $80 in gold and $2,400 in Confederate notes. Everybody who comes in brings a little bad news. Not much in itself, but by cumulative process the effect is depressing indeed. January 12th. To night there will be a great gathering of Kentuckians. Morgan gives them a dinner. The city of Richmond entertained John Morgan. He is at free quarters. The girls dined here. Conny Cary came back for more white feathers. Isabella had appropriated 2 sets and obstinately refused Constance Cary a single feather from her pile. She said, sternly, "I have never been on the stage before, and I have a presentiment when my father hears of this I will never go again. I am to appear before the footlights as an English dowager duchess, and I mean to rustle in every feather, to wear all the lace and diamonds these 2 houses can compass," mine and Mrs. Preston's. She was jolly but firm, and Constance departed without any additional plumage for her Lady Teazle. January 14th. Gave Mrs. White $23 for a turkey. Came home wondering all the way why she did not ask 25. 2 more dollars could not have made me balk at the bargain, and 23 sounds odd. January 15th. What a day the Kentuckians have had! Mrs. Webb gave them a breakfast. From there they proceeded en masse to General Lawton's dinner, and then came straight here, all of which seems equal to one of Stonewall's forced marches. General Lawton took me in to supper. In spite of his dinner, he had misgivings. "My heart is heavy," said he, "even here. All seems too light, too careless, for such terrible times. It seems out of place here in battle scarred Richmond." "I have heard something of that kind at home," I replied. "Hope and fear are both gone, and it is distraction or death with us. I do not see how sadness and despondency would help us. If it would do any good, we would be sad enough." We laughed at General Hood. General Lawton thought him better fitted for gallantry on the battlefield than playing a lute in my lady's chamber. When Miss Giles was electrifying the audience as the fair penitent, some one said, "Oh, that is so pretty." Hood cried out with stern reproachfulness, "That is not pretty, it is elegant." Not only had my house been rifled for theatrical properties, but as the play went on they came for my black velvet cloak. When it was over I thought I should never get away, my cloak was so hard to find. But it gave me an opportunity to witness many things behind the scenes, that cloak hunt did. Behind the scenes! I know a little what that means now. General Jeb Stuart was at Mrs. Randolph's in his cavalry jacket and high boots. He was devoted to Hetty Cary. Constance Cary said to me, pointing to his stars, "Hetty likes them that way, you know, gilt-edged and with stars." January 16th. A visit from the President's handsome and accomplished secretary, Burton Harrison. I lent him Country Clergymen in Town and Elective Affinities. He is to bring me Mrs. Norton's Lost and Saved. At Mrs. Randolph's my husband complimented one of the ladies, who had amply earned his praise by her splendid acting. She pointed to a young man, saying, "You see that wretch? He has not said one word to me." My husband asked innocently, "Why should he? And why is he a wretch?" "Oh, you know." Going home I explained this riddle to him; he is always a year behindhand in gossip. They said those two were engaged last winter, and now there seems to be a screw loose, but that sort of thing always comes right. The Carys prefer James Chesnut to his wife. I don't mind. Indeed, I like it. I do, too. Every Sunday Mr. Minnegerode cried aloud in anguish his litany, "From pestilence and famine, battle, murder, and sudden death," and we wailed on our knees, "Good Lord, deliver us." And on Monday, and all the week long, we go on as before, hearing of nothing but battle, murder, and sudden death, which are daily events. Now I have a new book. That is the unlooked for thing, a pleasing incident in this life of monotonous misery. We live in a huge barrack; we are shut in, guarded from light without. At breakfast to day came a card, and without an instant's interlude perhaps the neatest, most fastidious man in South Carolina walked in. I was uncombed, unkempt, tattered, and torn, in my most comfortable, worst worn, wadded green silk dressing gown, with a white woolen shawl over my head to keep off drafts. He has not been in the war yet, and now he wants to be captain of an engineer corps. I wish he may get it. He has always been my friend, so he shall lack no aid that I can give. If he can stand the shock of my appearance to day, we may reasonably expect to continue friends until death. Of all men, the fastidious Barny Haywood to come in. He faced the situation gallantly. January 18th. Invited to Dr. Haxall's last night to meet the Lawtons. Mr. Benjamin dropped in. Judah P. Benjamin was born, of Jewish parentage, at St. Croix in the West Indies, and was elected in 1852 to represent Louisiana in the United States Senate, where he served until 1861. In the Confederate administration he served successively from 1861 to 1865 as Attorney General, Secretary of War, and Secretary of State. At the close of the war he went to England, where he achieved remarkable success at the bar. He is a friend of the house. Mrs. Haxall is a Richmond leader of society, a ci devant beauty and belle, a charming person still, and her hospitality is of the genuine Virginia type. Everything Mr. Benjamin said we listened to, bore in mind, and gave heed to it diligently. He is a Delphic oracle of the innermost shrine, and is supposed to enjoy the honor of Mr. Davis's unreserved confidence. Lamar was asked to dinner here yesterday, so he came to day. We had our wild turkey cooked for him yesterday, and I dressed myself within an inch of my life with the best of my 4-year-old finery. Two of us, my husband and I, did not damage the wild turkey seriously, so Lamar enjoyed the réchauffé, and commended the art with which Molly had hid the slight loss we had inflicted upon its mighty breast. She had piled fried oysters over the turkey so skillfully that unless we had told about it no one would ever have known that the huge bird was making his second appearance on the board. Lamar was more absent-minded and distrait than ever. My husband behaved like a trump, a well-bred man, with all his wits about him, so things went off smoothly enough. Lamar had just read Romola. Across the water he said it was the rage. I am sure it is not as good as Adam Bede or Silas Marner. It is not worthy of the woman who was to "rival all but Shakespeare's name below." "What is the matter with Romola?" he asked. "Tito is so mean, and he is mean in such a very mean way, and the end is so repulsive. Petting the husband's illegitimate children and left-handed wives may be magnanimity, but human nature revolts at it." "Woman's nature, you mean." "Yes, and now another test. 2 weeks ago I read this thing with intense interest, and already her Savonarola has faded from my mind. I have forgotten her way of showing Savonarola as completely as I always do forget Bulwer's Rienzi." "Oh, I understand you now. It is like Milton's devil; he has obliterated all other devils. You can't fix your mind upon any other. The devil always must be of Miltonic proportions, or you do not believe in him. Goethe's Mephistopheles disputes the crown of the causeway with Lucifer. But soon you begin to feel that Mephistopheles to be a lesser devil, an emissary of the devil only. Is there any Cardinal Wolsey but Shakespeare's? Any Mirabeau but Carlyle's Mirabeau? But the list is too long of those who have been stamped into your brain by genius. The saintly preacher, the woman who stands by Hetty and saves her soul, those heavenly-minded sermons preached by the author of Adam Bede, bear them well in mind while I tell you how this writer, who so well imagines and depicts female purity and piety, was a governess, or something of that sort, and perhaps wrote for a living; at any rate, she had an elective affinity, which was responded to by George Lewes, and so she lives with Lewes. I do not know that she caused the separation between Lewes and his legal wife. They are living in a villa on some Swiss lake, and Mrs. Lewes, of the hour, is a charitable, estimable, agreeable, sympathetic woman of genius. Lamar seemed without prejudices on the subject; at least, he expressed neither surprise nor disapprobation. He said something of genius being above law, but I was not very clear as to what he said on that point. As for me, I said nothing for fear of saying too much. "You know that Lewes is a writer," said he. "Some people say the man she lives with is a noble man. They say she is kind and good, if a fallen woman." Here the conversation ended. January 20th. And now comes a grand announcement made by the Yankee Congress. They vote 1,000,000 of men to be sent down here to free the prisoners whom they will not take in exchange. I actually thought they left all these Yankees here on our hands as part of their plan to starve us out. All Congressmen under 50 years of age are to leave politics and report for military duty or be conscripted. What enthusiasm there is in their councils! Confusion, rather, it seems to me. Mrs. Ould says, "The men who frequent her house are more despondent now than ever since this thing began." Our Congress is so demoralized, so confused, so depressed. They have asked the President, whom they have so hated, so insulted, so crossed and opposed and thwarted in every way, to speak to them and advise them what to do. January 21st. Both of us were too ill to attend Mrs. Davis's reception. It proved a very sensational one. First a fire in the house, then a robbery, said to be an arranged plan of the usual bribed servants there and some escaped Yankee prisoners. To day the Examiner is lost in wonder at the stupidity of the fire and arson contingent. If they had only waited a few hours until everybody was asleep! After a reception the household would be so tired and so sound asleep. Thanks to the editor's kind counsel, maybe the arson contingent will wait and do better next time. Letters from home carried Mr. Chesnut off to day. Thackeray is dead. I stumbled upon Vanity Fair for myself. I had never heard of Thackeray before. I think it was in 1850. I know I had been ill at the New York hotel, and when left alone I slipped downstairs and into a bookstore that I had noticed under the hotel for something to read. The New York Hotel, covering a block front on Broadway at Waverly Place, was a favorite stopping place for Southerners for many years before the war and after it. In comparatively recent times it was torn down and supplanted by a business block. They gave me the first half of Pendennis. I can recall now the very kind of paper it was printed on, and the illustrations, as they took effect upon me. And yet, when I raved over it, and was wild for the other half, there were people who said it was slow, that Thackeray was evidently a coarse, dull, sneering writer, that he stripped human nature bare, and made it repulsive, etc. January 22d. At Mrs. Lyons's met another beautiful woman, Mrs. Penn, the wife of Colonel Penn, who is making shoes in a Yankee prison. She had a little son with her, barely 2 years old, a mere infant. She said to him, "Fate cum butler." The child crossed his eyes and made himself hideous, then laughed and rioted around as if he enjoyed the joke hugely. Went to Mrs. Davis's. It was sad enough. Fancy having to be always ready to have your servants set your house on fire, being bribed to do it. Such constant robberies, such servants coming and going daily to the Yankees, carrying one's silver, one's other possessions, does not conduce to home happiness. Saw Hood on his legs once more. He rode off on a fine horse, and managed it well, though he is disabled in one hand, too. After all, as the woman said, "He has body enough left to hold his soul." How plucky of him to ride a gay horse like that! Oh, a Kentuckian prides himself upon being half horse and half man. And the girl who rode beside him, did you ever see a more brilliant beauty? 3 cheers for South Carolina! I imparted a plan of mine to Brewster. I would have a breakfast, a luncheon, a matinee, call it what you please, but I would try and return some of the hospitalities of this most hospitable people. Just think of the dinners, suppers, breakfasts we have been to. People have no variety in war times, but they make up for that lack in exquisite cooking. "Variety?" said he. "You are hard to please, with terrapin stew, gumbo, fish, oysters in every shape, game and wine, as good as wine ever is. I do not mention juleps, claret cup, apple toddy, whiskey punches, and all that. I tell you it is good enough for me; variety would spoil it. Such hams as these Virginia people cure, such homemade bread; there is no such bread in the world. Call yours a cold collation. Yes, I have eggs, butter, hams, game, everything from home; no stint just now, even fruit." You ought to do your best. They are so generous and hospitable, and so unconscious of any merit or exceptional credit in the matter of hospitality. "They are no better than the Columbia people always were to us." So I fired up for my own country. January 23d. My luncheon was a female affair exclusively. Mrs. Davis came early and found Annie and Tootie making the chocolate. Lawrence had gone South with my husband, so we had only Molly for cook and parlor maid. After the company assembled, we waited and waited. Those girls were making the final arrangements. I made my way to the door, and as I leaned against it, ready to turn the knob, Mrs. Stanard held me like Coleridge's Ancient Mariner, and told how she had been prevented by a violent attack of cramps from running the blockade, and how providential it all was. All this floated by my ear, for I heard Mary Preston's voice raised in high protest on the other side of the door. "Stop!" said she. "Do you mean to take away the whole dish? If you eat many more of those fried oysters, they will be missed. Heavens! She is running away with a plug, a palpable plug, out of that jelly cake." Later in the afternoon, when it was over and I was safe, for all had gone well and Molly had not disgraced herself before the mistresses of those wonderful Virginia cooks, Mrs. Davis and I went out for a walk. Barny Heyward and Dr. Garnett joined us, the latter bringing the welcome news that Muscoe Russell's wife had come. January 25th. The President walked home with me from church. I was to dine with Mrs. Davis. He walked so fast I had no breath to talk, so I was a good listener for once. The truth is I am too much afraid of him to say very much in his presence. We had such a nice dinner. After dinner Hood came for a ride with the President. Mr. Hunter of Virginia walked home with me. He made himself utterly agreeable by dwelling on his friendship and admiration of my husband. He said it was high time Mr. Davis should promote him, and that he had told Mr. Davis his opinion on that subject to day. Tuesday Barny Heyward went with me to the President's reception and from there to a ball at the McFarlands'. Breckinridge alone of the generals went with us. The others went to a supper given by Mr. Clay, of Alabama. I had a long talk with Mr. Ould, Mr. Benjamin, and Mr. Hunter. These men speak out their thoughts plainly enough. What they said means, "We are rattling down hill and nobody to put on the brakes." I wore my black velvet, diamonds, and point lace. They are borrowed for all theatricals, but I wear them whenever they are at home. February 1st. Mrs. Davis gave her "luncheons to ladies only" on Saturday. Many more persons there than at any of these luncheons which we have gone to before. Gumbo, ducks and olives, chickens in jelly, oysters, lettuce salad, chocolate cream, jelly cake, claret, champagne, etc., were the good things set before us. To day, for a pair of forlorn shoes, I have paid $85. Colonel Ives drew my husband's pay for me. I sent Lawrence for it. Mr. Chesnut ordered him back to us. We needed a manservant here. Colonel Ives wrote that he was amazed I should be willing to trust a darky with that great bundle of money, but it came safely. Mr. Pettigrew says you take your money to market in the market basket, and bring home what you buy in your pocketbook. End of chapter 16, part 3. Chapter 16, Part 4 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 16, Richmond, Virginia, Part 4. February 5th. When Lawrence handed me my husband's money $600 it was I said, "Now I am pretty sure you do not mean to go to the Yankees, for with that pile of money in your hands you must have known there was your chance." He grinned, but said nothing. At the President's reception Hood had a perfect ovation. General Preston navigated him through the crowd, handling him as tenderly, on his crutches, as if he were the Princess of Wales's new born baby that I read of to day. It is bad for the head of an army to be so helpless. But old Blucher went to Waterloo in a carriage, wearing a bonnet on his head to shade his inflamed eyes, a heroic figure, truly. An old, red-eyed, bonneted woman, apparently, back in a landau. And yet, Blucher to the rescue! Afterward, at the Prestons', for we left the President's at an early hour, Major von Borcke was trying to teach them his way of pronouncing his own name, and reciting numerous travesties of it in this country, when Charles threw open the door, saying, "A gentleman has called for Major Bandbox." The Prussian major acknowledged this to be the worst he had heard yet. Off to the Ives's theatricals. I walked with General Breckinridge. Mrs. Clay's Mrs. Malaprop was beyond our wildest hopes. And she was in such bitter earnest when she pinched Conny Cary's (Lydia Languish's) shoulder and called her "an intricate little huzzy," that Lydia showed she felt it, and next day the shoulder was black and blue. It was not that the actress had a grudge against Conny, but that she was intense. Even the back of Mrs. Clay's head was eloquent as she walked away. "But," said General Breckinridge, "watch Hood. He has not seen the play before, and Bob Acres amazes him." When he caught my eye, General Hood nodded to me and said, "I believe that fellow Acres is a coward." "That's better than the play," whispered Breckinridge. "But it is all good, from Sir Anthony down to Fag." Between the acts Mrs. Clay sent us word to applaud. She wanted encouragement; the audience was too cold. General Breckinridge responded like a man. After that she was fired by thunders of applause, following his lead. Those mighty Kentuckians turned claqueurs were a host in themselves. Constance Cary not only acted well, but looked perfectly beautiful. During the farce Mrs. Clay came in with all her feathers, diamonds, and fallals, and took her seat by me. Said General Breckinridge, "What a splendid head of hair you have." "And all my own," said she. Afterward she said they could not get false hair enough, so they put a pair of black satin boots on top of her head, and piled hair over them. We adjourned from Mrs. Ives's to Mrs. Ould's, where we had the usual excellent Richmond supper. We did not get home until 3. It was a clear moonlight night, almost as light as day. As we walked along I said to General Breckinridge, "You have spent a jolly evening." "I do not know," he answered. "I have asked myself more than once to night, are you the same man who stood gazing down on the faces of the dead on that awful battlefield? The soldiers lying there stare at you with their eyes wide open. Is this the same world, here and there?" Last night the great Kentucky contingent came in a body. Hood brought Buck in his carriage. She said she "did not like General Hood," and spoke with a wild excitement in those soft blue eyes of hers. Or are they gray or brown? She then gave her reasons in the lowest voice, but loud and distinct enough for him to hear. "Why? He spoke so harshly to Cy, his body servant, as we got out of the carriage. I saw how he hurt Cy's feelings, and I tried to soothe Cy's mortification." "You see, Cy nearly caused me to fall by his awkwardness, and I stormed at him," said the General, vastly amused. "I hate a man who speaks roughly to those who dare not resent it," said she. The General did own himself charmed with her sentiments, but seemed to think his wrongdoing all a good joke. He and Cy understand each other. February 9th. This party for Johnny was the very nicest I have ever had, and I mean it to be my last. I sent word to the Carys to bring their own men. They came alone, saying "they did not care for men." "That means a raid on ours," growled Isabella. Mr. Lamar was devoted to Constance Cary. He is a free lance, so that created no heartburning. Afterward, when the whole thing was over and a success, the lights put out, etc., here trooped in the four girls, who stayed all night with me. In dressing gowns they stirred up a hot fire, relit the gas, and went in for their supper. Réchauffé was the word, oysters, hot coffee, etc. They kept it up till daylight. Of course, we slept very late. As they came in to breakfast, I remarked, "The church bells have been going on like mad. I take it as a rebuke to our breaking the Sabbath. You know Sunday began at 12 o'clock last night." "It sounds to me like fire bells," somebody said. Soon the Infant dashed in, done up in soldier's clothes. "The Yankees are upon us," said he. "Don't you hear the alarm bells? They have been ringing day and night." Alex Haskell came. He and Johnny went off to report to Custis Lee and to be enrolled among his locals, who are always detailed for the defense of the city. But this time the attack on Richmond has proved a false alarm. A new trouble at the President's house. Their trusty man, Robert, broken out with smallpox. We went to the Webb ball, and such a pleasant time we had. After a while the P.M.G. (Pet Major General) took his seat in the comfortable chair next to mine, and declared his determination to hold that position. Mr. Hunter and Mr. Benjamin essayed to dislodge him. Mrs. Stanard said, "Take him in the flirtation room; there he will soon be captured and led away." But I did not know where that room was situated. Besides, my bold Texan made a most unexpected sally. "I will not go, and I will prevent her from going with any of you." Supper was near at hand, and Mr. Mallory said, "Ask him if the varioloid is not at his house. I know it is." I started as if I were shot, and I took Mr. Clay's arm and went in to supper, leaving the P.M.G. to the girls. Venison and everything nice. February 12th. John Chesnut had a basket of champagne carried to my house, oysters, partridges, and other good things, for a supper after the reception. He is going back to the army to morrow. James Chesnut arrived on Wednesday. He has been giving Buck his opinion of one of her performances last night. She was here, and the General's carriage drove up, bringing some of our girls. They told her he could not come up, and he begged she would go down there for a moment. She flew down and stood 10 minutes in that snow, Cy holding the carriage door open. "But, Colonel Chesnut, there was no harm. I was not there 10 minutes. I could not get in the carriage because I did not mean to stay 1 minute. He did not hold my hands, that is, not half the time." "Oh, you saw. Well, he did kiss my hands. Where is the harm of that?" All men worship Buck. How can they help it? She is so lovely. Lawrence has gone back ignominiously to South Carolina. At breakfast already, in some inscrutable way, he had become intoxicated. He was told to move a chair, and he raised it high over his head, smashing Mrs. Grundy's chandelier. My husband said, "Mary, do tell Lawrence to go home. I am too angry to speak to him." So Lawrence went without another word. He will soon be back, and when he comes he will say, "Shoo, I knew Mars Jeems could not do without me." And indeed he can not. Buck, reading my journal, opened her beautiful eyes in amazement and said, "So little do people know themselves. See what you say of me." I replied, "The girls heard him say to you, 'Oh, you are so childish and so sweet.' Now, Buck, you know you are not childish; you have an abundance of strong common sense. Don't let men adore you so, if you can help it. You are so unhappy about men who care for you when they are killed." Isabella says that war leads to love making. She says these soldiers do more courting here in a day than they would do at home, without a war, in 10 years. In the pauses of conversation we hear, "She is the noblest woman God ever made." "Goodness!" exclaims Isabella, "which one?" The amount of courting we hear in these small rooms. Men have to go to the front, and they say their say desperately. I am beginning to know all about it. The girls tell me. And I overhear. I can not help it. But this style is unique, is it not? "Since I saw you, last year, standing by the turnpike gate, you know, my battle cry has been, 'God, my country, and you.' So many are lame. Major Venable says, 'It is not the devil on 2 sticks now; the farce is Cupid on crutches.'" General Breckinridge's voice broke in, "They are my cousins, so I determined to kiss them good by.' Good by, nowadays, is the very devil. It means forever, in all probability, you know, all the odds against us. So I advanced to the charge soberly, discreetly, and in the fear of the Lord. The girls stood in a row, 4 of the very prettiest I ever saw." Sam, with his eyes glued to the floor, cried, "You were afraid; you backed out." But I did nothing of the kind. I kissed every one of them honestly, heartily. February 13th. My husband is writing out some resolutions for the Congress. He is very busy, too, trying to get some poor fellows reprieved. He says they are good soldiers, but got into a scrape. Buck came in. She had on her last winter's English hat, with the pheasant's wing. Just then Hood entered most unexpectedly. Said the blunt soldier to the girl, "You look mighty pretty in that hat. You wore it at the turnpike gate, where I surrendered at first sight." She nodded and smiled and flew down the steps after Mr. Chesnut, looking back to say that she meant to walk with him as far as the Executive office. The General walked to the window and watched until the last flutter of her garment was gone. He said, "The President was finding fault with some of his officers in command, and I said, 'Mr. President, why don't you come and lead us yourself? I would follow you to the death.' Actually, if you stay here in Richmond much longer, you will grow to be a courtier. And you came a rough Texan." Mrs. Davis and General McQueen came. He tells me Muscoe Garnett is dead. Then the best and the cleverest Virginian I know is gone. He was the most scholarly man they had, and his character was higher than his requirements. To day a terrible onslaught was made upon the President for nepotism. Burton Harrison's and John Taylor Wood's letters denying the charge that the President's cotton was unburned, or that he left it to be bought by the Yankees, have enraged the opposition. How much these people in the President's family have to bear! I have never felt so indignant. February 16th. Saw in Mrs. Howell's room the little negro Mrs. Davis rescued yesterday from his brutal negro guardian. The child is an orphan. He was dressed up in little Joe's clothes, and happy as a lord. He was very anxious to show me his wounds and bruises, but I fled. There are some things in life too sickening, and cruelty is one of them. Somebody said, "People who knew General Hood before the war said there was nothing in him. As for losing his property by the war, some say he never had any, and that West Point is a pauper's school, after all. He has only military glory, and that he has gained since the war began." "Now," said Burton Harrison, "only military glory. I like that. The glory and the fame he has gained during the war That is Hood. What was Napoleon before Toulon? Hood has the impassive dignity of an Indian chief. He has always a little court around him of devoted friends. Wigfall himself has said he could not get within Hood's lines. February 17th. Found everything in Main Street 20% dearer. They say it is due to the new currency bill. I asked my husband, "Is General Johnston ordered to reenforce Polk? They say he did not understand the order." "After 5 days' delay," he replied. "They say Sherman is marching to Mobile. When they once get inside of our armies, what is to molest them unless it be women with broomsticks?" General Polk, commanding about 24,000 men scattered throughout Mississippi and Alabama, found it impossible to check the advance of Sherman at the head of some 40,000, and moved from Meridian south to protect Mobile. February 16, 1864, Sherman took possession of Meridian. General Johnston writes that the Governor of Georgia refuses him provisions and the use of his roads. The Governor of Georgia writes: "The roads are open to him and in capital condition. I have furnished him abundantly with provisions from time to time, as he desired them." I suppose both of these letters are placed away side by side in our archives. February 20th. Mrs. Preston was offended by the story of Buck's performance at the Iveses. General Breckinridge told her it was the most beautifully unconscious act he ever saw. The General was leaning against the wall, Buck standing guard by him on her 2 feet. The crowd surged that way, and she held out her arm to protect him from the rush. After they had all passed, she handed him his crutches, and they, too, moved slowly away. Mrs. Davis said, "Any woman in Richmond would have done the same joyfully, but few could do it so gracefully. Buck is made so conspicuous by her beauty, whatever she does can not fail to attract attention." Johnny stayed at home only 1 day, then went to his plantation, got several thousand Confederate dollars, and in the afternoon drove out with Mrs. K. At the B store he spent 1,000 of his money, bought us gloves and linen. Well, one can do without gloves, but linen is next to life itself. Yesterday the President walked home from church with me. He said he was so glad to see my husband at church, had never seen him there before. Remarked on how well he looked, etc. I replied that he looked so well "because you have never before seen him in the part of the right man in the right place." My husband has no fancy for being planted in pews, but he is utterly Christian in his creed. February 23d. At the President's, where General Lee breakfasted, a man named Phelan told General Lee all he ought to do; planned a campaign for him. General Lee smiled blandly the while, though he did permit himself a mild sneer at the wise civilians in Congress who refrained from trying the battle field in person, but from afar dictated the movements of armies. My husband said that, to his amazement, General Lee came into his room at the Executive office to pay his respects and have a talk. "Dear me! Goodness gracious!" said I. "That was a compliment from the head of the army, the very first man in the world, we Confederates think." February 24th. Friends came to make taffy and stayed the livelong day. They played cards. One man, a soldier, had only 2 teeth left in front, and they lapped across each other. On account of the condition of his mouth, he had maintained a dignified sobriety of aspect, though he told some funny stories. Finally a story was too much for him, and he grinned from ear to ear. Maggie gazed, and then called out, as the negro fiddlers call out dancing figures, "Forward 2 and cross over." Fancy our faces. The hero of the 2 teeth, relapsing into a decorous arrangement of mouth, said, "Cavalry are the eyes of an army; they bring the news. The artillery are the boys to make a noise, but the infantry do the fighting, and a general or so gets all the glory." February 26th. We went to see Mrs. Breckinridge, who is here with her husband. Then we paid our respects to Mrs. Lee. Her room was like an industrial school, everybody so busy. Her daughters were all there plying their needles, with several other ladies. Mrs. Lee showed us a beautiful sword, recently sent to the General by some Marylanders, now in Paris. On the blade was engraved, "Et toi et tu t'aideras." When we came out, some one said, "Did you see how the Lees spend their time? What a rebuke to the taffy parties!" Another maimed hero is engaged to be married. Sally Hampton has accepted John Haskell. There is a story that he reported for duty after his arm was shot off. Suppose in the fury of the battle he did not feel the pain. General Breckinridge once asked, "What's the name of the fellow who has gone to Europe for Hood's leg?" "Dr. Darby." "Suppose it is shipwrecked." "No matter, half a dozen are ordered." Mrs. Preston raised her hands. "No wonder the General says they talk of him as if he were a centipede. His leg is in everybody's mouth." March 3d. Hetty the handsome and Constance the witty came, the former too prudish to read Lost and Saved by Mrs. Norton after she had heard the plot. Conny was making a bonnet for me. Just as she was leaving the house, her friendly labors over, my husband entered and quickly ordered his horse. "It is so near dinner," I began. "But I am going with the President. I am on duty. He goes to inspect the fortifications. The enemy, once more, are within a few miles of Richmond." Then we prepared a luncheon for him. Constance Cary remained with me. After she left I sat down to Romola, and I was absorbed in it. How hardened we grow to war and war's alarms. The enemy's cannon or our own are thundering in my ears, and I was dreadfully afraid some infatuated and frightened friend would come in to cheer, to comfort, and interrupt me. Am I the same poor soul who fell on her knees and prayed, and wept, and fainted, as the first gun boomed from Fort Sumter? Once more we have repulsed the enemy. But it is humiliating, indeed, that he can come and threaten us at our very gates whenever he so pleases. If a forlorn negro had not led them astray (and they hanged him for it) on Tuesday night, unmolested they would have walked into Richmond. Surely there is horrid neglect or mismanagement somewhere. March 4th. The enemy has been reenforced and is on us again. Met Wade Hampton, who told me my husband was to join him with some volunteer troops, so I hurried home. Such a cavalcade rode up to luncheon. Captain Smith Lee and Preston Hampton, the handsomest, the oldest, and the youngest of the party. This was at the Prestons'. Smith Lee walked home with me, alarm bells ringing, horsemen galloping, wagons rattling. Dr. H. stopped us to say Beast Butler was on us with 16,000 men. How scared the doctor looked. And after all, it was only a notice to the militia to turn out and drill. March 5th. Tom Ferguson walked home with me. He told me of Colonel Dahlgren's death and the horrid memoranda found in his pocket. He came with secret orders to destroy this devoted city, hang the President and his Cabinet, and burn the town. Fitzhugh Lee was proud that the 9th Virginia captured him. Footnote: Colonel Ulric Dahlgren was a son of the noted admiral John H. Dahlgren, who in July, 1863, had been placed in command of the South Atlantic blockading squadron and conducted the naval operations against Charleston between July 10 and September 7, 1863. Colonel Dahlgren distinguished himself at Fredericksburg, Chancellorsville, and Gettysburg. The raid in which he lost his life on March 4, 1864, was planned by himself and General Kilpatrick. End footnote. Found Mrs. Semmes covering her lettuces and radishes as calmly as if Yankee raiders were a myth. While Beast Butler holds Fortress Monroe, he will make things lively for us. On the alert must we be now. End of chapter 16, part 4.